yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe, and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everything. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free, so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Loudoun County crash cleanup ongoing on the northbound side of Cascades Parkway before you get to Route 7 right near Bartholomew View Drive. Follow police direction. Southbound 95 into Triangle. It was residual delays from our earlier crash, now gone. Northbound, no late problems as you come out of Stafford toward the Beltway. 395 north, still pockets of delays past Duke Street and then jammed across the 14th Street Bridge onto the freeway. Beltway, Prince George's County, outer loop near 50. Accident just reported. Crews on the way to check it out. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Forecasting a high of 65 today, giving us spring-like vibes. We'll see dry conditions and easterly breezes between about 5 to 15 miles per hour. We're dry tonight with lows in the upper 30s to middle 40s downtown. Tomorrow and Friday cooler with highs in the upper 50s. Cloudy Saturday in the 60s with thunderstorms possible Sunday. I'm 7 News meteorologist Eileen Whalen.
53 at Reagan National. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
Meanwhile, Trump's ongoing trade war has led to another wild day on Wall Street as the stock market once again dropped hundreds of points. People are saying Trump doesn't know anything about the economy, and they might have a point. I mean, he thinks bear markets are where RFK Jr. buys his lunch meat.
Hey, oh, hey, that's a good one. They're fine with that member of the Kennedy family that beat Martha Moxley to death with a golf club. That's okay. That's a little round of applause. Hey, Ted Kennedy. Hey, don't forget your date. She's in the back seat. Time for brunch, I guess. Hey, Ted. Hey, the Democrats are, they joined the jihad. You see them? They're dressed like the Sheikh from Arabic. You see them? They're all dressed like Yasser Arafat and Osama bin Laden. Last time I saw a guy dressed like that, he was being rolled up by SEAL Team 6 and dropped off of a Navy ship. But it's Democrats that are attacking the Jews and the police. You see them violently, the mobs, again, dressed like cartoon Arab terrorists in New York City, out there to express their anti-Semitism. You see, President Trump a couple of weeks ago, he made English the official language of the United States. The Democrats are very upset about that. Turns out they want to make the official language of the United States German. That's kind of weird, isn't it? And then they're goose-stepping around, their hobnailed boots. They should be wearing armbands. What should their armband have on it? Maybe a D for something. What would the D be for on their armbands? It's hard to say. Well. A very good Wednesday to you, and welcome back once again. We continue to be at 888-630-9625. Violent mobs of pro-terrorists, well, let's just call them what they are, terrorist Democrats. They're terrorists. They dress like terrorists. They act like terrorists. They terrorize Jewish people because they're Jewish. They violently... long beards. You see and they put on the Arab head. That's just the women. The women have the best beards in the Democrat Party these days because they're on all kinds of testosterone treatments, and they a lot of the men like Rosie O'Donnell, for example. See, Rosie O'Donnell, she injured her testicles. Did you hear about that? It's quite sad. Very, very sad. Poor Rosie. Poor big fat loud lesbian Rosie. She is fleeing the United States, thankfully. I'm signing the cross right now. And Rosie O'Donnell, she's leaving the United States. And I'd like to apologize right now officially to Ireland. And the Irish Prime Minister is in the United States today. He's in the United States today having fun with Americans, because even though they've got some issues, because they've got some Israel issues too. And it's kind of funny, but Rosie O'Donnell is fleeing the United States of America because she hates the United States of America, and she's filled with hatred. And when she's filled, let me tell you something, there's a lot going on there. She's filled. When she fills up, woohoo! It could change the rotation of the Earth when she fills up. Move her to the other side of the planet. Could change the tilt of the planet on the axis. So Ireland better look out. But she's fleeing because her last name is O'Donnell. And if you have one of your 4 grandparents, then you get special, if they're Irish, then you have easy entree to Ireland as a dual citizen and all that stuff. But she's fleeing. Her name is O'Donnell, so she gets to go there. And I think she learned that it's, the whitest country on the planet Earth that Rosie O'Donnell's fleeing to. She doesn't like people of color. She's a racist. And she hates the Jews. Why do they all hate the Jews? She should have moved to New York. Not enough white people there, I guess, for Rosie. But she's fleeing to Ireland, and our condolences to Ireland. It's a sad, sad day. It's like, first Bloody Sunday, and then Rosie O'Donnell moves to Ireland. What next for Ireland? How terrible. If they got the potato famine, and then Bloody Sunday, and now Rosie O'Donnell moves to Ireland. It's quite sad. She's got various things caught in a wedge, no doubt about it. But I got her coming up because she proudly boasting, you may recall, that she's big, fat, loud lesbian Rosie. And you remember what Donald Trump said about Rosie O'Donnell? More than once, he had fun things to say about Rosie O'Donnell. I hope that President Trump comes out today and is asked about Rosie O'Donnell, because he'll doubtless have something colorful to say about Rosie O'Donnell today. I look forward to that. Very, very good. Oh, speaking of the Democrat, communist, pig dog, genocidal anti-Semite, goose-stepping, armband-wearing, hobnailed boot, kicking Democrat, the Democrats violently attacking police yesterday. It was January 6th. I was having flashbacks. It was terrifying. The Democrats attacking the police in the streets of New York, but they're all dressed like Arab terrorists, which I think makes it worse than January 6th, don't you? I think so. Of course, Ashley Babbitt was shot and killed by a racist U.S. Capitol police officer on January 6th, so that was worse. Did anybody get shot yesterday in New York? Well, that's a silly question. It's New York. Of course somebody got shot yesterday. Don't be silly. It's full of Democrats. They love shooting people, don't they? They shoot people all over the state, all over the place, those Democrats. But I've got a lot of stuff for you, because the violent, crazy Democrats rioting in New York again, perfectly normal. They made violent riots perfectly normal long before January 6th. In fact, had they and the news media telling us that it's mostly peaceful while we're watching cities burn and being looted and plundered, and thousands of police injured and dozens of people murdered and billions in property damage looted and burned by all Democrats, 100% Democrats. It would be 110% Democrats, but 100% is the maximum possible. So that 100% Democrats, the violence everywhere. And yesterday they were back at it again in New York because they're supporting a jihadi who's a genocidal Jew hater, and he's a hero of the Democrat Party. Mahmoud Khalil, know that name. The Democrats, and he lied on his visa application for a student visa. Hey, are you a jihadi? Me? No, I'm not a jihadi. Search me. I'm searching me. No, I'm going, no, like, search me. No, I'm not a jihadi. And then, hey, you're applying for a green card. Are you a jihadi now? Me? No, I'm not. I'm going to check the no box, just like Hunter Biden on his gun application. Hey, are you a crackhead or anything? You've been kicked out of the Navy for repeated use of cocaine? No, me? No, No, I just live in a, what was that, $15,800 a month house in Malibu, which he says he can't move into because the next door neighbor's house burned in the big fires that the Democrats arranged because they made sure no water came out of the fire hydrants. The Democrat Party they're not good at government or anything. They're good at violence and transgenderism. They're good at cross-dressing. Very, very good. I live in a very Democrat neighborhood. I walked out today and everybody was cross-dressing. Kind of weird, but not so weird that you just, that you stop, because they get very upset when you look at, oh, speaking of which, you see in Congress, the Democrats have a cross-dresser in Congress and a Republican, what is it? Misgendered. This is a term that they use. Misgendered. This Democrat member of Congress who's a dude tries to look like a lady, doesn't work very well. And the Republican chair of the committee, I believe it was, said, sir, or, like the gentleman from whatever. And I said, I am not a gen. And the other Democrat got really angry. That's not a gentleman. It's like, I don't know. I said, kind of got some kind of funny protrusions over there. That's not a lady by any definition that I'm familiar with. But the Democrats are so screwed up in the head that men are called women and jihadis are called welcome additions to the United States of America. They lie on their applications for student visas about being jihadis. They are jihadis. Just amazing stuff. Man, oh man. I think Rosie O'Donnell should have stayed and burned some Tesla dealerships and shot more bullets through the front windows of Tesla dealerships and things, because Democrats, it's a violent party. It's always been a violent party since they fired on Fort Sumter and started the first American Civil War, the first one, mind you. And then they started the Confederate States of America with the Democrat president, Jefferson Davis. They still love Jeff Davis, don't they? They're trying to erase their history, though. Yeah, they are. It's the Democrat Party. So I'm scratching the surface on a few things I have for you today. Also, this is a big problem for Democrats. The price of eggs, a big talking point. I can play a half-hour montage of Democrats yelling, oh, Trump said he was going to lower the price of food and eggs have gone up 5 cents because Joe Biden bit the heads off of more than 100 million chickens. He was the geek in chief, Joe Biden, biting the necks. It was kind of weird, don't you think? And his sharpening his teeth with a little metal file and biting chicken heads off. What a freak. Ever see that movie, Freaks? What is that, 1932? That's fun. Fun movie. Joe Biden might have been in it. Oh, speaking of the ancient dead of the left, Bernie Sanders, who enjoyed participating in the Bolshevik Revolution in St. Petersburg in 1917. Yesterday, he's out there with that Pod Save Transgenderism, I think it's called. Pod Save the Death of America. And he was out there yesterday saying, this is the scariest time he's ever lived through. Right? Not the assassination of Abraham Lincoln and all the things that he's lived through. But this is the scariest time, and he's spitting food out of the gaps in his teeth, and he's saying, you see Pajama Boy interviewing him, this Pajama Boy with his stupid little socks with the green stripes on him, and sitting there like a teenager, doesn't even know how to hold a microphone, doing pod save stupidity. Pretty amazing stuff. So we got him. But in the meantime, the price of eggs plummets. See, that's the headline. Egg prices plummet, Newsweek magazine. Egg prices plunged nearly $2, now lower than when Trump took office. See, now he's lowering the price of food. The news media, they won't talk about that. The Washington Examiner has the story, but the Washington Post does not, because they're filth. They're filth, and they're owned by that centibillionaire who doesn't like America or children or anything that normal people like. Also, our Secretary of the Department of Education, Linda McMahon, she is Department of Education says it will cut nearly 50% of staff. And then presumably our educational norms will rise. We'll go up. Our standards will go up because these people are mental. They're mental. And still talking about doing away with the Department of Education. We've been for decades now throwing billions and billions of dollars at the Department of Education, and our test scores go down and down and down because Democrats. Now, maybe we should put Rosie O'Donnell in charge of education. We'll have her do that in Ireland first and see what happens. Big, fat, loud, lesbian Rosie. Nothing charming about her. Also, Elon Musk, who his life is in danger every day because the violent Democrat lunatics that are shooting up Tesla dealerships, burning Teslas, firebombing Teslas, Molotov cocktails, firebombing dealerships, The left is a violent criminal organization. Again, attacking the police yesterday in New York, it was like January 6th. I was having flashbacks. I wasn't really having I don't really have flashbacks. I just remember stuff, and then I do something else. But that's pretty amazing stuff. But he is getting ready to rescue these 2 astronauts that Joe Biden left stranded in space because he hates America and he forgets everything in a matter of a couple of minutes. Pretty amazing. Also, USAID, U.S. Agency for International Development, their staff have been told to clear out their classified safes and shred or burn all of their documents, which is, by the way, a felony criminal conspiracy for which people need to be in handcuffs, nightsticks, tasers, stun guns, jail for years and years and years. That is an actual, there are RICO statutes violating destruction of government property. They're engaged in an active conspiracy to cover up their crimes. Isn't that amazing? Wah, wah, wah. Hakeem Jeffries, he's a jihadi. He hates the Jews. He's out there lying. He lies all the time. But he's a Democrat. He can't help it. It's genetically encoded. Oh, by the way, Ukraine agreed to a peace deal, to a 30-day ceasefire, at least, a 30-day ceasefire. Putin is a communist, so he hasn't done that yet. He's like a Democrat. He has not yet agreed, but it's step one toward ending war. The Democrats don't want to end war. They want more war. They're the left. Putin loves killing. The left loves killing. They've got a lot in common. But wait till you hear about this Khalil update, Mahmoud Khalil update, and these idiot Democrats, like this idiot Democrat senator, Chris Murphy, out there saying mental stuff. Plus, of course, the LGBTQ DNC update.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. Virginia, no late problems on 95. We're clearing out between Stafford and the Beltway. 395, much better off the Beltway, but heading in through Shirlington, that's where delays begin, and that is a solid lineup across the 14th Street Bridge onto the freeway. 295 is still heavy each direction to merge onto the inbound 11th Street Bridge to join the freeway. Beltway, Prince George's County for the crash on the outer loop at Route 50. Delays before 202. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Partly cloudy, a bit cooler today with a high near 70. Mostly cloudy tonight, low 40.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Want to get some good discounted food and dining options, reliable roadside assistance, preferred credit card offers, or fraud protection? You need to check out AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. No matter what your age is, you can take advantage of the services they provide for either yourself or your family, and have confidence that their partners stand behind the vision our nation's founders had to enrich the lives of all Americans through goods and services offered by like-minded companies. But joining AMAC isn't just about the benefits. It's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. Regardless of your age, you can enroll in a 5-year AMAC membership for 47% off. Visit amac.us/SRS today to take advantage of this special offer. AMAC's membership is made up of Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom. We're over 2 million members strong and growing. Their mission is simple: protect the interests of all freedom-loving Americans and offer incredible member benefits. From exclusive discounts on travel insurance and everyday services to supporting strong representation in Washington, D.C., AMAC's here to make a difference in your life and our nation. Visit amac.us/SRS today to join millions of Americans who believe in backing their mission. That's amac.us/SRS. Join AMAC and become a part of a movement that stands for you, your family, and your future.
The second half of basketball season is here, and the race to the playoffs continues on PrizePicks, the best place to cash in on your favorite sports. The app is so simple. Just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Download the PrizePicks app today, use the code ROAM, and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on PrizePicks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in bonus credit just for playing, and it's guaranteed. PrizePicks, run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and and details.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's Disease Research Program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with all service members and their families. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
What secrets do the top athletes have to put them above their competition? Find out on the Ed Milet Show.
What's the difference between Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan or Steph Curry? They're always doing extra.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook, because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
I was choosing alcohol over my family. That's when I made the call. Now I'm finding better ways to cope.
Mental health care works when you make the call. Visit mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
WMAL, making sense of mainstream media because the double standard is real. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Yeah, the extremist, communist, anti-American Slate magazine. The headline, "Why isn't the entire country terrified by the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil?" Yeah, we should have been terrified at the arrest of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and Mohammed Atta. They love radical Islamic jihadi terrorists, and these lefties would be the first ones they'd kill when they take over. They're stupid and suicidal, but violently, criminally insane at the same time. So, got to keep tabs on that stuff. All right, Michael, let's take a phone call and talk to the nice people, the American people. Everyone is going to miss Rosie O'Donnell. Not really, just kidding. All right, let's go to Marty, calling from Appleton, Wisconsin. Marty, you're on the Chris Plant Show. Hey, Marty, I'm great. What do you say?
What do I say? I say the government's too damn busy trying to fix what Biden left us to sit and pretend in Congress that some guy is a woman. Play pretend with you. You want to play pretend, go find somebody and go home and play pretend with your little teacup.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
This is real business here.
Yeah, dressed up in make-believe. They love dressed up in make-believe. And all the boys dress
pervert.
Well, yeah, pervert.
You want to get a cheap thrill to go in the ladies' bathroom. Are you kidding me? Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's you're Marty. You're what we call normal.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, and Democrats. I hope that Appleton, Wisconsin, is full of normal people. Would that be a safe bet, or is that over with too?
No, that's a safe bet. It's mostly red, but there's a libertarian college here, Lawrence University, very, very left. But the majority of Appleton is red.
Well, that's good. Now that you brought up the Democrat member of the House of Representatives who dresses up like a lady, even though he's a man, and the indignation of the Democrats if you should dare to identify him correctly according to biology and science, which the left is against, like that Supreme Court justice, Thanks, Marty.
This is the Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center, 395, a pretty good pace as you come off the Beltway, but hang on up ahead as you come out of Shirlington. We're jammed before the Pentagon, across the 14th Street Bridge, onto the freeway and onto lower 14th Street. Rush hour still in full force on 295 each direction, heading to the inbound Douglas Bridge and 11th Street bridges into town. Beltway Prince George's County crash was on the outer loop as you approach 50, the John Hanson Highway, with those delays back near 214 Central Avenue. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Partly cloudy, a bit cooler today with a high near 70. Mostly cloudy tonight, low 40.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
If you're listening to sports, how the Chiefs react to this loss will be fascinating.
Mixed with pop culture, sprinkled with celebrity interviews.
True or false, Kevin Bacon, for your role in Footloose, you attended classes at a high school. That's true, yeah. Morgan Freeman. What was it like working with Gene Hackman?
He came up in one scene and whispered in my ear, "I'm going to hurt you. I believed him."
And you're enjoying the Rich Eisen Show podcast.
Speaking of podcasts,
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with all service members and their families. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Clarity and context for complex work.
Be far more thorough and specific than ever before.
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
my baby brother, a father.
Come on, it's time for his nap. Whoa, he can't sleep on his stomach. Babies should always sleep on their backs in a safety-approved crib, and the sleep area should be clear of blankets, toys, and other loose or soft items. It reduces the risk of SIDS.
SIDS?
You know, sudden infant death syndrome.
Guess I need to start studying up on safe sleep for little man here. Being his favorite uncle comes with big responsibilities.
For more information, visit safetosleep.nichd.nih.gov. Sponsored by the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development.
When your business information is missing or inconsistent across the internet, search engines won't find you, and customers won't either. Help ensure customers see you and not your competitors. Boost your findability. CumulusBoost.com. CUMULUS Boost.com.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps stand ready to defend the American way of life. The few, the proud, the Marines.
This is my new best friend, Esther. She might look like any normal, playful puppy, but Esther's being raised to become a canine companions for independence assistance dog for a person with a disability. To get there, she needs lots of loving care and attention, plenty of exercise, and good eating habits so that she can live a long and healthy life for her future family. Visit cci.org or call 1-800-572-BARK. Raise a puppy, change a life. You can make a world of difference in the life of a person with a disability.
Jim Rome takes on sports. I've been doing this show for decades and decades and decades.
With rapid fire takes.
Learn how to stop it, learn how to run it, or at least make a good argument. I don't even like to play. I've never fought so hard to defend something I don't like. Scorching debates. You can beef about anything you want. Why are you pushing me?
He's the spitfire of sports smack.
Just so you all know, this is no one-off. This is what we're going to get every single day.
Go, John!
Let's go.
The Jim Rome Show podcast. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Most great thinkers and innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at DonorShoes.org.
Making sense of your world.
This is no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. Here it is.
Mark Levin, weekdays 6 to 9 p.m.
Listen to this, would you?
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headlines, perspective from the voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know. All without having to remember yet another password.
Was that?
Stream your favorite shows, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archives, all with the new WMAL app.
Thank you.
Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected. WMAL, making sense of the border, because laws either matter or they don't. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? I can't.
You can?
Not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
You must have gone to an Ivy League institution or two. Supreme Court Justice, believe it or not, in the United States of America, Ketanji Brown Jackson. What kind of name is Ketanji? Is that an Irish name? Where does that come from, Ketanji? I don't. Where's she come from? Is that like a Missouri name or something? She's Joe Biden's pick to sit on the Supreme Court. She indeed sits on the Supreme Court because Republicans, they don't fight every fight the way that the left does. They'll burn your car dealership if they disagree with you on anything. But she's a woman, so I can identify her correctly as a woman because she's a woman. I can identify them an adult female human. That's a woman. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, she doesn't know what a woman is because she's not a biologist, right? I know what an airplane is, but I'm not a flight engineer. How about that? We should ask her other trick questions. But the Democrats, they've got a dude in the House of Representatives, and they're very, very excited about this dude because they've got Congresswoman, who's actually a congressman, Sarah McBride, who's actually not Sarah McBride at all. Sarah McBride is not Sarah because dude just said, I'm going to start calling myself Sarah now, and I'm going to insist that everyone pretend that I'm a woman, even though I'm not, in defiance of science and biology and culture and all civilizational norms for all of the history of humankind and every culture everywhere on the planet. But the left in the United States in particular, they've pretty much done away with this, even in England, where their Navy is known mostly for buggery. Buggery is a great word, isn't it? It's a fun word, especially with talking about British people. I think it was Winston Churchill said that the British Navy, known for not too many things, but one of them was buggery. Remarkable stuff. But this dude, who goes by the name Sarah McBride, the first openly transgender person elected as a state senator in the United States. And then the Democrats said, hey, we got a cross-dressing tranny Delaware, by the way, Joe Biden's Delaware, where he's got his multi-million-dollar waterfront mansions and his Corvette is parked there and all those classified documents and all that stuff. No problem with the FBI, though. No ambush of him. No staged photographs fed to the media of him. But dude, you see, says, I'm a lady. And everybody's supposed to say, yeah, Sarah McBride is a lady. Sure, that's what's going on. And you go to the pages for this person, and they still say, yeah, Sarah McBride was born in Wilmington, Delaware, and Tim is really Tim McBride. It's another Monty Python moment, isn't it? His name is Tim, but they call him Tim. Now, in this case, his name is Tim, but they call him Sarah, which is definitely a girl's name, a woman's name if you're a grown-up girl. Amazing stuff. But the news media is furious now. NBC fake news, for example. The headline is from last night, Republican adjourns hearing after exchange over misgendering Representative Sarah McBride. Now, let me say that it's first of all, misgendering is not a word. Let's start with that. It's a made-up word. The left has made it up because they've got a lot of mental issues. And NBC fake news has that line: House Republican, singular, adjourns hearing after exchange over misgendering Representative Sarah McBride, who I would say misgenders himself, because every fiber of his being, every cell in his body will correctly identify him as a male. If he were killed in a fiery crash, like a lady pilot was flying your plane and flipped it over and it burned and stuff like that, and your body was charred, crispy critter, and they pull it out, they would examine because we, the patriarchy, you're welcome, Americans, we cracked the genetic code long ago. And so we advanced science by leaps and bounds. And now we know that we can identify from a single cell whether a person is male or female. And this person is male, every fiber of his being. But he says, I'm a lady. And he doesn't really look like a lady, but a House hearing, House of Representatives, the Congress of the United States of America, a House hearing ended abruptly Tuesday after an exchange between a Republican and Democratic committee member over the GOP chair's misgendering of Representative Sarah McBride, born Tim McBride. And so we got that going. At the hearing hosted by the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Europe, Representative Keith Self, a Republican from Texas and a normal person, recognized McBride, Delaware, to speak and misgendered her. I think that NBC just misgendered him, because and we were talking about this, Jasmine and Michael and I were talking about this just a few minutes ago here in the radio studio. I said, listen, if you want to dress up like a lady, knock yourself out. You can go ahead, go to the drag races, have the drag brunch, do whatever you want to do. You're a drag queen, grow a big beard. You can dress in an Arab headdress and threaten to kill all the Jews, because Democrats really love that. And you can do whatever you want. And I was saying to Jasmine and Michael, you can sit, I'm pointing at a chair. I'm doing it now too. You can sit in this chair next to me, dressed like a lady, and, knock yourself out. But you cannot, here's what you cannot do. You cannot order me to live in your delusion, to live inside of your fantasy world. You can live in your fantasy world, because I will recognize your mental illness or whatever your gender problem is. And that's, basically none of my business. But when you make it my business by forcing your madness upon me and all of society and the U.S. Congress, then I'm sorry, I'm going to have to draw the line, because I'm not going to be ordered to live in your fantasy. You can live in your fantasy, and I'll leave you alone. You do whatever you. I've talked about this. I was on the board of my building in Washington, D.C. for many years. We had a transgender dude in our building, like 6'5", 265-pound dude. Sounded like Tony Bennett. Hey, Chris, how are you? So riding the elevator, you tilt the elevator if he's on one side. Big old dude could play in the NFL, and perfectly nice dude. But long hair and breastises, and put dresses on and things like that. And knock yourself out. None of my business. You can do whatever you want, but you can't order me to pretend along with you. That's a bridge too far. So NBC fake news. At the hearing hosted by Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Europe, Representative Keith Self recognized McBride, a dude pretending to be a lady, to speak, and misgendered her, referred to him as him correctly and accurately, biologically, scientifically, because he's not Ketanji Brown Jackson. He does know what a woman is. And the Democrats became so angry because they pound the table and they're spitting mad, their mental illness on not just display, but parade. And they demand angrily that you pretend along with them. And I'm not going to do that. You can tell me you're 8 feet tall and you can slam dunk, but you're 5 feet tall and you're never going to slam dunk. And you can't tell me that you're 8 feet tall and that you're slam dunking when you're not. So now I recognize the representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride. Mr. McBride. Without missing a beat, McBride responded by thanking Self and referring to him as Madam Chair. See, because he's a man. So dude who dresses like a lady, I'm going to misgender you. I recognize that you're a man, and I'm going to deliberately misgender you by calling you Madam Chair. I'm not a madam, I'm a concierge. So the committee's top Democrat, Congressman Bill Keating, naturally of Massachusetts, then interjected and actually demanded that Republican Congressman Self to repeat his remarks. So I've got the audio for you. Let's play it here, because here it is when Democrats show up, a man dressed like a lady, and the Democrats are so proud. We have the first openly, they love to say openly, transgender, like there have been a lot of cross-dressing members of Congress in the past, like J. Edgar Hoover or something. I'm a Mary, and who was not in Congress, but never mind that. He is buried in the Congressional Cemetery in Washington. But here was the exchange yesterday on Capitol Hill with the Democrats parading their mental illnesses.
I now recognize the representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Keating, also wonderful.
Mr. Chairman,
Could you repeat your introduction again, please?
yes, it's a
Democrat interjecting.
We have set the standard on the floor of the House, and I'm simply.
What is that standard, Mr. Chairman?
Science.
Would you repeat what you just said when you introduced a duly elected representative from the United States of America? Please.
The representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Mr. Peanut.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order.
I'm out of order.
Mr. Chairman, have you no decency? I mean, I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not decent.
We will continue this.
You cannot continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
The right way. That's what I've done.
This hearing is adjourned.
You're out of here. Just get out. So he's like, you're like, you people are mentally ill. You people are crazy. You people deny science. You deny biology. You deny millennia of culture. You deny reality. And look, and let me repeat for these morons from Massachusetts and Delaware. I'm fine with you living in your delusion. I'm leave you, I promise you, unmolested, because I'm not with TSA or anything, but isn't that amazing? So the Democrat becomes furious. The Massachusetts Gesundheit Democrat becomes furious. And that's it. I will not allow this because we're playing dress up and make believe, and everyone has to live in our fantasy with us.
Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency?
Have you no decency? I love that. Just stay out of the little girl's locker room, would you? And I think on Capitol Hill on the Democrat side, they probably do have a little girl's locker room, don't they? I think they must. So that was a great moment great moments in congressional history. Dun, dun, dun. And the Democrat Party, they're the party of cross-dressers, and they'll fight you. They'll argue with you about it. And Ketanji Brown Jackson still doesn't know what a woman is. They don't know what science is. They don't know what biology is. We cracked the genetic code long ago. You're welcome. The patriarchy is great. We love science. The left is anti-science. They're anti-biology. They're anti-history. They're anti-Western civilization. They are unwell, very, very unwell. So I've got to say good for Congressman Keith Self, S-E-L-F, the Republican from Texas, who recognized Mr. McBride, all right, and introduced the recognized representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride. And they couldn't be more furious about this because, you're playing dress up. And that's okay. And I got to ask, have you had the surgery? Have you had the chop, fizz? Is your genitalia in a mayonnaise jar on Funkin' Wagnall's front porch since noon yesterday? Honestly, what are we supposed to pretend? You want to pretend that Israel is the bad guy? They're doing that today too. Israel is the villain. Israel is the bad guy. And Hamas, they're the good guys. This is today's Democrat Party. They couldn't be more like Nazis. In Germany in the 1930s, cross-dressing was very big. They made that Joel Grey movie. What's that called? Cabaret. Made that Cabaret movie. And they dance around and sing funny tunes and all that stuff. Just amazing stuff. And the media very upset. The Representative Sarah McBride, also known as Tim, misgendered by Republican congressman during House hearing. That's a headline in the Delaware newspaper because Dude is from Delaware dressing like a lady. Fox News. GOP lawmaker calls trans Dem, quote, Mr. McBride, end quote, abruptly ends hearing after ultimatum from another Dem. They've always got demands and ultimatums, don't they? Or are those ultimata, the plural of ultimatums? These people, they are not well at all. Politico, House hearing ends with heated exchange, only because of the mental illness of the Democrat Party. Amazing stuff. And exchange over how to address transgender member. Well, speaking of members, I have a follow-up question, because I think that goes to what we're talking about here, doesn't it? Wah, wah, wah. The Democrat Party, they've got a lot of issues. One of them is a member issue. What? What are you talking about? The latest eruption of Republican hostility toward Representative Sarah McBride. It's not Republican hostility. Tim is a man. And if you're not a man, I think we need some proof. And if you have a surgically implanted organ that is not yours, that doesn't actually make you a woman. That's not what a woman is. A woman is not Frankenstein's genital monster. And you people need psychological help. We're not going to play along with your little fantasy. We're going to tell the truth. I know you're anti-truth, but maybe Big Pharma can help you people.
Someone call me Tim.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. Late delays continue on 395 northbound for the Pentagon. So you're coming out of Shirlington, watch for the brake lights, solid across the inbound 14th Street Bridge. This keeps southbound George Washington Parkway slow to merge onto the 14th Street Bridge as well. Outer loop into Silver Springs, still below speed, but your travel lanes are open. And the southbound side of the Fairfax County Parkway jammed to the work zone approaching Pope's Head Road. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Partly cloudy, a bit cooler today with high near 70, mostly cloudy tonight, low 40.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
Hi, I'm Joe Salciha, host of the Stacks and Benjamin Show. We are diving into what should be in your little emergency go bag. What goes into your financial go bag? Passport, driver's license, social security card, cash out of cards, my wallet.
The most important thing, your master password.
Oh, gee, just gave us the guns. That's all he needs.
Meeting device.
Come and get them. You never knew personal finance could be this fun. What's a big can of Colt 45 cost?
Here's anonymous. 315. Dr. Pepper.
Stack and Benjamins. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Making sense of the media.
The news media is attacking them because this is what happens when you're a Republican.
Chris Plant, weekday 9 to noon.
Yeah, our news media, Billy.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Making sense of your world on the go. Stream your favorite show, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archive, all with the new WMAL app.
This is for you.
Get the WMAL app on Google Play or the Apple App Store and stay connected.
Hi, I'm Jamie McMurray, professional race car driver here with cab driver Artie.
Professional cab driver.
Sorry, professional cab driver Artie. Drinking responsibly is knowing your limits. If you are over yours, ask Artie or someone like Artie to get you home safely. To learn more about drinking responsibly, go to beforeyoudrink.org.
So, think I could take your number 26 Crown Royal race car for a spin?
Did you get out of there?
Be a champion. Drink responsibly. This message has been brought to you by the Century Council.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Making sense of Washington.
So it happened again? Is that what you're telling me? Yet another guest of this program now has a job in the Trump administration.
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
The Trump transition team spending a lot of time on WMAL.com looking at all of the guests who have appeared on this program, which does bring a smile to my face. I do like that good people are getting good jobs.
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. For a local news source you can trust, visit WMAL.com.
Thank God for that.
Get the day's top stories, stream your favorite WMAL show, access our podcast archives, and more. WMAL.com. Making sense of your world online. Maybe kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation delivers happiness through gaming, toy deliveries, and more to hospitals across the country. Learn more at starlight.org.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at donorshoes.org.
Making sense of your morning.
Lots of coverage here on that developing story.
O'Connor and Company, weekday mornings from 5 to 9.
Larry O'Connor here getting you through your morning.
Making sense of Washington.
Asking some very specific questions, some legitimate questions.
Making sense of the double standard.
Then here's the latest example.
Making sense of the headlines.
Let me break it down for you, because there's plenty to break down here.
O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor. Mornings from 5 to 9. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news. WMAL, making sense of party politics, because somebody's got to hold their feet to the fire. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Ah, yes. Well, at least they hate Jews and want to wipe Israel off the face of the earth, just like the Nazis and the jihadis. But what's the difference? Our Democrat Party is. We should come up with. We should go to Big Pharma, see if they can come up with the cocktail of drugs that would bring all these mental people back into the fold. Not that we really want them in the fold. Also, did you see California hit by two earthquakes? It's unclear whether the earthquakes are related to Rosie O'Donnell leaving the state. Possible that she was getting on a Gulfstream jet or something, and boom, 7.8 on the Richter scale. Let's grab a phone call, Michael. Let's go to Greg calling from Rockville, Maryland. Gregory, you're on the Chris Plant Show. Thanks, Greg.
One thing real quick, NBA players need to talk about fighting against the league that along with $40 million current season. Even when the investment on not a lot of it's just peak entitlement. I mean, I don't know how much more entitled you can get if you think you can strike against an employer that still isn't making money and is subsidized by the NBA. The NBA itself is not really, going, gangbusters right now, especially after all the political stuff that they did.
Right.
I just wondered if you had seen that headline.
Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah, and people really don't care. You're right, though. Fans, here's the headline out of the Daily Mail in the United Kingdom. Fans rip Angel Reese over her performance after a star threatens to strike over lack of WNBA pay raise. And they don't understand capitalism. They don't understand free markets. They're not in favor of capitalism or free markets. But Reese, who is playing in the 3-on-3 league ahead of the WNBA season in May, she recently threatened to boycott to boycott, right, the WNBA. If the league doesn't meet the players' demands, always demands again, it's never required. So it's not negotiated, it's always demands. They always think they've got a gun to somebody's head and they're threatening. Listen, Angel, if the WNBA were canceled today, practically no one would notice outside of your family, and no one would care.
WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station, making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9. News now.
News at 10. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Matthews. The U.S. has Ukraine at the table. Now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will try to get Russia to accept a ceasefire.
We're going to bring it to them directly. We're going to say that Ukraine is prepared to stop all battlefield activity.
But Rubio was asked if the U.S. is prepared to pressure Russia if they don't want to negotiate.
If they say no, then obviously we'll have to examine everything and sort of figure out where we stand in the world and what their true intentions are. I think it'll be, if they say no, it'll tell us a lot.
President's Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff is expected in Moscow in the coming days. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Inflation cooled in February, even more than expected.
The consumer price index rose just.
I can always depend on Paul coming and giving me a cyberspace blowjob. It feels good every fucking. And I just showered. I knew I was doing the right thing.
Will consider lowering interest rates again. Inflation.
You're pathetic, Paul. You really are.
CPI peaked with a 9.2%
fucking moron, you fat fucker.
2022. The highest pace in nearly 41 years. Janico Solda, Fox News.
New security videos emerged from the Dominican Republic resort where a Loudoun County college student disappeared last week. It shows Sudisha Konanki and a group of friends walking to the beach in the early morning hours of March 6th. The video then shows 4 friends returning to the hotel about an hour later, but the 20-year-old student and another man were not seen with them on security cameras. The man told police they were swimming and got caught in a wave, and then he fell asleep on the beach. Authorities in the Dominican have said he is not considered a suspect. Right now, the investigation is being treated as an accident. It's believed she drowned. 7 News' Adam Longo. Now that the House has passed a stopgap budget bill on a party line vote, it's up to the Senate to do the same with the Saturday shutdown looming. It's not clear whether the Senate will amend the House version that cuts D.C.'s current budget by more than $1 billion. Cuts it would immediately slash spending across the board. The proposed bill could remove more than $350 million in funding from public and charter schools right in the middle of the school year. That same bill could also impact the D.C. Fire Department to the tune of $38 million. And Metro Transit, well, it could lose $216 million. It doesn't end there. The Metropolitan Police Department could lose $75 million. 7 News' John Gonzalez. Maryland seeing its own share of budget troubles. Its spending gap now up to $3.3 billion. Despite that, the House has passed the signature blueprint education bill without accepting any of Governor Westmore's proposed spending cuts. And Senate President Bill Ferguson is warning residents to brace for a recession that he largely blames on the federal budget cuts. U.S. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger's retiring again after almost 4 years on the job.
Manger took over just 7 months after the January 6th Capitol attack. He's served nearly 5 decades in law enforcement and was also chief of police for Montgomery and Fairfax counties. His last day is May 2nd.
7 News' Michelle Marsh. The Dow is down 153 points, but the Nasdaq's up 185. Up next, traffic and weather.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available for TurboTax Live.
Hey y'all, it's Caitlin and Kane Brown here with Wayfair. As a growing family, one of our favorite things is Game Night Wayfair Edition.
Let's do it. You got to name as many Wayfair furniture and decor categories as you can. Ready? Go.
Bookshelves, beds, ottomans, outdoor seating, bookshelves, kitchen tables, garden sheds, mid-century modern lamps.
Time. Nice. You got 9 out of a lot. Not too bad. Keep practicing by visiting wayfair.com, where you can shop every style for every home.
Wayfair, style, every home.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflush.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflush.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflush.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflush.com.
WMAL traffic and weather, Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
The beltway now of the inner loop, pre-zone 210 across the Wilson Bridge over toward Telegraph Road into Virginia. Then the inner loop slows from Route 7 up to Georgetown Pike on the way up toward the American Legion Bridge. On the outer loop at Route 1 in College Park, earlier accident out of the way, still pretty slow as you head toward College Park on the outer loop. And after that, the delays continue on the outer loop at the Beltway from 95 in College Park around to just before Connecticut Avenue, where an earlier accident was cleared away. Outer loop at the Beltway also slow from Old Georgetown Road to the GW Parkway. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Partly cloudy, not as warm today with highs in the mid-60s. Mostly cloudy overnight. We'll have a low around 40. Tomorrow, clouds turn to sunshine with a high of 60. It is 55 at Reagan National. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
Hello, President Trump. We're going to buy I'm going to buy. And I'm going to buy because, number one, it's a great product, as good as it gets. And number two, because this man has devoted his energy and his life to doing this. So I think he's been treated very unfairly by a very small group of people.
Yes, President Trump yesterday with Elon Musk taking delivery on his new Tesla automobile. The Democrats want to shoot bullet holes through it and then set it on fire, which will put a lot of smoke in the air and pollute the atmosphere because they're the left. Go like this. Bam. It is one of those rips that just makes you go like this, isn't it? Bad to the bone. President Trump is an important environmentalist. He's buying an electric vehicle, supporting the electric vehicle industry. Democrats are out there setting them on fire, electric vehicles, because almost every Democrat is violently, criminally insane. At least that would appear to be the case. Speaking of environmentalism, I was having fun this morning going back and forth with actually my building manager, Mark, who's a good guy, pro-American. He's on Team America, and that's a good thing. That's a real good thing. And he shared with me this morning a piece from the British Broadcasting Corporation, the BBC, and the story is out of Brazil. What do we keep in Brazil, Michael? What do we? Oh yeah, the rainforest. The rainforest. It's a foresty area where it rains a lot. It's very moist, and a lot of stuff grows. And the Democrats like to say that when they cry, they're always crying about something ridiculous, and that they haven't killed the Jews fast enough or something. They're building rail spurs, I think, the Democrats, but they're always crying. Oh, they're the lungs of the world. It's the rainforest, the lungs of the world. And now the British Broadcasting Corporation has a great story today because they have this annual conference they call COP, right? COP, because they're going to cop a squat in the rainforest or whatever it is they're doing. But the COP 30 is later this year, and it's being held in Brazil. And it's the environmentalists gather, and they usually fly in on Gulfstream jets, beautiful jets made in Georgia, USA. You're welcome. And greatest private jet in the world, other than Boeing jets, the really big ones. But never mind that. The Gulfstream jet's wonderful. And they all fly into usually John Kerry shows up, Frankenstein. They call him Boltneck. His nickname is Boltneck, and his code name in the government security business is Boltneck. They call him Boltneck. Boltneck is on the move. Boltneck is moving. And he's usually his wife's private jet. I think they have two private jets, right? John Kerry. And he said, remember, he explained that he has to use private jets because his work is important when he flies around the world and lectures other people about polluting by driving 4-cylinder vehicles a couple of miles to work in the morning. And he lectures everybody about that while he flies in 2-engine private jets and 4-engine private jets.
On that issue, pollution, I understand that you came here with a private jet. Is that an environmental way to travel?
If you offset your carbon, it's the only choice for somebody like me who is traveling the world to win this battle.
Right. It's the only way to travel. If you offset, so he takes his wife's money and gives the money to a left-wing group or left-wing groups, and then the left-wing groups say, oh, you've bought offsets, wink, wink, and then they steal your car and burn your Tesla. But here's the story from the BBC this morning. Amazon forest felled. That's the only context in which you use the word felled. That means that you cut a tree down, you cut down 100 trees, you felled the trees, right? Amazon forest felled to build road for climate summit. Now that makes sense, doesn't it? That's good stuff. A new 4-lane highway, a four-lane highway. It's not a 2-lane highway. It's not a 1-lane. Then you could just build an airstrip. Then you could all fly your private jets in there. Then you wouldn't have to. But listen to this. A new 4-lane highway cutting through tens of thousands of acres of protected Amazon rainforest is being built. Why is it being built, Chris? For the COP30 climate summit in the Brazilian city of Belém. They should change the name to Bedlam. Belem doesn't quite capture it anymore. It aims to ease traffic to the city. Well, that's what all 4-lane highways aim to do everywhere you go. Hey, why'd you build this 4-lane highway through the rainforest? Well, we're looking to ease traffic so we can all drive our cars, maybe electric cars made by Elon Musk, the world's #1 electric car maker. But it aims to ease traffic to the city, as though we don't know why people build highways. Isn't that amazing? Which will host more than 50,000 people, including world leaders, at the conference in November. The state government there in Brazil touts the highway as sustainable. It's sustainable. So they're going to, that means you have to put like a concrete bed down, steel reinforced concrete bed, and then the asphalt over the top of that. That's a sustainable 4-lane highway, you see. They say it's sustainable. It has sustainable credentials. But some locals and conservationists are outraged at the environmental impact. The Amazon plays a vital role in absorbing carbon for the world and providing biodiversity. They love this biodiversity thing. They use the words, but they don't know what they mean. And many say this deforestation contradicts the very purpose of the climate summit. So I'm slapping my forehead with the heel of my hand. Wait a minute. You think that contradicts building a 4-lane highway? But wait, there's more. Along the partially built road, lush rainforest towers on either side, a reminder of what was once there. Logs are piled high in the cleared land, which stretches more than 8 miles through the rainforest to Belém. It's an 8-mile-long 4-lane highway. Why are you tearing down 8 miles of rainforest building a 4-lane highway? Well, because we're environmentalists. We're having an environmental summit to talk about how important we are to the environment. And that's why we're building the 8-mile long 4-lane highway through the rainforest. Here's an aerial photo of the logs, the trees that they have felled, piled high over here. I think they'll make nice tables and things like that. They'll probably just burn them, though, because you know how they are. Diggers and machines carve through the rainforest floor, paving over wetland to surface the road, which will cut through a protected area. Don't you know who they are? These are the most important environmentalists in the world. And they need a nice new 4-lane highway through the rainforest to get to their very important environmental COP30 summit. And this is obviously a stain on the conscience of people that are capable of thinking their way out of a paper bag. Just amazing. Claudio Verquet lives about 200 meters from, it's a BBC story, they use meters, from where the road will be. He used to make an income from harvesting acai berries from trees that once occupied the space. Everything was destroyed, he says, gesturing at the clearing. Our harvest has already been cut down. We no longer have that income to support our family. And then they died. Then the whole family died. It's very sad. Very sad story. Right? They haven't died yet, but it's early. They're still paving the road. He worries the construction of this road will lead to more deforestation in the future now that the area is more accessible for businesses. Our fear is that one day someone will come here and say, here's some money. We need this area to build a gas station. Well, of course, you need charging stations so the Democrats can burn them. The Democrats will fly down there in Gulfstream jets with John Kerry and some of them. They'll set the charging stations for electric vehicles on fire. And then we're going to need to drill for more oil and have to. And this is now, they won't let you take over an area in Alaska. That's 2,000 acres in Alaska. And the ANWR, right, the Arctic Wildlife, and because the Democrats won't let you develop that area that is 1/6 the size of Dulles Airport in Alaska, which is larger than Western Europe. And the Democrats, they're very protective of this. That those 2,000 acres very important. But here they are, an 8-mile long 4-lane highway to get to an environmental summit in a city that you can already get to. Aren't they amazing? More deforestation in the future. They're going to come, they're going to put in gas stations. They're going to need to build a warehouse, says the man who used to collect his acai berries. Here's a picture of him. He looks very sad because he says, we were born and raised here in the community. So he's the community, isn't it? They love that word. Where are we going to go? Maybe New York. I don't know. Do you hate Jews? Because, they hate Jews in New York. Also, Rosie O'Donnell moving to Ireland. That's pretty funny. Ireland right now is one of the most anti-Semitic countries in the world. And Rosie's moving there because Trump or something like that. Maybe she put her cabbage where her mouth is, which is pretty rare for these people. His community won't be connected to the road, given it has walls on either side. There are walls. They're good with that. Not along the U.S. Southern border, where there child sex trafficking and the drug trafficking is going on. The Democrats will lay down in front of trains to prevent that from happening because of the mental illness that is the Democrat Party. For us who live on the side of the highway, there will be no benefits. There will be benefits for the trucks that will pass through. If someone gets sick and needs to go to the center of Bellum, we won't be able to use it. They won't be able to use the 4-lane highway. They've cutting down the rainforest so they can have an environmental summit. No sense of irony for these people. She needs a bag full of fentanyl, doesn't she? She there. These people are unwell. Professor Sylvia Sardina, she wildlife vet and researcher at the University Animal Hospital that overlooks the site of the new highway. She and her team rehabilitate wild animals with injuries predominantly caused by human or vehicle violence, you see. And once healed, they release them back into the wild. Something she says will be harder if there is a highway on their doorstep. From the moment of deforestation, there's a loss. Now, I mean, these people, they really, the mental illness of these people, pretty amazing stuff. All right, let's, speaking of environmentalists, let's go to Rosie O'Donnell because she announced that she's leaving the United States and she's not coming back. She's going to Ireland. And I don't know how we apologize to Ireland enough, but Ireland's got some pretty crazy left-wing leadership right now. In fact, their leader is in the United States right now. And they don't like the Jews in Ireland, so they should stay in New York. They could join the jihadis there. I'll get to that because that's pretty wackadoodle stuff. But when do you hear this Rosie O'Donnell fleeing the United States and moving to poor Ireland, long-suffering Ireland, the potato famine, Bloody Sunday, and Rosie O'Donnell. You know that this country, the United States of America, was built on hard work. Thank you very much. Whether you're standing long hours, running errands, chasing the kids all over the place, just doing your part to keep the world turning on its axis, you shouldn't have to deal with fatigue and foot pain and ankle pain. And that's where G-Defy shoes come in. G-Defy shoes, built with a patented VersaShock technology. The Federal Trade Commission has authorized G-Defy to tell you and me and everybody that these shoes help to relieve minor occasional pain associated with walking and running and prolonged periods of standing. G-Defy shoes also help to absorb harmful shock. They align your body, improve your biomechanics, and return energy with every step that you take. My best girl and I, we've each got pairs of G-Defy shoes. They provided us with these wonderful shoes. They make your arches feel great after a long walk. Your feet feel better than before you started. You get 50% off right now. Any order of $120 or more because you hang with me. And all you have to do is text my name, Chris, to 91888, and you're going to get 50% off. Or you can go to Al Gore's Amazing Internet to gdefy.com. Use the code Chris there to save 50% off your order of $120 or more. With G-Defy's 60-day risk-free trial, you got nothing to lose and everything to win. Message and data rates apply. Yeah, Rosie O'Donnell, she's fleeing the United States. Yay! I got a bunch of fun stuff for you coming up on that. And then the jihadis in New York, they call themselves Democrats. They hate the Jews. They dress like terrorists out of, Lawrence of Arabia. Attack that Turkish train before the day ends. And we are at 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Hey, y'all. As a growing family, my husband and I love game night, especially when it's Wayfair edition.
Let's do it. You got to name as many Wayfair furniture and decor categories as you can. Ready? Go.
Sofas, bar stools, beds, ottomans, outdoor seating, bookshelves, kitchen tables, garden sheds, mid-century modern lamps.
Time.
Excuse me. Now, this is William Hayden. I can do that.
Keep track of our visit at Wayfair.com. You can shop every style, every home.
Checking out basketball season is here, and the race to the playoffs continues on Prize Picks, the best place to cash in on your favorite sports. The app is so simple. Just pick more or less on at least two players, spread out 1,000 times your cash. Download the Prize Picks app today, use the code ROAM, and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in bonus credit just for playing, and it's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Want to get some good discounted food and dining options? Reliable roadside assistance, preferred credit card offers, and fraud protection. Check out AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. No matter what your age is, you can take advantage of the services they provide for either yourself or your family, and have confidence that their partners stand behind the vision our nation's founders had to enrich the lives of all Americans through goods and services offered by Lincoln.
Come up tomorrow. I'll come up and Thank you.
Now tax is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Credit Karma and TurboTax.
Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Parent-teacher conferences can be tricky. I know, I'm a father of 3, but I've come to learn that they can be invaluable, not just academically, but in getting to know your kid as a whole person. Think about it. They spend more waking time at school than they do at home with you. School is a big part of their lives. So the experts we talked to recommended approaching any conversation with your child's teacher as curious, not furious. Remember, no teacher goes into this profession for the money and the glory, said award-winning journalist and author Jennifer Brahimi Wallace. Teachers are there because they have a mission, she said. And that mission is to invest in your child. So meet them there with that assumption. And just like any important conversation in your life, you should try to do more listening than talking. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at DonorShoes.org.
Blowing out your birthday candles should be easy, but if you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
Michael Rosenbaum and his Smallville co-stars take you behind the scenes of one of the greatest shows of all time.
Talkville.
I just had a flashback.
Tom Welling's here.
We're going to do a podcast
Throughout the year, we've got a lot of season ahead of us.
It's good fan stuff. Yeah, there was some good stuff. Show. This is good stuff. Yeah, on Smallville. Like first time they've seen the guy ball. That's hard. I thought it was pretty dark. It's Talkville.
We're pumped.
The Smallville Rewatch Podcast.
You got to be a part of it.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Making sense of Washington.
So it happened again? Is that what you're telling me? Yet another guest of this program now has a job in the Trump administration.
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
The Trump transition team spending a lot of time on WML.com looking at all of the guests who have appeared on this program, which does bring a smile to my face. I do like
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. WMAL, making sense of the economy, because it's your money and your retirement. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
All right, Rosie O'Donnell, did she cause the earthquakes in Los Angeles by leaving California? Remains to be seen. Yeah, 2 earthquakes in less than 3 hours. Rosie O'Donnell related quakes. Let's go to the telephones, man. Then when do you hear these Democrats on the jihadi in New York? Oh no, you can't arrest the jihadi just because he's a jihadi. He's dedicated to an organization that is calling for the total destruction of Western civilization. Speaking of which, I have an update on Ireland as well. Speaking of the destruction of Western civilization that the left is implementing. Let's go to Phil. Let's go to Phil calling from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Phil, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Look, Barbara,
Department of Homeland Security. I never liked the idea of the creation of the Department of Homeland Security. It was just a bureaucratic response to a failure of the bureaucracy after the attacks of September 11th and 2001. Hey, we failed. Let's create a new bureaucracy that'll be the new failure next time around. And listen, you're right. We do need to find these. And if you're going around firebombing with Molotov cocktails, born of the Bolshevik Revolution in St. Petersburg in 1917, you're right. We need to capture these firebombing terrorists, and they're shooting up Tesla dealerships, too, because Democrats hate.
This is the Chris Plant Show. WMAL FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. 5.9. News now.
WMAL News at 10:30. Good morning. I'm John Matthews. The European Union's announced retaliatory trade action in response to President Trump's tariffs on steel and aluminum imports, adding further strain to what was already a tense transatlantic relation after Washington warned Europe it'll have to take care of its own security in the future. The EU has placed new duties on U.S. industrial and farm products. A bit of good economic news. Inflation slowed last month for the first time since September. The consumer price index increased 2.8% in February from a year ago. That's down from 3% the previous month. The decline's larger than economists expected. President Trump's dream of a Greenland takeover took a shot in that country's elections. A party that favors independence from Denmark won a surprise victory Tuesday in parliamentary elections. The center-right party says it's for Greenlanders to decide the future of the territory. Traffic and weather next.
This report is sponsored by Rocket. Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need, all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com, the new home for all things home ownership. Rocket, own the dream.
Firshorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Eastbound on I-66, the accident is after Route 50 Fair Oaks before 123 in the left center lane, and that is causing delays as you head from the Fairfax County Parkway to the accident scene as you move way over to the right, way over to the left to get past the activity there. Around the Beltway, the outer loop is still slow from 95 in College Park around to Georgia Avenue in Silver Spring, and then from just after the 270 spur across the Legion Bridge down to the work zone after the toll road. 270 spur is very slow, trying to get down to that slow traffic on the outer loop. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAO Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Partly cloudy with the high of 66, 56 at Reagan National. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hi, I'm Joe Salcihi, host of the Stacking Benjamin Show. We are diving into what should be in your little emergency go bag. What goes into your financial go bag? Passport, driver's license, social security card, cash out of cards, my wallet.
The most important thing, your master password.
OG just gave us the guns. That's all he needs. Come and get them. You never knew personal finance could be this fun. What's a big can of Colt 45 cost?
Doctors Anonymous.
$3.50. Dr. Pepper. Stacking Benjamins. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Blowing out your birthday candles should be easy, but if you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
School absences are often due to the absence of necessary resources. But when Communities in Schools is present, students are connected to the support they need to show up ready to learn.
I haven't even had breakfast yet. I was thinking about just going and getting a sandwich instead of making something.
Doing this show for decades and decades and decades
With rapid fire takes,
learn how to stop it, learn how to run it, or at least make a good argument. I don't even like to play. I don't even fight so hard to defend something I don't like. You can beef about anything you want. Why are you pushing me?
He's the spitfire of sports smack.
Just so you all know, this is no one-off. This is what we're going to get every single day.
Let's go, John! Let's go! The Jim Show podcast. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving?
Tell us at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Every 15 seconds, someone is diagnosed with cancer. If it's happened to you or someone you love, the American Cancer Society can help at every step of the journey. Visit cancer.org today.
75 years of research,
75 years of policy,
75 years of opportunity,
75 years of freedom.
this is 75 years of the Muscular Dystrophy Association.
Join us at mda75.org.
WMAL, making sense of the markets, because generational wealth doesn't build itself. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
All right, now, Rosie O'Donnell, you know Rosie O'Donnell. She, 21 years ago, was in a movie called The Flintstones. And she wasn't even Wilma Flintstone. She was Betty Rubble. That is, I think, the number 4 person in The Flintstones in 1994. That's another century. Hollywood is a funny place, isn't it? You can hand in one really incredibly mediocre performance, and decades later, you're still dining out on that stuff. Hollywood, and you think she flies private because it's so ridiculous, isn't it? And then complains about the environment. But in any case, she is fleeing the United States of America, which is kind of crazy because. Well, she's, putting her cabbage where her mouth is and leaving the United States. So many Democrats say, oh, Trump wins, I'm going to leave the United States. And here we are months later. She's announcing with a great fanfare that she's leaving the United States. And nobody's unhappy about it. Everybody's absolutely fine with all of this. But the reality is Ireland, this is kind of a funny thing. Ireland has historically been one of the whitest places in the world, one of the whitest countries in the world. But they have lefties there, and they opened their borders and about 20 years ago. And the place is very different now, very different now. The Fox News people last year, May 12th of 2024, had a story. Here's why Ireland is at boiling point over mass immigration. They don't want, Rosie O'Donnell coming in. Immigration into Ireland has more than doubled over the last 20 years, with 22% of the population now made up of non-citizens. Non-citizens. Now, that's not a racial reference because you could be English or Welsh or Danish or all kinds of things from the neighborhood. The Irish government's unwavering commitment to housing and feeding an unprecedented influx of migrants in the wake of a severe housing and cost of living crisis has brought the Irish electorate to a boiling point, again, just under a year ago. It has many similarities to the migrant crisis in the United States. Well, but probably not 11 million illegal aliens walking to no Venezuelan gangs, I'm guessing, but amazing stuff. Hundreds of protests in towns across Ireland have sprung up around the country with people calling on the government to end what they say is an open borders globalist agenda that is putting the needs of migrants ahead of its citizens, many of whom are struggling to pay for everyday items and unable to buy or rent homes as Ireland's homeless numbers skyrocket. Now, that is pretty crazy. Several high-profile crimes linked to migrants have also driven fear. They always say it's fear. It's not fear. It's noticing the crime, and a rational response is to say, hey, how do we put an end to the rampant crime? That's what sane and rational cultures do. Into the native citizenry, culminating in the shocking knife attacks on young children and their teacher by an Algerian-born Irish citizen in November that triggered rioting and looting in the nation's capital. It's funny how people from other places are more likely to commit crazy crimes. Why is that? Could be cultural. How could that be? Those who want immigration laws enforced and numbers reduced say they're being ignored by the political establishment. So it is interesting that they've gone from being an Irish culture, and then say, hey, you got liberals, and they organize and they get elected and they steal everything, and they steal elections, and then they say, let's open the borders and let people pour in here from Algeria and stab our children to death. And then they say, well, we're good liberals. It's what we do. That's what we have going on here. Amazing stuff. You people. All right, let's go to Ireland, because Ireland now, it just got worse because Rosie O'Donnell has announced that she is fleeing the United States of America, and she is going to Ireland. Isn't that terrible? Why? Well, because Donald Trump. And the headlines like The Hill in Washington, Rosie O'Donnell moves to Ireland. Quote, heartbreaking to see what's happening in U.S. Well, now that you're leaving, things have gotten a little bit better. And that's Rosie O'Donnell. It's heartbreaking for her to see what's happening in the U.S. The Seattle Times, Rosie O'Donnell becomes latest comedian. She's a comedian now, to leave the U.S. after Trump's reelection. And there she is. She's pretty amazing. Awful, just an awful, terrible person. Rosie O'Donnell reveals she's moved to Ireland in wake of Trump election, Rolling Stone magazine 7 hours ago. So let's go to Rosie, number 19. She is, honestly, the Trump administration is just making things better everywhere you look. We've got bloated, corpulent, radical, left-wing, spoiled brat millionairesses fleeing the United States of America. And they literally, the language they're using is self-deporting, which is pretty great, self-deporting. Rosie O'Donnell flees U.S. after Trump win, won't return until it's, quote, safe for all citizens to have equal rights. When she says, so she means Venezuelan gang members and Jordanian jihadis who actually live in, where's it, Algeria? I think he lives in Mahmoud Khalil lives in Algeria, but he came to the United States to get an Ivy League education because figured that way they'll really be revving up the gas chambers pretty soon, like the left of the Socialist Workers Party of Adolf Hitler. Here is Rosie O'Donnell fleeing the United States.
Well, hey everybody, it's me, Rosie O'Donnell.
Who cares?
Star of the Flintstones.
Star of the Flintstones.
Tuesday all day, as my nana would say.
Clever.
And I'm here in Ireland.
Tuesday all day.
It's beautiful and warm. Not physically, it's actually quite cold. And when, it is safe for all citizens to have equal rights there in America. That's when we will consider coming back.
Did I hear in the middle of that sentence? I think she might have leaned up and on one side of the chair, because I heard some kind of a noise there that sounded a little like an MSNBC host. That was kind of weird.
It is safe for all citizens to have equal rights there in America.
You hear that? You hear that? That's as a digestive response from Rosie. Hey, put down the cheeseburger over there. What's she eating now? Ireland, not known for their cuisine, but there it is. Until it's safe for people to have rights. She means jihadis and gang members, the open border crowd that she's fled here because it's too dangerous in California. It might burn. The Venezuelan gangs might leave her alone too. They'd see her and say, we'll go to the next house, because that's Rosie O'Donnell. She's fleeing the United States, and digestive malady in there. That's kind of, I don't know if we can amplify that or if we want to, but
there.
You hear that? That's now I don't think that was entirely internal either. Man, oh man, don't light a flame near her, because Rosie O'Donnell has been sparring with President Trump since 2006. Really, I hadn't noticed. And now the frequent Trump critic, it's good if you're going to have critics, this is the kind you want, has confirmed she fled the country after his return to the Oval Office. There's one other, who is it, Smelling Degenerate, moved to England, I think, right? I think that's right. The comedian said she's living in Ireland and is in the process of applying for Irish citizenship. So maybe it's not too late to stop that. It's been pretty wonderful, I have to say. And I love the part, it's warm. And then she says, well, not physically. Because that makes a lot of sense. Now, wait a minute. You even moved to Ireland, which is a famously cold, damp country on the Irish Sea. And she says it's warm. Well, not warm, but the opposite of warm.
Warm, not physically. It's actually quite cold.
Naturally. It's warm in Ireland. Well, not physically. Well, warm is a reference to a physical characteristic. But there it is. It's been pretty wonderful. She's 62 years old, but looks older. And in a TikTok video, people have been so loving. Well, it's just the getting to know you phase. So kind and so welcoming. And I'm very grateful. She says she's always been a genius. We've made fun of her here on our humble radio show for many years now. The Chris Plant Show. That's what we call it. We call it the Chris Plant Show. And here she was after the radical Islamic jihadi terror attacks on the United States of America, which the Democrat Party now embraces. They love that word embrace, too, don't they? And Rosie O'Donnell, after the attacks on September 11th, she was a conspiracy theorist. She said, oh, no, it wasn't the planes. The U.S. government, George Bush, blew up the World Trade Center. They had wired the stairwells with explosives to collapse those two towers. Nobody noticed that happening. It was just like the paint crew or something like that. And she explained, because she's a woman of science, she figured out, obviously, not from Pittsburgh, where they have steel mills and things.
I do believe that it is the first time in history that fire has ever melted steel. The first time in history, steel was melted by fire. It is impossible.
Physically impossible for fire to melt steel. Now, every I-beam was made by fire. Every steel plate made by fire. All steel is made by fire. That's where steel comes from. But every day is an IQ test. And Rosie, she's not much for IQ.
Rosie.
Yes. Ireland now gets Rosie O'Donnell. Big, fat, loud, lesbian Rosie. Man, oh man. In 2014, there was a fun moment. It was, but this was during a debate, right? Was it? Oh no, he was just talking. This was pre-debate. Yeah, but President Trump, the question of Rosie O'Donnell came up.
Well, Rosie O'Donnell's disgusting. I mean, both inside and out. You take a look at her; she's a slob. She talks like a truck driver.
I wouldn't insult truck drivers, right? I'm sure President Trump didn't mean that as an insult to truck drivers, but that's pretty amazing. But he's known her for a long time.
I've known Rosie for a long time. I've always felt he's a degenerate. He couldn't.
A degenerate, kind of like smelling. And she's moved to England because very, very upset. Ellen DeGenerate will learn living in England that they have a tax rate for people that make a lot of money like her that she will find very disagreeable. She's going to have to spend 6 months plus 1 day in Florida or something to avoid taxes in Great Britain. But they're very slow learners. These people are not bright people, not intelligent people, low IQ people. And they got some issues. Megyn Kelly, the wonderful Megyn Kelly, was talking to President Trump. 2016, this was the presidential debate. And Megyn Kelly, that there were some issues I remember in that debate. But Megyn Kelly talking about, well, President Trump used some rhetoric, and Megyn Kelly wanted to raise a couple of questions about language that President Trump had been using, and President Trump had to clarify what he was talking about.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't. Your Twitter account.
I think the crowd liked it. Only Rosie O'Donnell. No, not women. Only Rosie O'Donnell. President Trump said that was a fun moment in the presidential debate. Great stuff. Wah wah wah. Fun.
when it is safe for all citizens there in America.
Were you able to amplify the B track audio there because she got that? There was some kind of an intestinal thing. Then she said, what the hell? I'll post the video anyway because it's just me all over the world. No big deal. So, Rosie O'Donnell. Ireland, I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. That is the... Yes, sir. Yeah. Smelling degenerate. She fled the country, too. She had a multi-million-dollar home in Montecito, California. I lived in Montecito for a while. It's not what it used to be, gotta say. But she fled and moved to England. Nobody asked about the tax rates before they got there. Remarkable. All right, let's grab a phone call, Michael. Let's go to Rob, calling from Montgomery County, Maryland, hotbed of leftism. Rob, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
I apologize. I had to stop it.
Stop it. That's funny.
Literal. You know,
yeah,
it's a big deal. Real big deal.
Yeah.
Because I think in the long term, well, hopefully short term as well, it's going to make a lot of difference. There's parts of the like you.
He really is wonderful.
Smart people.
We do need more sharp people. That's true and well-spoken people, and I think there are more bright, well-spoken people coming forward inside of conservative circles these days, and even Republican circles. The last Republican Speaker of the House, he's a guy who couldn't sew a sentence together to save his life. The new Speaker, I know he's getting some grief, and I understand that. That's okay. He's Team America, and it's good that he's on our side and that we are on our side. And you're right about Karen Levitt. She is the White House press secretary. She is wonderful, and she is great on her feet, well-spoken, and she's pushing back on the idiocy and the fraud and the lies. You got to win over the next generation with the truth, as happened during the Reagan years, producing me among millions of others. And Caroline is great. I got to say, I want to applaud her. You're absolutely right, Robin. You can get back to your Panera lunch now.
You're listening to the Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation delivers happiness through gaming, toy deliveries, and more to hospitals across the country. Learn more at starlight.org.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Making sense of your money, the state of the economy, the ability to afford your life. That's what people want.
Vince Colonnese, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
The kind of thing I pay attention to, I'm looking at.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donut Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at donutshoes.org.
Making sense of Washington.
So it happened again? Is that what you're telling me? Yet another guest of this program now has a job in the Trump administration.
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
The Trump transition team spending a lot of time on WMAL.com looking at all of the guests who have appeared on this program, which does bring a smile to my face. I do like that good people are getting good jobs.
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Making sense of your world.
This is no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. Here it is.
Mark Levin, weekdays 6 to 9 p.m.
Listen to this, will you?
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Jim Rome takes on sports.
I've been doing this show for decades and decades and decades.
With rapid fire takes.
Learn how to stop it, learn how to run it, or at least make a good argument. I don't even like the play. I've never fought so hard to defend something I don't like. You get beef about anything you want. Why are you pushing me?
He's the spitfire of sports smack.
Just so you all know, this is no one-off. This is what we're going to get every single day.
Let's go, John. Let's go. The Jim Rome Show podcast. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Lung cancer is the deadliest kind of cancer there is. And the best way to protect yourself, don't smoke, and do your best to avoid secondhand smoke. But did you also know that we're seeing a trend of younger, never smokers being diagnosed with lung cancer, particularly women? In fact, research suggests that lung cancer diagnoses have risen 84% among women in the United States over the past 4 decades, while dropping 36% in men. And women who have never smoked are more than twice as likely as men never smokers to get lung cancer. Now, scientists aren't sure what's driving this, but meantime, know the common symptoms of lung cancer. A cough that gets worse or doesn't go away, chest pain, shortness of breath, wheezing, fatigue, weight loss. Trust your instincts. Something doesn't feel right? Make sure to get it checked out. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
For a local news source you can trust, visit WMAL.com.
Thank God for that.
Get the day's top stories, stream your favorite WMAL shows, access our podcast archives, and more. WMAL.com, making sense of your world online.
No Contest Wrestling, O'Shea Jackson Jr. and TJ Jefferson with the biggest names in the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, X-Pac.
Get suspended in school. That's the number one thing people, when they meet me, they tell me. There's no, yeah.
Gentlemen, live Morgan.
I couldn't believe that was my fault.
There's no punishment, DJ. Good luck.
Can't really do these anymore, but I was really looking forward to that. No Contest Wrestling Podcast, part of the Rich Eisen Podcast Network. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
WMAL, making sense of the vote, because elections have consequences. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Now, the Democrat Party is, of course, a violent, ongoing criminal enterprise. Mob violence is their MO. They love Hamas and hate Israel. They hate America and capitalism. They open borders. They love Venezuelan gangs and Mexican cartels. They're not on our side. I've been pointing this out for many years. Bernie Sanders, Bernie the Bolshevik, who has, he participated in the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917 in St. Petersburg, where my best girl and I have been repeatedly. St. Petersburg, not participating in communism. But Bernie Sanders yesterday, yesterday was a couple of days ago, he was doing the Pod Kill America, I think, their podcast, and some pajama boy sitting there in cheesy sweat socks that you buy the 6-pack. And he's so afraid. It's the scariest time that he's ever seen.
These are, the scariest times in my lifetime. That's all. I mean, I think that's objectively.
That's all. Objective. It's objectively the truth.
It is not just they want to give tax breaks to billionaires.
Tax break
programs to working people. Frankly,
so scary.
Before, you combine that.
That's not happening and hasn't happened.
The power of the oligarchy in general.
Uh-huh.
You combine that with Mr. Musk owning Twitter, George Soros is able to send out his messages to hundreds of millions of people. So it's not only the power of money, it's also combined with that, the movement toward authoritarianism.
It was great when Jack Dorsey, a leftist, owned Twitter, and they literally trampled free speech in America by way of their communist billionaire oligarch friend Jack Dorsey as the owner of Twitter. He was good with that. These communists and Bernie the Bolshevik, you heard him trying to suck the food out from between the giant gaps in his teeth. That boy, yeah, and Musk is in danger.
WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. News Talk 106.9. News now.
News at 11. Good morning. I'm John Matthews. The European Union responding to the latest tariffs imposed today by President Trump.
Those EU tariffs, $28 billion worth, mostly targeting Republican-led states. And as those kick in, President Trump is trying to reassure nervous traders, nervous 401k holders that it's possible to detox the economy without a recession.
I don't see it at all. I think this country is going to boom. But as I said, I can do it the easy way or the hard way. The hard way to do it is exactly what I'm doing, but the results are going to be 20 times greater.
But his point person on tariffs, the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, admits that it is possible for a recession to come.
Fox News' Peter Doocy at the White House. Meanwhile, Canada weighing in on its tariffs as well. Minister of Foreign Affairs Melanie Joly.
We buy more American goods than the UK, France, China, and Japan altogether. Together, we have spent generations building a relationship between our countries that is the envy of the world.
Both Canada and the EU are rolling out a total of nearly $50 billion in retaliatory tariffs in the coming days and weeks. On a more domestic front, the Department of Education is shuttered a day after plans were announced to lay off half of its workforce.
The building that houses the Federal Department of Education is closed. Its doors are locked. The employees that are left are not allowed to go inside today. Officials saying that is standard security practice after mass layoffs, which were announced last night. What kind of impact will we see on America's students? Well, schools, of course, are open nationwide. Much of the department's work was focused on grants and loans, work that is likely to end up over at the Treasury Department. But for Democrats, this is another major blow. The department dates back to 1979, created under the Carter administration. Activists call plans to eventually shutter the whole thing heartbreaking.
Fox News' Mark Meredith. Governor Wes Moore's approval rating is taking a hit amid a budget battle in Maryland over education and skyrocketing energy costs.
Maryland pollster Patrick Gonzalez says that's the wrong direction. Driven in large part by gloom over the economy. More than half of Marylanders say their economic condition is fair or poor. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
They're taking deer population control to the next level in Arlington County.
Weather permitting, all next week there will be eyes in the skies.
The number of deer within.
All part of forming a better deer population decision, Deputy Parks Chief John Marlin. And if you're worried about privacy, after this, population reduction by sharpshooter wouldn't take place until winter 26. Scotland on WMAL and WMAL.com.
The Dow now down 356 points today. The Nasdaq still up 43. Up next, traffic and weather.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Hey y'all, it's Caitlin and Kane Brown here with Wayfair.
As a growing family, one of our favorite things is Game Night Wayfair Edition.
Let's do it. You got to name as many Wayfair furniture and decor categories as you can. Ready? Go.
Sofas, bar stools, beds, ottomans, outdoor seating, bookshelves, kitchen tables, garden sheds, mid-century modern lamps.
Time. Nice. You got 9 out of a lot. Not too bad. Keep practicing by visiting wayfair.com, where you can shop every style for every home.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe, and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free, so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
WMAL traffic and weather, Steve Hirshorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Some lingering delays still there on 66 eastbound. The earlier accident that was after 50 Fair Oaks before 123 was cleared away. Inside the Beltway on 66 westbound, the ramp to go west on 267, the Dulles connector, is partially blocked with some construction. 2 lanes are getting by, but it's causing quite a backup on westbound 66, leaving Falls Church heading west on 267. Outer loop of the Beltway after Georgetown Pike, the construction is in the right lane. Delays begin in Montgomery County from the 270 spur. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Partly cloudy today with highs in the mid-60s, mostly cloudy overnight with a low around 40. It is 57 in Oakton, 55 in Wheaton, 56 at Reagan National. I'm John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
We must eliminate funding for CPB, ICE, and their parent organization, DHS. These agencies are inept to humanely guiding migrants through our immigration system. Instead, they further continue to terrorize migrant communities.
Terrorize. That's Rashida Tlaib. She's pro-Al-Qaeda. She's a terrorist Democrat, member of the House of Representatives, in good standing with the media and the Democrats, as you might expect. They are not on our side. Not by a long shot. They're on the side of Mahmoud Khalid, who obviously lied on his student visa application, which is illegal and enough to get you kicked out of the country and have your visa revoked. The Democrats are not on the side of the United States of America. Were they on the side of the United States of America when they started the American Civil War, the first American Civil War, as it is commonly referred to now? They're in love with this guy, Mahmoud Khalid, who claims to be of Palestinian descent in some fashion or another. He's actually from Syria, but lives in Algeria, never lived in Israel, never lived in Gaza, as far as I know. He's allegedly married to an American woman, and this alleged American woman who is allegedly married to him allegedly put out a statement where she identifies herself as Mahmoud Khalid's wife, but does not use her name because she's undercover, not an undercover angel, but an undercover suicide vest or something like that. White House, the radicals at NBC Fake News. White House says pro-Hamas propaganda handed out at rallies organized by detained Palestinian activists. The news media, they don't want to hear anything about that. They don't report the news. They covered up their jihadis, our news media. They're commie, jihadis, transgender, cross-dressing. Administration officials cite a rarely used provision that allows people's removal if they present, quote, potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States. Why don't we just say if they're jihadis? We don't want to invite more jihadis into the country, do we? And the Democrats say, oh, it's your free speech right to knock down buildings in New York with hijacked airliners and slashing throats. The Democrats are in favor of more of that. Who's more dangerous, the jihadis or the Democrats? That's an easy one. The Democrats are much more dangerous than the jihadis because, you know, you're a Democrat Party. They're really something. I've got some audio I want to share with you because this guy, Mahmoud Khalil, who obviously lied on his application for a student visa, where they ask you if you support any organizations that are dangerous terrorist organizations. Me, no. But he is a big supporter, very much involved with radical organizations. And the organization that he is tied to, as a matter of fact, is that he's very much involved with. They have called for not just the destruction of the state of Israel, the wiping out the Jewish people, which is genocidal, but get a load of this. He is a key figure in an organization that calls for the end of Western civilization itself. And I've been talking about this for years, about how the left has waged war, not just on common sense and our cultural values, but on the Enlightenment, 18th century European political thought. The left is here to destroy all that amazing stuff. So Colombia anti-Israel agitator Mahmoud Khalil being deported over pro-Hamas propaganda flyers, White House says. But there is more to it than that because, honestly, this organization is they're a terrorist organization, and they call for Israel to be wiped off the face of the map, kill all the Jews like the Nazis wanted, and the Democrats today. Amazing. Even their Jews want to wipe the Jews out. It's a mental illness, this Democrat thing. But here's the headline: Dems fight for Khalil, whose group wants to eradicate Western civilization itself. Amazing stuff. The Independent Sentinel does a better job of covering the story than does the New York Times, the Washington Post, or CNN. So a federal judge, I love this story, a federal judge in Manhattan who is a left-wing Obama appointee, and he's Jewish, allegedly, another self-loathing Jew. The Democrats have that effect on people. A federal judge, Obama appointee, who naturally went to Harvard undergrad and to Yale for law school. A federal judge in Manhattan ruled that anti-Israel, pro-Hamas agitator Mahmoud Khalil is not to be deported, quote, unless and until the court orders otherwise. Well, you're the court, moron. You must be a product of the Ivy League. Democrats have come out fighting for him. And violence against the police yesterday, it was worse than January 6th. They're working on September 11th. So the Democrats have come out fighting for him, even though his group wants to eradicate Western civilization. However, the worst so far, CNN panel insisting he's not a radical and presents no threat. That's what CNN is giving us. The Department of Homeland Security said he was a former Columbia graduate student, Columbia University, Ivy League graduate student, post-grad student, led activities aligned with Hamas, a designated terrorist organization. And the Democrats are like, what? That's free speech. He gets to call for the eradication of Israel and genocide of the Jews and the death of Western civilization because the left is here to destroy Western civilization too. Just look at the Soviet Union and Mao's China and Pol Pot in Cambodia, and the Democrat Party today in the United States. The judge ordered a hearing for Wednesday, that's today. Khalil's lawyer also filed a motion to return him to New York City while the case plays out. Khalil is currently at the LaSalle detention facility in Louisiana. It's a federal prison facility. Khalil's lawyer, Amy E. Greer, she likes the E there. Amy E. Greer wants him released. That's because she's a leftist, commie, anti-American pig dog. But never mind that. She said in a statement that he is healthy. That's very important here. I'm really, let's give him a nice, culturally sensitive meal to enjoy 3 times a day. And his spirits, his spirits are undaunted by his predicament. That's very happy to hear. I'm very happy to hear that. She also claims his First Amendment rights were violated because he's just a genocidal, racist, Jew hater, anti-American, kill Western civilization radical. And she blames the administration, including Donald Trump. That's shocking, isn't it? Then she fired on Fort Sumter. Squad member Rashida Tlaib, the radical from Michigan, called his arrest an egregious violation of constitutional rights. They've always got constitutional rights, not on January 6th on Capitol Hill, but when you're burning cities from coast to coast and you're setting fire to and shooting up Elon Musk dealerships, Tesla dealerships, those are your constitutional rights. In a post on Instagram, Rashida Tlaib wrote that it was dangerous to allow our government to target people based on political speech. She is a jihadi. She is a communist jihadi, terrorist, anti-American Democrat, and said more targeting of students like this will happen. The guy's 30 years old. He's not a 15-year-old student. He's 30. The radical extremist, genocidal anti-Semite, that is the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat from New York, supports Khalil. Mahmoud Khalil is a legal permanent resident whose wife, an American citizen, is 8 months pregnant. So still plenty of time to get an abortion, I guess, according to the Democrats. That maybe we'd get her a pill or something because, they love that. To the extent his actions were inconsistent with Columbia University's policy, I don't think they are inconsistent, Columbia University policy, and created an unacceptable hostile academic environment. Hakeem Jeffries was largely raised by his famously anti-Semitic uncle, Professor Leonard Jeffries, another academic. These people, they are, when the Nazis finally decided to exterminate the Jews, there was a conference at an estate outside of Berlin that was hosted by 15 Nazis. 8 of them were PhDs. 8 of the Nazis at the Wannsee conference, as it was called, were PhDs, academics. They came from academia, and they were proud senior members of the Socialist Workers' Party of Germany, of Adolf Hitler. And Hakeem Jeffries, raised by virulent anti-Semite Leonard Jeffries, the professor, said DHS must produce facts and evidence of criminal activity. Well, let's start with this. He lied on his application for a student visa when he was asked about his affiliations with organizations. And then he lied on his application for a green card, right? And his alleged wife, this is kind of the whole thing is pretty amazing, but his alleged wife put out a statement, and she is a radical, knew from Mahmoud Khalid's wife, quote, "My parents came here from Syria. They believed living in the U.S. would bring a sense of safety." Well, not when it's full of jihadis, bloodthirsty, genocidal jihadis. So the wife, who they keep telling us is an American citizen, but they don't tell you she's a refugee from a death hole called Syria. "My parents came here from Syria. They believed living in the U.S. would bring a sense of safety and stability, and less safe with you and your parents here. But here I am, weeks before I'm due to give birth to a little jihadi." This is why we got to do away with anchor children, Our first child. It's not too late to abort it. And I feel more unsafe and unstable than I have in my entire life. Well, the day is young. Give it time. And they're very excited about putting out this statement. "My husband, Mahmoud Khalil, is my rock." It's my rock, like the Dome of the Rock. I think is what she's referring to, in Jerusalem. He is my home. He is my happy place. He is a genocidal racist. I am currently 8 months pregnant. Not too late, according to the Democrats. And I could not imagine a better father for my child. That means she's a jihadi, too. Is it too late to deport her? Let's send her back. We can lash her to his back and push them out of an airplane over Syria. Well, we'll give him a parachute, of course. But we've been excited preparing to welcome our baby. And now Mahmoud has been ripped away from me for no reason at all. Is he being held hostage in a tunnel under the Gaza? Because he's a big supporter of that, isn't he? Isn't that amazing? This last week has been a nightmare. Yeah, well, it's been more than 500 days for the hostages in the tunnels in Gaza that he's a fan of, kidnapping and raping and torturing to death and murdering. So you're not welcome in America. And your husband should be catapulted into the ocean before the sun goes down today. Maybe we'll wait until sunset. It's prettier around the ocean at sunset, don't you think? That's very nice. So there she is. Instead, on March 8th at around 8:30 p.m., we were returning home from an iftar dinner. Was it the iftar on March 8th? I missed the iftar. And ICE officers followed us into the building and asked, "Are you Mahmoud Khalil?" Sounds very polite, doesn't it? It's not like the Venezuelan gangs in the buildings in Colorado that showed up with rifles. And, maybe it reminds me of all of the arrests that you guys conducted during the Biden administration of the Americans who are pro-American, like Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon and George Papadopoulos and Donald Trump, by the way. You guys are a nightmare. And we're here to wake you up. You know that the all-new third-generation Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier is finally here, and the new generation builds on the incredible success of the previous two generations of the Eden Pure Thunderstorm, which quickly became bestsellers, 5-star reviews all over Al Gore's amazing internet. The new Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses two technologies that studies have shown help to kill up to 99.9% of bacteria and viruses floating in the air that you breathe at home, at work. Also removes dust and pet dander and smoke and all kinds of nastiness from the air that you breathe, and helps get rid of any odor, any nasty smell. No filters to have to buy and replace again and again. Great stuff. This week and this week only, you can get one thunderstorm free for every thunderstorm that you buy. You buy one, you get one free. It's BOGO. Buy one, get one. And you buy 5, you get 5 for free. Put one in your bedroom, your family room, any place you like to breathe clean, fresh air. All you have to do is go to EdenPureDeals.com and use the discount code ChrisBOGO. That's buy one, get one. Chris B-O-G-O to get one free for every one that you buy. That's EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ChrisBOGO. Yes, sir. Yeah, so the propaganda that the left peddles is mind-boggling. It's staggering. And now they're in favor of more September 11th. Genocide of the Jewish people. And they've got half the Jews in America buying into it, too. Now that is power.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available for TurboTax Live.
The second half of the basketball season is here, and the race to the playoffs continues on Prize Picks, the best place to cash in on your favorite sports. The app is so simple. Just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Download the Prize Picks app today, use the code ROAM, and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in bonus credit just for playing, and it's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Blowing out your birthday candles should be easy, but if you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
Want to get some good discounted food and dining options, reliable roadside assistance, preferred credit card offers, or fraud protection? You need to check out AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. No matter what your age is, you can take advantage of the services they provide for either yourself or your family, and have confidence that their partners stand behind the vision our nation's founders had to enrich the lives of all Americans through goods and services offered by like-minded companies. But joining AMAC isn't just about the benefits. It's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. Regardless of your age, you can enroll in a 5-year AMAC membership for 47% off. Visit amac.us/SRS today to take advantage of this special offer. AMAC's membership is made up of Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom. We're over 2 million members strong and growing. Their mission is simple: protect the interests of all freedom-loving Americans and offer incredible member benefits. From exclusive discounts on travel insurance and everyday services to supporting strong representation in Washington, D.C., AMAC's here to make a difference in your life and our nation. Visit amac.us/SRS today to join millions of Americans who believe in backing their mission. That's amac.us/SRS. Join AMAC and become a part of a movement that stands for you, your family, and your future.
Every 15 seconds, someone is diagnosed with cancer. If it's happened to you or someone you love, the American Cancer Society can help at every step of the journey. Visit cancer.org today.
Searching HVAC near here.
Right here, ma'am. How can we help?
Wow, nobody local? Huh.
Wait, what? We are an HVAC company literally in your neighborhood. Why is she not seeing us?
Just all the big chains. Well, it is what it is.
Can you not see us?
Nope, they can't see you because you're buried deep in the list of local HVAC providers. You are invisible online. Introducing Cumulus Boost. Get a boost, get found, get on the map. Learn more at cumulusboost.com.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Parent-teacher conferences can be tricky. I know, I'm a father of 3, but I've come to learn that they can be invaluable, not just academically, but in getting to know your kid as a whole person. Think about it. They spend more waking time at school than they do at home with you. School's a big part of their lives. So the experts we talked to recommended approaching any conversation with your child's teacher as curious, not furious. Remember, no teacher goes into this profession for the money and the glory, said award-winning journalist and author Jennifer Brahaney Wallace. Teachers are there because they have a mission, she said, and that mission is to invest in your child. So meet them there with that assumption. And just like any important conversation in your life, you should try to do more listening than talking. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at donorshoes.org.
WMAL, making sense of the headlines, because common sense isn't so common. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
I got more crazy Democrats coming up, and I never have enough time. Every day I don't have enough time, but I'm going to see if I can get in the next half hour plus. And we have mailbag day. Gosh, I've got to really get to that. Let's get to the phones right now. Let's go to Ron, calling from beautiful Potomac, Maryland. Ron, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Yeah.
And
about the voters for Donald Trump.
Democrat Party when it's quality. You know, so that distinction needs to be made. And finally, let me just say, the Jews don't control the votes in this country. There's only a couple of million of us, and now all of them vote. The real controllers are Christians that support the left. And I don't know what's wrong with them, particularly the Catholics. Christians were just murdered in Syria by the new rulers of Syria. They just murdered Christians and Alawites by the hundreds. I didn't hear a word. I didn't hear a word from the International Criminal Court, and I haven't heard a word from the Pope.
You're 100% right, Colonel. I'm saluting you right now. You're 100% right, of course. Yeah, Jews, very small portion of the population. You're right about conservative Jews versus liberal Jews. All true. You are the best. You are correct.
This is the Chris Plant Show. WMAL FM 131, Cumulus Media Station. Making sense of the news. Stopping at 5.9.
News now.
WMAL News 11:30. I'm Heather Curtis. Wisconsin's governor and former state school superintendent calls the firings of half of the Department of Education's employees, quote, a clown show we have to stop, unquote. President Trump says students will do better if states control education. Governor Tony Evers says states can't replace the federal money being cut. Inflation slowed last month for the first time since September, with consumer prices up 2.8%. That's more than economists expected, but the declines are more than economists expected, but inflation's still above the Fed's 2% target. The Trump administration says this is a win, but economists say tariffs could increase that number in coming months. Traffic and weather next.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes. Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song. Get your max tax refund guaranteed, and new customers get $100 to switch. Don't miss the boat. Book an appointment with experts today. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Here's Steve Hirshorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
On the outer loop of the Beltway, delays begin just before the merge from the 270 spur across the Legion Bridge down to the work zone after Georgetown Pike. The right lane is closed. Inner loop northbound 495, very slow leaving Tyson's from 123. The construction north of the toll road blocks the right lane heading northbound. On the Beltway, 95 southbound is pretty slow approaching Dale Boulevard. There was some bridge work blocking the exit ramp from 95 southbound to Dale Boulevard till about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Today, partly cloudy, highs around 70. Right now, 56 in Washington. I'm Heather Curtis on WMAL.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Cab driver. Professional cab driver. Sorry, professional cab driver party. Drinking responsibly is knowing your limits. If you are over yours, ask Artie or someone like Artie to get you home safely. To learn more about drinking responsibly, go to beforeyoudrink.org.
So, you think I could take your number 26 Crown Royal race car for a spin?
Did you get out of there?
Be a champion. Drink responsibly. This message has been brought to you by the Century Council.
I was choosing alcohol over my family. That's when I made the call. Now I'm finding better ways to cope.
Mental health care works when you make the call. Visit mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps stand ready to defend the American way of life. The few, the proud, the Marines.
75 years of research, 75 years of policy,
75 years of opportunity,
75 years of freedom.
This is 75 years of the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Join us at nda75.org.
No Contest Wrestling. O'Shea Jackson Jr. and TJ Jefferson with the biggest names in the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, X-Pac.
Get suspended in school. That's the number one thing people, when they meet me, they tell me. There's no,
Ladies and gentlemen, Liv Morgan.
I couldn't believe
I'm so grateful. DJ, good luck. January do see you anymore, but I was really looking forward to this. No Contest Wrestling Podcast, part of the Rich Eisen Podcast Network. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
This is my new best friend, Esther. She might look like any normal, playful puppy, but Esther's being raised to become a canine companion for independent assistance dog for a person with a disability. To get there, she needs lots of loving care and attention, plenty of exercise, and good eating habits so that she can live a long and healthy life for her future family. Visit cci.org or call 1-800-572-BARK. Raise a puppy, change a life. You can make a world of difference in the life of a person with a disability.
I'm Reba McIntyre. In life, you'll hear a lot of people tell you that you can do anything you want. I'm here to tell you that's true. Since I was a little girl, I dreamed of becoming a successful singer and entertainer. It took a lot of hard work, dedication, and perseverance to find my success, but it was worth it. I never gave up on my dreams. Remember, you can never have a dream come true until you've had a dream. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
WMAL, making sense of world events, because those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
The radical Jew haters are rallying in a mob in New York again in front of a courthouse in New York where Khalil, their new hero, Mahmoud Khalil, wants to exterminate the Jews. Due in court today, and hundreds of left-wing, Democrats with Palestinian flags and Muslim headdresses. They don't know which tribe they belong to or what country they come from. Black and white, red and white, different patterns. They have no idea. But they're out there in the streets. And is that the same courthouse where a Democrat self-immolated and killed himself during the Trump trial? I know there's more than one courthouse in New York, but it's federal courthouse. I'm not sure. But that's where one Democrat self-immolated within the last year, killing himself. Oh, speaking of which, my old high school classmate, Rahm Emanuel, the failed former mayor of Chicago, according to the radical left-wingers at Politico, Rahm Emanuel is gearing up to run for president. President of what? Of the ACLU? No, of the United States of America.
You never want a serious crisis to go to waste.
That's right, and we're in a serious crisis, so don't let it go to waste. Rahm Emanuel, former failed Chicago mayor and Chris Plant, high school classmate, already getting ready here to run for president of the United States, and at Politico, they're helping. They've got Jonathan Martin, a Democrat, one of the girls from the Steno pool. He's a girl, right? Let's get to some of the madness of these crazy people. The wonderful, already cited by one of our brilliant callers earlier today, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary at the briefing yesterday, talking about the Democrat Party's hero. And again, they dress like jihadis. They think it's Lawrence of Arabia. They're going to attack the Turkish troop train. No prisoners. They're mentally ill. They're violently, criminally insane. They're known as the Democratic Party. And Caroline Leavitt, not a radical, not an extremist, a sane, level-headed, intelligent, knowledgeable person, and White House press secretary in the briefing yesterday, talking about removing Mahmoud Khalil from the United States. Let's start with this fact. He lied on his application for a student visa. That's enough to eject him from the country. Then he lied on his green card application. And he's married to an American woman, allegedly, who is from Syria, which is a smelly beephole country where they did just perpetrate a massacre of thousands and thousands of Christians in the last couple of weeks. And our media doesn't care. Genocide is good, as the Socialist Worker Party said in Germany in the 1930s and 40s. And as they say again today, they're the Democrat Party. Here's Caroline Leavitt on removing this jihadi from the United States.
Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, the Secretary of State has the right to revoke a green card or a visa for individuals who serve or are adversarial to the foreign policy and national security interests of the United States of America. And Mahmoud Khalil was an individual who was given the privilege of coming to this country to study at one of our nation's finest universities and colleges. And he took advantage of that opportunity, of that privilege, by siding with terrorists.
And lying about his affiliation with this genocide to Western civilization group, this radical group. And they asked her, we had a wonderful caller yesterday whose wife is an immigrant and whose stepdaughter is an immigrant. And he helped them fill out all the paperwork. And he explained to us all yesterday, one of our brilliant callers, that, these forums have all kinds of questions about your affiliations with terrorist organizations and things. So he obviously lied repeatedly, which is enough to eject him from the country based on that and that alone. But the Democrats will attack you and burn your Tesla. They were attacking and burning SUVs in Washington, D.C. and around the corner. A Humvee was attacked violently and destroyed, and the tires and the windows and spray painted and smashed because Democrats, they're environmentalists, which is why they're building that 8-mile-long 4-lane highway through the rainforest in Brazil, because they're going to have a conference on the environment. And if that makes sense to you, then you should be stripped of the vote. And you shouldn't be allowed to drive a car. And if you're deportable, you should definitely be deported. Caroline Leavitt yesterday on the new hero of the Democrat Party, Mahmoud Khalil, who wants genocide. And the Democrats applaud that. And there are hundreds of them out in front of the courthouse in New York right now with their Palestinian flags and their Muslim Arab headdresses.
Also distributed pro-Hamas propaganda, flyers with the logo of Hamas. That is what the behavior and activity that this individual engaged in. And I have those flyers on my desk. They were provided to me by the Department of Homeland Security. This administration is not going to tolerate individuals having the privilege of studying in our country and then siding with pro-terrorist organizations that have killed Americans. We have a zero tolerance policy for siding with terrorists, period.
And Khalil, Mahmoud Khalil, distributing these flyers with the armed terrorists with their machine guns and a big boot smashing the Star of David, and it says crush Zionism and our narrative, Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. Al-Aqsa is the genocide of the Jews, and they got the Palestinian flag on top of a tank with a smoking neighborhood, because the jihad is here and the Democrats are inviting them in. They go around with the bloody hands. The Democrat Party is the biggest threat to civilization on the planet Earth today. Caroline Leavitt, after the White House briefing, did appear on the Fox News channel last night on the Sean Hannity program. And the libs, they're screaming and they're yelling and saying, no, he's got to stay because free speech and the Fourth Amendment and Title IX. Not Title IX, I just threw that because they want, men to steal women's trophies.
It appears the liberals and the legacy media think that if you are a foreign national, you can behave in any manner that you want. You can protest and push Hamas propaganda. You can side with a terrorist organization. Under this administration, that type of activity, siding with radical Islamic terrorists, will not stand.
Will not stand. I got to tell you, there are probably thousands of them in New York protesting against civilization, and they call themselves liberals. They have Palestinian flags, and they would they hand them over to the Palestinians, and they'd murder most of them, probably after raping them. But yesterday, they violently attacked the police, assaulted an untold number of police, and it was worse than January 6th. Everybody's got a whistle, and they bring drums. The jihad is here. This is not liberalism. This is radicalism. This is extremism. This is a danger. New York has become a festering whiz hole. The Speaker of the entire House of Representatives, Congressman Mike Johnson, yesterday had to explain to the idiot members of the press that you're here on a visa. You can be kicked out of the country for nothing or for anything, and you lie repeatedly. Your application for a student visa, your application for a green card, you're out.
If you're on a student visa, I'm going to say this clearly. If you are on a student visa and you're in America and you're an aspiring young terrorist who wants to prey upon your Jewish classmates, you're going home. We're going to arrest your
tail, and we're going to send you home where you belong. And this is just getting started. So, look, I appreciate free speech. I used to defend it in courts, but this is far beyond the pale of that. When you are threatening your classmates and spewing anti-Semitism and all this hatred, it's enough. And I think the American people understand that. They're supporting it. And I'm glad we have a president who's strong enough to lay down the law.
And if you are one of the American people, you don't understand that, then you can beep yourself all day long because you're not an American by any rational measure. This guy's also handing out flyers with a radical Islamic jihadi and an AK-47. It says, sometimes history needs a push flood, as you know, of blood, because the savagery of these animals is well documented. And this guy needs to be ejected. He can go, commit suicide in Syria or someplace else, but not here. Then you've got the cheating senator, Senator Chris Murphy, the Democrat from Delaware. He just dumped his wife for this left-wing fake journalist woman who is really a radical leftist. And Senator Chris Murphy posted a video. These people post videos. Their ideas are not good ideas. And he posted himself. There's a young man in jail today, he typed, for protesting at his college. Well, it's not even his college anymore, but I guess he went to college there for a while. No charges. Well, he lied on his application for a student visa, then he lied on his application for a green card, and he is calling for the genocide of the Jewish people and the death of Western civilization. No criminal conduct. No, he says, in dictatorships. They call this a disappearance. Yeah, this is an arrest because he's a jihadi criminal. You know, these guys would let Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and Mohammed Atta of the September 11th attacks roam free today because they're suicidal and they want to murder Western civilization of the United States of America. He said, I want to tell you why this case should matter, even if you strongly disagree with what he said or did. Now, let's wait till he kills a whole bunch of people. Here is Democrat Senator, and he just dumped his poor, long-suffering wife for a little, what should I call it, a journalist. Nothing more insulting than that. Democrat Senator Chris Murphy.
A young man by the name of Mahmoud Khalil, an immigrant and a legal permanent resident of the United States, is being held right now in prison, even though no criminal charges have been filed against him. Now, I want to tell you why that should matter to every single American.
Why should that
matter? A recent graduate of Columbia University. He opposed Israel's military operation in Gaza. He has deep animus toward Israel's policies and the U.S. support for those policies. He helped organize the protests over Gaza at his university last year. You can disagree with his views or his politics, but there is no evidence he has broken any law.
No evidence he's broken any law. Well, that's not true. He lied on his application for a student visa, and he lied on his application for a card.
Trump chose to begin by disappearing a Palestinian immigrant. Disappearing his place of birth and his immigrant status would just cause people to look the other way. But we cannot. Because once it becomes normal for the regime to disappear people simply for protest against the regime's policies, once a citizen or a resident of America can be locked away with no charges against them simply because they protested, there is no going back for America.
No going back. I mean, again, let's see, Peter Navarro, the Trump White House, grabbed at Reagan Airport, put in leg shackles, thrown into solitary confinement in D.C. He had been in discussions with his lawyers, with the FBI, and you guys make your political enemies disappear. Steve Bannon, George Papadopoulos, lying to the FISA courts, targeting your political enemies. You're a fascist, you wife-cheating, stealing, lying, creepy Democrat senator from Delaware. You guys, I'm telling you. It's mailbag day, and I've got so little time, but and so much to talk about. It's pretty tough. It really is. But we got a question from Hodor 105.9 mailbag. Hodor 105.9. The radio station, Washington, D.C., what a WMAL, my mothership. Who's taking care of Vicky the Goat? He wants to know. It's Vicky the Goat. You may remember it was then corrupt Democrat Senator Harry Reid who came onto the Senate floor and lied about Mitt Romney not paying his taxes.
The word's out that he hasn't paid any taxes for 10 years.
Word's out.
Let him prove that he has paid taxes, because he hasn't.
Because he hasn't. He was lying because he's dead now, and he was a pathological liar when he was living and breathing. And he said that, yeah, let him prove he hadn't paid it, and it was completely false. And it was proved later. But we, at that time, knowing that it was just a lie by a lying Democrat liar, we said, well, listen, Harry Reid has a goat named Vicky shackled to a radiator in his Senate office and is wearing fishnet stockings and lipstick and little handcuffs. And why are they abusing Vicky the goat? And if it's not true, then let Harry Reid prove that it's not true that he's got Vicky the goat in fishnet stockings shackled to a radiator in his office. So he started the Vicky the goat rumor, just like he started the Mitt Romney hadn't paid his taxes rumor. And Vicky the goat was killed and eaten after Harry Reid died, after his brother beat his head in and all that stuff. Right? But Vicky is dead, I'm sorry to say, Hodor, but was tasty, because goat, when prepared properly, can be very delicious. Frank the Lib from the Chicago area. Frank the Lib weighed in. Are you loyal to our country or Drumpf, D-R-U-M-P-F? That was another lie that the Democrat Party spread about President Trump's family name. And they lied about it because they lie about everything, just like Harry Reid lied about Mitt Romney and his taxes. And Frank the Lib, Chicago, are you loyal to our country or Drumpf? I'm loyal to our country, and President Trump is too. They're not one and the same. I know that's true. That's true. But you guys, Frank, you're loyal to Hamas and Putin and Pol Pot in Cambodia. You're loyal to Margaret Sanger, loyal to anything anti-American. Now, GSAV111 says, does your best girl / wife find you hilarious like we do? I would say almost all the time. You know, every now and then there is I might get a look or something, but generally, yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. She likes my sense of humor. I'm a very funny man. You know, at home, over lunch, over breakfast, at bedtime, I'm funny. And thank you, though. Good question, GSEF. That's fun. Then Tesdy Ghost Pepper. Hi, Chris. Just stopped by to say you're a great man, conservative, God-fearing, super sharp journalist. You really saved me and many more conservatives. We proudly say your show is the best radio show. That's true, isn't it? You let fans speak all day while also helping us find the news. Thanks, Chris, for being down to earth, kind, and very keen to the latest news. Okay, my question. How much sleep do you get? Newsmax and radio so far apart when you tape. Do you get 8 hours consecutively? Absolutely not. Plus, one more question. Were you able to ask, if you're able to ask Trump one question, what would it be? Well, let me address the sleep thing. No, last night I got to sleep around 12:30, about midnight 30. I got up at 5:15, so I slept in a little bit. 5:15 a.m. I woke up this morning, so I got that much sleep. Now, yesterday, after I left the radio station and I went home, before going to Newsmax, I got about a 20-minute nap. 20-minute nap. I'm going to go home. I'm going to have lunch today with my best girl. We're going to laugh and tell jokes. And I'm going to have, hopefully, maybe 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes of feet up time. I close my eyes for a few minutes. And I got to tell you, I feel so refreshed. So refreshed. Little, Blazing Saddles reference there. But yeah, I try to get a little nap in the afternoon, a quick nap, but I might get 6 hours of sleep at night. I might get 6 hours sleep, and then I try to squeeze in a little nap before I go down to Newsmax. But how much sleep do you need, really?
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Clarity and context for complex work.
Be far more specific than ever before.
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
Expert entrepreneur Ed Milet is on a mission to max out your life.
So many of you have dreams in your life and you don't go touch them. You've got to begin to touch your dreams.
It's time to get laser focused on peak performance.
I'm going to give you very unique habits that I do on a daily basis. Say no. Or have deadlines in your life.
Work and become the best version of you.
Take a day and serve that mission.
The Ed Milet Show.
Max out.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
What would you give for a child you loved to make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. You can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
My baby brother, a father. Come on, it's time for his nap. Whoa, he can't sleep on his stomach. Babies should always sleep on their backs in a safety-approved crib, and the sleep area should be clear of blankets, toys, and other loose or soft items. It reduces the risk of SIDS.
SIDS?
You know, sudden infant death syndrome.
Guess I need to start studying up on safe sleep for little man here. Being his favorite uncle comes with big responsibilities.
For more information, visit safetosleep.nichd.nih.gov. Sponsored by the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation delivers happiness through gaming, toy deliveries, and more to hospitals across the country. Learn more at starlight.org.
Illuminating the issues.
There's a whole lot missing here in this story, isn't there?
Every day.
Why are we the only ones reporting this?
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
Blowing out your birthday candles should be easy, but if you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
If you're listening to sports, how the Chiefs react to this loss will be fascinating.
Mixed with pop culture, sprinkled with celebrity interviews.
Falls Kevin Bacon for your role in Footloose. You attended classes at a high school. That's true. Morgan Freeman. What was it like working with Gene Hackman?
Came up in one scene and whispered in my
tales. And you're enjoying the Rich Eisen Show podcast. Speaking of podcasts, follow and listen on your favorite platform. Making sense of Washington.
So it happened again? Is that what you're telling me? Yet another guest of this program now has a job in the Trump administration.
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
The Trump transition team spending a lot of time on WMAL.com looking at all of the guests who have appeared on this program, which does bring a smile to my face. I do like that good people are getting good jobs.
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news. Making sense of your morning.
Lots of coverage here on that developing story.
O'Connor and Company, weekday mornings from 5 to 9.
Larry O'Connor here getting you through your morning.
Making sense of Washington.
Asking some very specific questions, some legitimate questions.
Making sense of the double standard.
Then here's the latest example.
Making sense of the headlines.
Let me break it down for you, because there's plenty to break down here.
O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor. Mornings from 5 to 9. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
We're the stronger than we look type. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 2. The braver than you think type.
I have to take insulin shots every single day.
The type that will stop at nothing.
No more blood sugar tests.
Absolutely nothing.
No more complications.
Until type 1 becomes type none.
Support JDRF's life-changing research, and one day you'll say, I helped turn type 1 into type none. Join us now at jdrf.org.
WMAL, more than just politics, because laughter is the best medicine. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
WMAL.
Well, this was a big vote on the House floor. The Republicans stood together, and we had one Democrat vote with us to do the right thing, and that is to fund the government. This was a clean CR. It freezes funding. It's a responsible thing to do.
Thank God, a clean CR at long last. Boy, did they give it a good scrubbing with a brush? A clean CR after House votes to avert government shutdown. I was kind of hoping for a government shutdown. Senate Democrats face stark choice. ABC News. And they put the word stark in quotation marks. And then you read the entire ABC fake news story and they put the word stark in quotation marks twice. Not part of any quote, not quoting anybody. They just put the word stark in quotation marks repeatedly for no apparent reason. But the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and the Republicans, the Democrats are trying to shut the government down because they know that the media will lie about it and blame the Republicans since they're in charge of the House and the Senate and the White House. So the Democrats are trying to create a crisis because they know the lying liars and the lying news media will lie about it, right? And then they'll dress like women and
Good.
yeah.
I don't care if there's not one American that crosses over to Canada. It doesn't matter to me. And we're not going to go there anymore being Canadians. We're not going to go and travel to the U.S. these days, especially not me with a French accent. Sacrament, I'm going to be shot in the street. I'm not going there.
Listen to this bitch. She's afraid she's going to get shot in the street. Only if you're going them.
Where it's safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can get off my stream, kiddos. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, talk with Straight Cat there. I got things to do.
She was straight. She was. It's so full.
It's pouring rain like the snow is all gone. Yeah. That's good news. That I like.
Yeah.
It's not.
Mark is old man.
Good news.
It's awesome news.
Wait, Debbie.
Sleep, dum-dum.
For what?
The guy can speak. Sleep.
I have sleep apnea, and I have a machine. And they want me to sleep for them in the hospital, and I can't. Well, you see,
Paul calling him a fat bastard when Stray Cat is fat himself. Stray Cat's a big, overweight, fucking pansy ass motherfucker.
Hammy Whammy, Queen T Royal. No, that's a clone.
In my stream, really? Is that desperate, eh? He goes live. That motherfucker only goes live when I go live.
Fuck you, JC. Fuck you, you bitch. I go fucking live anytime I want. You're the fucking moron, bitch. You're lying. You don't have any etiquette, you fucking dumb cunt. You stupid fucking Canadian. Fuck you, JC. Fuck you. You do that. Let me play this over again.
Apple or an orange.
That's me.
Is that desperate, eh? He goes live. That motherfucker only goes live when I go live. And now you come and advertise in my stream. You're a fucking loser, moron. No, it's fucking called having no etiquette. It's called retard, a hillbilly, backwood trailer trash. Because
Never lived in a trailer. I've never lived in a trailer.
Oh, you know what, kiddos?
This is hilarious.
With your Lego and your wife has to support you at home? Is that good business? Good day in your life? Fucking loser? Yeah, that's good business. Yeah. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, I sure do. I was a
He's going straight to his wife, but I don't have any etiquette. Hey, Siberian Gal Pal, how do you feel about JC trashing Kittles?
You see,
They talk about people in there all the time when they're not there. Fuck you, JC. Fuck you, Stray Cat. You fucking punk motherfuckers.
Sorry.
Hi, CB. Bye, Mountain Man. Fuck you, Mountain Man. You're a creep.
On drugs and go in Florida for a week and leave, end up wondering what.
JC's such a fucking hater. What a fucking hater she is. Unless you kiss her ass. Oh, thank you for the chat, JC. You're just so wonderful. She doesn't like Kittles. You're a fence post coming from a guy that hides underneath JC's skirt. Fuck you, Stray Cat, you fat fucker. Turn your camera on, you sick motherfucker. You fucking fat, overweight, heart problems. I got COPD. Coming from a Stray Cat is a fucking drug addict. Chronic alcoholic. He knows what's best for everybody. Typical.
With you, you're not in your house.
Coming from a woman who said she was divorced, but she put her husband in a home and tried to take him for everything he had. Here goes JC fucking with him, taking him off, putting him. Calls him fatso, but Monica's bigger than he is. Monica's a great, big, fat fucking woman. So aren't you, JC?
That guy, this is all paid for him by an insurance that he has through his wife. And he's taking advantage of it because he will never clean up in his lifetime. He's never going to be able to. He's tried 3 times. Not going to happen.
wow, yeah. I guess you can see.
You are, JC. You're no small thing, JC. Look at the fucking gut. Look at how much bigger that one tit is the other.
cares?
You want to talk about fat, JC?
Himself.
JC, you want to talk about fucking fat? There's fat right there.
Exactly. You're not on my mind. You're far from my mind because
Put
you're
him backstage who wants to sit there and lecture. See, I won't do that. Once I get rid of you, I'm not going to sit here like she does. I don't do that shit.
yourself and die.
Go fuck yourself and die, Kittles. Now she's wishing death on Kittles. Wiggins using my saying, eat shit and die.
Never make it back home, which I doubt.
Which I doubt. My name is JC, and I'm the most important person out here on YouTube chat.
How the hell could you go back to using
drugs? How can you go back to using drugs? Oh. Way you sound there, stray cat, you've done a lot of drugs. You got that fucking voice. Listen to this. You gotta have a backbone, buddy. Coming from a guy that hides underneath JC's fucking skirt. Come on up, stray cat. I dare. Oh no, you're too good, stray cat. You're too good to come up here. You fucking dumb American. Fuck you, stray cat. His name is Paul. I don't know his last name.
Your ass, Skittles. I'm not Dougie. I'm not gonna kiss your ass. I don't believe in your face.
Ooh, she's not Dougie. She's not gonna kiss your ass, Skittles.
You've been playing and doing this for years. Nobody believes in your shit anymore. Leave rehab, go homeless, and put a needle in your arm. Nobody gives a shit.
Coming from a woman who took on Darren Whitney.
He's enjoying
a fucking cokehead, drunk. JC gave him a whole bunch of money because he said he needed a furnace. Yeah, okay. Come on, what, Charlie? What do you want, Charlie? You want me to start this over? Is that what you want me to do? I'll start it over. I'd be happy to. Do I hear it again? We can hear it again. Here, I'll back it up.
Yeah, I'm back.
I don't care if there's one American that crosses over to Canada. It doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't matter to me.
We're not gonna
Doesn't matter to me if that one Canadian, not one American crosses over to Canada.
Gonna be shot in the street. Not going there. Stay right where it's safe.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be doing this, Charlie, if they didn't treat me the way they did. All she had to do was be nice to me.
I talked with Stray Cat there. I got things to do.
She's just so fucking ignorant. Yo, talk to Stray Cat there. I got things to do. Good things to do. My accent, the way I talk. You hear this bitch though? It don't matter to me if any Americans come to Canada. Oh. Canada doesn't have oil refineries. They don't have paper mills. We make all their fucking toilet paper. And we help them out by buying their electricity certain places. My electricity doesn't come from Canada where I live. My electricity comes from electric grid or national grid.
Get all fun. Well, hey, I could hear something and I was wondering what it was. It's pouring rain, like the snow is all gone. Yeah. That's good news. That I like.
Yeah. There's March. March is opening his mouth again. He's saying, March says, you need to get full. Right? And you'll see March. So when I hear people talking to me, it makes me feel good. When they're
somewhere, something
somewhere. Good news. I'm good news. What good news? What kind of good news would you possibly have, Strake? I had to do that sleep study. That would be good news.
Yeah.
That's
it's awesome news.
Speech. What is speech study? Sleep study.
Sleep, dum-dum.
For what?
The guy can speak. Sleep.
I have sleep apnea machine. They want me to sleep and I can't.
For the doctor to come there and do it. In other words, he lives alone and there's nobody there that could see if he stops breathing when he's sleeping. So he lives alone. He has nobody in his life, has no family, nothing. He's all alone. JC is his life. Chat is his life. Randy is his life. He's been here every fucking minute. He's had a wrench at JC's from the beginning. Rusty can tell you a lot about Stray Cat. The guy that has sleep apnea. Apnea. This is funny.
Is that desperate? He goes live. That motherfucker only goes live when I go live. And now come and advertise in my stream. You're a fucking loser, moron. Now, it's fucking called having no etiquette. It's called retard, a hillbilly, backwood trailer trash, because I sure as hell don't do that to nobody. Stream.
Tell you what, too bad you ain't in the business world.
with your Lego and your wife has to support you at home? Is that good business? Day in your life? Fucking loser? Yeah, hey, that's good business.
Yeah, Rex. He went live, but there's no side chat. Rex Pictorum went live, but no side chat.
And you're on your way to failing a fourth time. You'll never be off it right.
That's right. You nailed it. You actually will.
Some kills. So,
yeah.
Do you feel like you want to do drugs still?
No, not today. No, not today. Drug free today.
Pop culture sprinkled with celebrity interviews. Kevin Bacon for your role in Footloose. You attended classes at high school. That's true, yeah. What was it like working with you? Came up in one scene. And details. You're enjoying the Rich Eisen Show podcast. Speaking of podcasts, follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Want to get some good discounted food and dining options? Relax. Visit the preferred credit card offers or flood protection. You need to check out AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. No matter what your age is, you can take advantage of the services they provide for either yourself or your family, and have confidence that their partners stand behind the vision our nation's founders had to enrich the lives of all Americans through goods and services offered by like-minded companies. But joining AMAC isn't just about the benefits. It's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. Regardless of your age, you can enroll in a 5-year AMAC membership for 47% off. Visit amac.us/SRS today to take advantage of this special offer. AMAC's membership is made up of Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom. We're over 2 million members strong and growing. Their mission is simple: protect the interests of all freedom-loving Americans and offer incredible member benefits. From exclusive discounts on travel insurance and everyday services to supporting strong representation in Washington, D.C., AMAC's here to make a difference in your life and our nation. Visit amac.us/SRS today to join millions of Americans who believe in backing their mission. That's amac.us/SRS. Join AMAC and become a part of a movement that stands for you, your family, and your future.
You don't go out and buy a life jacket when the boat's already sinking. And you don't buy gold when the economy's already collapsed. Clearly, others are heeding this advice as gold hit all-time highs the first part of 2025. It's not too late for you, too. Company I trust to help you diversify into physical gold is Birch Gold. Company I buy my gold from. Birch Gold specializes in helping you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold for no money out of pocket. Just listen to this 5-star review. Quote, knowledgeable, helpful, non-pressure. That's what you get with Birch Gold. That's why I've endorsed them for so long. Get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Bongino to the number 98989. There's no obligation, just useful information. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews, text Bongino to 98988 and let the experts at Birch Gold help you secure your future today with gold. Again, text Bongino to the number 98988 for peace of mind that lasts longer than 4 years. Message and data rates apply.
Informative 3 hours you'll have all day. The Dan Bongino Show.
So some good news today. The inflation numbers came in lower than expected. Still a little bit elevated, but lower than expected. And why do I think this is happening? Granted, it's only 52 days. So some of the good news and some of the bad news, some can be attributed obviously to the administration, their border activities, but some of the stuff is still going to be hung over from the Biden administration. This, however, I think is a reflection of the new Trump administration attitude toward government spending. What does government spending have to do with inflation? Well, it's a very simple correlation. When the government spends more money than it takes in, which we've been doing every year since I've been born, now we're spending almost $2 trillion more than we take in. It has to get the money from somewhere. Because whether Mike gets a check from the government or a military first lieutenant gets a check from the government, both of those checks cash. Well, how if the government doesn't have the money? Well, the answer is it borrows the money or it just prints it, digitally creates it, like we did through quantitative easing in the Federal Reserve. When it borrows all that money and flushes it into the economy, if we don't create more products and it's chasing the same amount of products, the products we have can demand more money because there's more money to chase them. It's not hard inflation. So Donald Trump's commitment with the Doge now and the reconciliation process now likely has some people thinking inflation's going to be tamed because the government won't have to run as high deficits and won't accumulate as much debt. So a lot of the inflation expectations, which were high the last quarter, have cooled a little bit. I want to be dramatic, but a little bit. Inflation's really, folks, a very simple math problem. Print more money, it'll chase the same products, the products will cost more. When you print less money, because you commit to Doge-like efforts to cut government inefficiencies, then expectations of inflation will be a little low.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
10 fun, News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
On the Fairfax County Parkway, southbound at Fair Lakes Parkway was an accident, and right after that, delays from Braddock Road to the work zone that's on the southbound Fairfax County Parkway, Pope's Head Road, blocking one right lane. I-95 southbound from Ramptondale Boulevard is closed for bridge work until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Bit of a backup now is down from the Prince William Parkway. Both sides of the Beltway near the toll road, the road work is back again. In and moving out of the right lane closed. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL 4.7 forecast.
Tonight, increase in clouds, lows in the lower 40s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, highs in the upper 50s to lower 60s.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
If you're listening to sports, how the Chiefs react to this loss will be fascinating.
Mixed with pop culture, sprinkled with celebrity interviews.
False, Kevin Bacon, for your role in Footloose. You attended classes at a high school. That's true, yes. Freeman, what was it like working with Gene Hackman?
He came up in one scene and whispered in my ear, I heard you. Really details.
And you're enjoying the Rich Eisen Show podcast.
Speaking of podcasts,
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
Every 15 seconds, someone is diagnosed with cancer. If it's happened to you or someone you love, the American Cancer Society can help at every step of the journey. Visit cancer.org today.
While serving in Iraq, our vehicle was hit. They didn't think I was going to make it. I'm Latoya Lucas, and I'm a veteran. I had to learn to live with the scars, both visible and invisible.
EAV helps veterans like Latoya get the benefits they've earned. They help more than 1 million veterans every year.
My victory is overcoming my wounds so I can help other veterans.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at DonorsChoose.org.
I was choosing alcohol over my family. That's when I made the call. Now I'm finding better ways to cope.
Mental health care works when you make the call. Visit mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
We're not playing games. Cutesy time is over. This is the Dan Bongino Show.
You know, Mike, it's time I addressed it. I'm going to go in a different direction. Well, didn't take all this time. I'm planning on getting there eventually. There's been an update on what's going on in Ukraine. I think President Trump's tactics here have worked. He's now put Vladimir Putin, you remember the movie Dirty Dancing? Nobody puts baby in the corner. He now has Vladimir Putin in the corner where Putin has to make the decision to look like the guy who doesn't want peace at this point. I think it's pretty clear he probably doesn't at this point, but he's taken a bath in this as well. So President Trump and Secretary Rubio now have him in a really bad spot. Not that he cares really about PR, but he's looking for an avenue, I would believe, out of this as well. The avenue most advantageous to him, obviously. But he's going to find himself in a poor bargaining position. But yeah, thank you. Barson on Facebook says, going to miss you. We're going to miss you too. Thank you. Reading your messages on both Rumble and Facebook. I appreciate it. My last show will be Friday. But I got a lot of this yesterday, folks. Some people, I had the great one, Mark Levin, on. And, excuse me, allergies today. I got a ton of this stuff about my support for Israel's right to exist. Guys, I'm just going to say this again because I've said it before, but I don't think I've been clear enough. So I don't know any way to be clearer, especially as I leave you Friday. If you hate Jews, Mike, you know I'm going. If you will, this is not. I don't want you here. I don't know why. It's not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure. Jim, you know where I'm going? I don't know what. Do you really believe like you're going to send me your I hate Jews bio, and that somehow you're going to change my opinion? Like, oh, you know what? These guys were that's great. We're right the whole time. Like, I hate you too. You're not. There's nothing you can say to change my mind that you were on the right side of this. Do you understand that? I don't know. You don't have to send me your Twitter message. Your waste the energy it takes in your thumbs, the quarter of a calorie that it takes to type out your message about how I love your messages too. Dan Bongino, you are Israel first. I don't know where you get that from. I speak about our great country all the time. I care about America first. However, here's to the dumb people out there who really just hate Jews because you're morons. And I'm going to tell you this privately. You are some of the dumbest people on planet Earth. Let me give you a little lesson. You can hold two simultaneous thoughts in your head at the same time. No. Yes, you can. You can say to yourself, I am for America first and always have been. And I do support Israel's right to exist as a state where Jewish people don't have to worry about being slaughtered because they're Jewish. It's okay to say that, you know. It's okay. Did you notice the response of the I hate the Jews crowd every time? Is the Jews did it? Mike, it doesn't matter what it is. A guy gets a box of On Cloud sneakers missing shoelaces. He's like, the Jews did it, man. Definitely. Is that damn? Do you understand how dumb you sound? Every single thing. Like, I saw this one the other day. Jim, this is a great one. Like, Dan Bongino must be bought off by the Jews. Oh, yes. That money's just flowing into the Dan Bongino. What you're talking about? Do you guys have a brain? You're not welcome here. I don't want you here. I don't like you. I can't stand you. I can't say this in strong enough terms. If you're part of this new, whatever you want to call, woke right trying to steal our movement, you're not welcome. You're not in my movement. You could be in your own movement. That ain't my movement. It's not. That's not my Make America Great Again movement that I'm part. You have legitimate criticisms of Israeli politics? Knock yourself out. So do I. I'm allowed to criticize. Not everything going on in. They have a left over there too that's destroying their country just like we are. But at the end of yesterday's show, if you caught it, remember, Jim, I said I was going to address this today. This is what I was talking about. I had Mark Levin on, and we were talking about this ongoing crisis with the Hamas terrorists. And I'm telling you, you'd be stunned. There was a small portion of Twitter. Dan, I'm leaving your show. I mean, the Jews are evil. Go ahead, bro. I'm begging you to go. What do you think? Is that an insult? I'm real. Mike, Jim, and I are happy you don't find our show welcoming. This is not an insult. I love I did a book signing years ago. I know because it's floating around. This is how dishonest the I Hate the Jews crowd is. This is how I'm going to show you right now how dishonest they are. I did a book signing, an online book signing, where you're online on, I think at the time it was on YouTube before they banned me for telling you masks don't work, which pretty silly decision now, but whatever. The book signing is so old. It's 2 houses ago in the living room. I haven't lived there in 6 years. You can actually look at the date. 5 or 6 years ago, I did this thing. It's a book signing for, I don't even remember the book. It doesn't matter. I didn't want to mention it because it sounds like I'm trying to sell you a book and I'm not. And someone asked me a question about issues that matter to me. And one of them, I said, Jim, this is a shocker. I said, Israel in foreign policy. That matters to me a lot because the motto of the terrorists trying to kill us is first we get the Saturday people and then we get the Sunday people. I'm really sorry if you're too stupid to see. I actually traveled over to the Middle East like a lot and worked in a government position where I had to interact with a lot of really bad people. You haven't. You're sitting behind a keyboard. I hate the Jews. I hate the Jews. I get it. I know you hate it. We understand. You're a moron. We get it. I understand that you think you have friends in Hamas that would kill you in a second if you landed in what you call Palestine. I get that. But you're too dumb to figure it out. But they pulled this clip of me suggesting I care about the Israeli issue and terrorism in the Middle East and Jews being targeted. I'm not Jewish. I'm a proud Christian. But I care about innocent people being killed because of their religion, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, or anyone else. Anyone. You heard me speak out about the Uyghurs, Christian persecution. Not virtue signaling. Mike, it's crazy, but I don't like innocent people that die because their religion. I mean, you know what a crazy idea. And they're like, look, incoming FBI deputy director. Like it's a big conspiracy. Like I recorded this yesterday. Sezonyad's looking out for Israel. What? You're a moron. You have none of my respect. I don't care. You can tweet all day and all night. I don't care. When I say I don't care, I mean the actual words in sequence. Dan Bongino does. He cares so little. He's telling you on the show not to. You can just go. You don't have to tweet to us that you're leaving the show and we're okay. I don't want you here. I'm not interested in that audience. You know, I'm using some sarcasm in this to kind of take a little bit of the edge off, but scrap that for a minute. Folks, this matters to me. And if it doesn't matter to you that people around the world who are Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and anyone else, but specifically with Jews, targets of people who want to kill them every single day. If you think I'm some kind of crazy, not America first guy, and you don't care about the issue, fine. This show is not for you. And you know what? We will never be friends. That's okay. You can hang out with your people, and I'll hang out with the same ones. I will never, ever, in 1,000 lifetimes, be convinced that the answer to the world problems is the Jews did it. I strongly suggest to all the people out there who that is your answer to everything. You ordered micronized creatine from Amazon and you mistakenly got glutamine. You're like, it's definitely the Jew. I strongly suggest you take this path in your life. Go visit the Middle East and do me a favor. Do it in this order. Mike, we cool with this order? I think you know where I'm going. Go in this order. Land in Tel Aviv. Go visit. Because I want you to get a broad breadth of what it looks like over there. Land in Tel Aviv. Hit Jerusalem. Make your way around Israel. Maybe take another stop. Stop in there and say hello to a few people and see how in danger you feel. How in danger on a scale of 1 to 10 do you feel in Israel? I've been there. I tell you, I felt about a 1. Maybe a 2 because some terror attacks do happen, especially when things ramp up and hostilities get hot. But I'd say a 1, a 2. Then I want you to do this. I want you to fly right over to Bethlehem or elsewhere. And I want you to start preaching the Christian gospel. I just give it a shot. Give it a shot. Oh, you won't do it. Why? Why? I thought it was the Jews, right? The Jews did it, right? I'm not going off the air without putting this out there. Because it's amazing how many people really believe. I don't know if they have weak minds with other people. Hey, if we pressure them into saying the Jews did it. But no, I'll never, ever do that. Ever. Do you understand me? Ever. Do you understand me clearly? Get off the show. You are never, ever going to be welcome here. If I come back to radio, if I come back to podcast, I don't know what the future holds. Tune me out. Block me on X. You don't have to post your comments. They're a waste of your time. You are speaking to a class of morons, and it's not me or my listeners. Nobody cares about you. You're a nut. You have insecurities in your life, and you want to blame other people, and you found Jewish people to be a typical target, which has happened throughout history. That is, you have a vacuum in your life. Seek help, counseling, maybe find a path in faith somewhere. Go have children and watch a soccer game. And if your kid loses, the Jews didn't do it. Sometimes kids just lose a soccer game. And I love how another one, sorry, but I can get a lot of this since I had Mark Levin on this. Because Mark and I see this issue with clear eyes. Every time someone who's Jewish does something wrong, doesn't mean it's the Jews that did it. It means someone who's Jewish did something wrong. Mike, is that crazy? Like, I'm Christian. I do some things wrong all the time. I don't go, oh, there's Christians. I tell you, man, they're the worst. People who are Muslim, Hindu, people who are agnostic, who have all kinds of different religions and faiths and lack thereof. You're just looking for a target for this rage you have. And it ain't mine, brother. It ain't mine. I read your stuff yesterday. I saw your Facebook messages. I believe in our country always comes first. But I also believe people have the right to live free of the threat of having their freaking heads cut off because they practice a different religion than me. I'm going to say one last time, whether now, in my next line of work, or anywhere else, don't waste your breath on me. Don't, your dopey, sick, I hate the Jews Jedi mind trick works on stupid people, and I ain't it. Don't dare waste your time on me. The time it takes you to type your message, the quarter calorie, I promise you is not worth it. Save it. Go on the treadmill. More coming up next. We'll be right back.
Attention all patriots. Time is running out to claim your free Trump knife, a limited edition masterpiece that stands as bold and strong as America itself. Order your free Trump knife today at TrumpKnife47.com. Just pay a small shipping and handling fee. Add this limited edition masterpiece to your Trump collection. This is a razor-sharp, precision-engineered symbol of American pride. Many military, first responders, outdoor enthusiasts, and patriots agree. This high-quality knife is a seamless blend of style and function. It's the perfect tool for around the house or on the go. Order your free Trump knife for a small shipping and handling fee at TrumpKnife47.com. Etched with Trump, Make America Great Again. It's a daily reminder of your patriotic pride. Celebrate President Trump. Celebrate American values. Supplies are limited, so order your Trump knife today before they're all gone. Don't wait. Visit TrumpKnife47.com right now to claim your free Trump knife. You just have to pay shipping and handling. That's TrumpKnife47.com. Shipping and handling fees apply. Offer valid while supplies last. Paid for by Intramax.
Ben Bongino. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Making sense of your world.
This is no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. Here it is.
Mark Levin, weekdays 6 to 9 p.m.
Listen to this, would you?
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Strokes are something that I see just about every week in my practice as a trauma neurosurgeon. Any kind of brain bleed is scary stuff, not to mention that stroke is a leading cause of death in the United States and around the world. Now, there's lots of things you can do to lower your risk of having a stroke, but according to this new study out of Ireland that collected data from 142 centers in 32 countries, there are 3 risk factors in particular that'll put you at increased risk for severe stroke. They are high blood pressure, smoking, and atrial fibrillation, or AFib. In other words, if you have any of these risk factors, you really do need to take them seriously. Also, remember the acronym FAST, F-A-S-T, to spot the warning signs of a stroke: face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty, time to call 911. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headlines, perspective from the voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know, all without having to remember yet another password.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Stream your favorite shows, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archives, all with the new WMAL app.
Thank you.
Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook, because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
If you're listening to sports,
how the Chiefs react to this loss will be fascinating.
Mixed with pop culture, sprinkled with celebrity interviews.
False, Kevin Bacon, for your role in Footloose. You attended classes at a high school. That's true, yeah. Morgan Freeman. What was it like working with Gene Hackman? Came up in one scene and whispered in my ear. Details.
You're enjoying the Rich Eisen Show podcast.
Speaking of podcasts,
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
There are things liberals say, then there is reality. Find out the difference here. The Dan Bongino Show.
So, man, we got a lot of feedback on that. And it already happened, Mike. Someone, man, Dan, I had high hopes for you. Bro, again, this show is that you don't have to type us that. I don't want your hopes. I don't even want you on my show. If that's how you feel about the world, just go. It's not an airport. There is no need to announce your departure. I'm happy you don't find this show rewarding if you're a crazy person. By the way, on another note, someone asked me, it's a kind of a rough message, but they said, I think I may have this cancer thing. What was that test you talked about? They are not a sponsor. I don't make any money off this. I got a blood test done. It's called Natera, Natera. I don't know what their website is, but then you just look it up. And it's a blood test where if you've had cancer in the past, like unfortunately I've had, they take a piece of your tumor and they can, by blood, they can check to see if you have any with DNA remnants of that particular tumor. So it's a blood test, basically. And the reason that's important is if you had cancer in the past, you got to get these CT PET scans, and it's a lot of radiation, something I'm trying to, knock on wood, avoid as long as I can. So that's the test. But I have no relationship to the company at all. I just use the test. I'm waiting for the result. Let's hope obviously everything's good. I took the blood test last week, but someone asked me about it because I mentioned it on the air. Gallery Grail also makes a good test. Natera, I think, works a little bit differently. So I've used them both. So there's your answer. And one of my first sponsors when I started this journey is a company have used often, My Patriot Supply. I use them for emergency preparedness because I'd rather have emergency preparedness products now, in the future, in the past, and always, because if something happens, you don't want to starve to death. That's why. The world's unstable. So I've asked My Patriot Supply one last time to bring back a emergency bundle I use. It's the emergency preparedness bundle. So you're ready to handle everything. The bundle has just about everything you need. 3 months of emergency food storage, water filtration, heirloom seeds, multivitamins, potassium iodide, anti-radiation tablets. Always good to be prepared, folks. You can also save $300 on this exclusive bundle, and it's everything you need, but only while supplies last. I have one for every member of the family. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Bongino now. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Bongino. Don't wait. Be ready. Thanks, My Patriot Supply, for standing with us all these years.
Mark Levin, weekdays 6 till 9 on 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
So I'm reading some Facebook comments, and Lisa B says, Dan, these people are not worth your effort. I appreciate what you're saying, Lisa, but I'll tell you why they are. Talking about the people who have, attacked me for my position on defending people who are Jewish, their right to live without being attacked for being Jewish. You know why it is important, Lisa? Because I don't want you to think you're alone out there. Talkers Magazine said, what, Mike? We have 8.5 million listeners a week. It's a big radio show. In the last 3 days we're on. It's huge. It's probably the, third, fourth, fifth biggest radio show in the country. I have no idea. It's one of them. I don't want you to think you're alone. Sometimes you're on X and these platforms and you see these crazy people attacking you for taking a position. Like, you know what? No one should be killed for their religion. And you feel like, gosh, am I the only one out there? You're not. You're not. I promise you, those people are in the minority. And while I will vocally and in a principled manner defend their right to speak out, even if I agree with them, I will absolutely defend my own position as well to make sure you know that you're not a man or a woman on an island. Folks, we cannot let our movement be hijacked by this kind of nonsense. This is way too important a moment. We stand for liberty and prosperity and freedom for everyone. Everyone. That's our mission. Always been.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
What would you give for a child you loved to make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
We're the stronger than we look type. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 2. The braver than you think type.
I have to take insulin shots every single day.
The type that will stop at nothing.
No more blood sugar tests.
Absolutely nothing. No more complications. Until type 1 becomes type none.
Support JDRF's life-changing research, and one day you'll say, I helped turn type 1 into type none. Join us now at jdrf.org.
Making sense of your world on the go. Screen your favorite shows, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archives, all with the new WMAL app. This is for you. Get the WMAL app on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected.
Cab driver, professional cab driver. Sorry, professional cab driver, Artie. Drinking responsibly is knowing your limits. If you are over yours, ask Artie or someone like Artie to get you home safely. To learn more about drinking responsibly, go to beforeyoudrink.org.
So, you think I could take your number 26 Crown Royal race car for a spin?
Did you get out of there?
Be a champion. Drink responsibly. This message has been brought to you by the Century Council.
WMAL FM, Woodbridge, Washington, Cumulus Media Station. Making sense of the news. Responsible 5.9. News now.
WMAL News at 1. I'm Heather Curtis. As President Trump's 25% steel and aluminum tariffs take effect today, U.S. trading partners are retaliating.
The European Union put new duties on U.S. exports like motorcycles and bourbon, covering about $28 billion in goods. The EU is the world's largest trading bloc. Canada also reacted to the new tariffs, announcing nearly $21 billion in retaliatory tariffs targeting computers, sporting equipment, as well as steel and aluminum. Canada is the largest foreign supplier of steel and aluminum imported to the U.S. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President Trump defending the tariffs.
The EU was set up in order to take advantage of the United States.
Mr. Trump speaking in the Oval Office during a meeting with Ireland's Prime Minister. Economists aren't the only ones concerned that tariffs will raise consumer prices. Maryland Senator Angela Alsobrook shares that concern and is worried higher prices would hit Marylanders already living paycheck to paycheck hard. She's introduced the Tariff Transparency Act, her first piece of legislation. It would require a nonpartisan study on how the Trump administration's tariffs would impact everyday Americans. Near this hour, the race is now on to succeed Mark Elrich as Montgomery County Executive.
Councilmember Evan Glass has announced he's running for the job, which will open up next year after voters last fall passed a referendum limiting the executive position to 2 terms. Glass, who's 48, has served on the council since 2018. If elected, he would become the county's first openly LGBTQ executive, but he can expect other challengers. Among those whose names have been attached to a possible run, fellow council members Andrew Friedson and Will Jawando, and Chief Administrative Officer Rich Madalino. John Matthews on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Fairfax County is considering a meals tax to help close a $300 million budget gap, but supervisors are looking to avoid problems other counties have had implementing one.
It was pretty bad.
Tax Director Jay Doshi saw what happened as Richmond introduced their meals tax.
From staffing, systems, to enforcement, to a lack of communication with the impacted businesses, which is critical to any effort.
While costing the county almost $3 million a year, a 3 to 4% tax on food service could bring in almost $50 million in revenue or more. But there are worries, Supervisor Dahlia Palchik.
I am most concerned about our mom and pop stores that are going to struggle the most with change.
Next week, the board could continue the process with public hearings to follow in April. Scotland on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Governor Moore's approval ratings taking a hit amid a budget battle over education and skyrocketing energy costs.
55%. 36%.
Maryland pollster Patrick Gonzalez says that's the wrong direction. Driven in large part by gloom over the economy. More than half of Marylanders say their economic condition is fair or poor. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
Checking your money, the Dow down 71 points, the Nasdaq up 223. Traffic and weather next.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Hey y'all, it's Caitlin and Kane Brown here with Wayfair. As a growing family, one of our favorite things is Game Night Wayfair Edition.
Let's do it. You got to name as many Wayfair furniture and decor categories as you can. Ready? Go.
Sofas, bar stools, beds, ottomans, outdoor seating, bookshelves, kitchen tables, garden sheds, mid-century modern lamps.
Time. Nice. You got 9 out of a lot. Not too bad. Keep practicing by visiting wayfair.com, where you can shop every style for every home.
Every style, every home.
As you age, your body's natural healing and rebuilding processes slow down. A collagen supplement from Ancient Nutrition can help you feel and look your best. Ancient Nutrition's mission is to create high-quality supplements that combine ancient wisdom and modern science. Ancient Nutrition's multi-collagen advanced lean supplement contains 10 types of collagen from 10 real food-based sources. Their formula is powered by clinically studied ingredients that promote fat loss, maintain a healthy weight, and build lean muscle. Collagen can also reduce joint discomfort and improve the growth of your skin, hair, and nails. Plus, Ancient Nutrition's multi-collagen advanced lean is delicious and easy to work into your daily routine by mixing it into your morning coffee, matcha, or your favorite smoothie. Right now, Ancient Nutrition is offering 25% off your first order when you go to ancientnutrition.com/take25. That's ancientnutrition.com/take25 for 25% off your first order.
Steve Hirshorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
The slowest stretches of the Beltway right now are going to be on the inner loop from 123 northbound up to the work zone near the toll road in the right lane. Then on the inner loop in Maryland, it's very heavy now from 214 southbound down to Ritchie Marlboro Road, where the left lane is closed. Outer loop slows from River Road across the Legion Bridge down to the toll road, with the right lane taken away again today. It's also very heavy on 395 northbound from Boundary Channel Drive across the 14th Street Bridge onto the Southeast Southwest Freeway. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Plenty of sunshine this afternoon, mid-60s to around 70. Clouds increased overnight, a bit of patchy fog early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's a cooler day with mostly cloudy skies, upper 50s to lower 60s. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin, the First Alert Weather Center.
Right now, 63 degrees in Oakton, 61 in Maryland, and 62 degrees under partly cloudy skies here in Washington. I'm Heather Curtis, Sun News Talk, 105.9 WMAL.
Now, 5.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Dan Bongino.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service, to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid Trump. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
The folks, you know, an issue, especially my political ideology, one of my lodestars has always been defending the First Amendment, the right to speak. And censorship is just anathema, everything this country stands for. I want to welcome to the show United States Senator from the unbelievably beautiful state of Missouri, Eric Schmidt. He has been a warrior against censorship for a really long time. Senator, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us. You too, sir. Appreciate you coming on. You have been fighting this fight for a long time. Social media censorship, which is really proxy government censorship, using these third parties to do what they legally can. But I've also seen you lately focus on another problem, which is the use of NGOs as well, these non-governmental entities, to basically do the same thing, to spend money on behalf of the government for things that the government doesn't want you to know they're spending money on. I think this is really why the Democrats you're dealing with up on the Hill are upset at Elon Musk, the Doge, and President Trump's approach to overturning the rock of government.
Elon Musk is on. This was before his hearing. This was labeled as a theory that we found were accusing the Biden administration of being conservative. It turned out in discovery that all that was true. The thing that created this disinformation. They were working with and colluding with and cooperating with. You saw the FBI, you saw Elvis Chan pre-bunking the Hunter Biden laptop story to suppress that. You saw whether it was masking or vaccine issues, that they were deplatforming people. And ironically, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, who's going to be the head of NIH now, was one of the plaintiffs. Right. So this is all come full circle. All come full circle now. And one of the great things, Dan, and I'm so happy for you and the role that you're going to be playing.
Thanks.
We're putting reformers now at the head of these agencies on the inside. So you don't need some attorney general kicking stuff around, although we need more of that. We're going to have people on the inside like Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and others who don't want to see our justice system weaponized, and they don't want to see a political ideology, people being, gone after because they're Catholic or because they show up to a school board meeting. I think.
Lose them?
Prize is real, and it was funded in many instances with your tax dollars, which is ridiculous.
We're talking to Senator Eric Schmidt from the wonderful state of Missouri. He's been a warrior against censorship and for free speech, that Missouri v. Biden case. Folks, you need to look that up. This is one of these things, even if you're just casually interested in politics, which I understand. People have jobs and lives. They don't get to do what me and the senator get to do, which is study politics. It is super important. As Senator, you're correct when you say that some of the coercion that was coming from government officials to Facebook and Twitter, now at the time Twitter, now X, pre-Elon. We have the emails. What was his name? Rob Flaherty. He was a Biden White House official who was sending, I'm not just going to say implicitly threatening emails, explicitly threatening emails to Facebook, basically saying, hey, be a real shame, if your place burned down, if you don't take this post down. I mean, it was almost like organized crime mob-like tactics. You can read the emails yourself, folks. They're all public, but that's what you were dealing with in this case.
And they had a special portal, Dan. There's a special portal between high-ranking government officials and senior executives at Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, where they were flagging things. There was, the Surgeon General of the United States was getting some. Yeah. People, all that stuff, they were using the full force of the government. Talking about the NGOs, and I had a thread, if I want to go on X today, a thread laying some of this stuff out. We're going to continue this NGO investigation because even in that case, we discovered that universities like Stanford and the University of Washington were being used to flag some of this, what they believed was wrong think. And then the government would put pressure on social media companies. So this was a vast network that was all about, much like the story of COVID really, was all about power and control. That's what this was. And people who never should have had it in the first place had way too much of it, and they were willing to exercise it in ways that were unimaginable. Think about the OSHA vaccine mandate. I'm like, that was an agency created to make sure forklifts beeped when they back up, not force a medical procedure on 100 million people. And we actually filed a lawsuit to stop that at the Supreme Court too, including the student loan debt forgiveness case. So all this stuff that they were doing, you really need people who are going to stand up and push back. But now that we've got, the mandate from the American people, they saw all this, they saw the lawfare, they saw all of it, they rejected it. And now we've got an opportunity to be the reformers, to wear the white hats. And I'm excited about that. And I'm excited about that for you too.
Oh, thank you, sir. Talking to Senator Eric Schmidt. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to this next chapter. Really, it's a dream job for me to be able to go in there and bring this entity back to the greatness and the American people revered this agency in the past, and a lot of that has been thrown away, and that's really a shame. But Senator, you have been fighting against censorship for a while, as I've been talking about in this last 10, 12 minutes. But it's really tough to explain to some people who they use the euphemistic buzz terms like, well, we can't have disinformation out there. Well, we've had disinformation out there throughout human history. People lie. the way to combat lies and disinformation, to use their silly buzz terms, is with more information. It's not to censor what you deem disinformation, because the disinformation most of the time, Senator, turned out to be accurate, i.e., the Hunter Biden laptop case. That was Hunter Biden's laptop. The idea that masks aren't effective prophylactic mechanisms against COVID. The idea that the vaccine does not stop the spread of COVID. I was banned from YouTube. You can look it up for telling people in my audience that the mask, the surgical mask, is not going to protect you. Senator, I kid you not when I say this. I really believed I was doing the right thing. If you went outside with a mask on and you were someone with an immunocompromised position that could be hurt from COVID, and you listened to Fauci's advice, oh, don't worry, this mask is going to protect me, you were putting your life at risk due to silly, ridiculous, dangerous medical advice. And that's the problem with the disinformation label. Who gets to call it that?
That's right. You know, speaking. Terrified, quite frankly, of the people, because they know when they get a chance to really weigh in, and now information is more widely diffused. This is a good thing for us as conservatives. It's why the middlemen in the legacy media are thrashing right now, because they know they don't get to be the gatekeepers anymore. And if people actually had the raw, unadulterated truth, they can handle it, they can process it, and they can make their own decisions for themselves and their family. And so that's what this fight is all about.
It is, and the results speak for themselves. When you look at the gains President Trump made in the 2024 election in comparison to 2016 and 2020, it's fairly obvious that as we develop this new media ecosystem, which is growing and sprouting by the day, and Elon taking over Twitter, bringing it back to a free speech platform, you have platforms like Rumble, you have platforms out there like Truth Social, that people don't need ABC or NBC anymore, and you see the results in the election. Can I ask you a kind of a technical question, but I want you to explain it to the audience from the Senate perspective. I was trying to explain yesterday that with the CR, we get it. The CR is not what anybody wanted, period, full stop. Everybody understands it. The spending levels are too high. But I was trying to explain to the audience yesterday that we live in the world, the real world, not the world we want. This is the world I want, Senator. We'd be back to 18% of GDP for government spending. We just don't have the votes. I wish we did, but the Senate, where you work as a senator from Missouri, the Senate's the problem. Not the Republican side, but the Democrat side. We don't have the votes. We can't overcome the filibuster. We only have 53. The reconciliation package is where we can really start to make an impact, because we can bypass that restriction due to the reconciliation process. That's what I've been trying to explain to them. The CR, the ideology we have is a worthy fight. Yes, we shouldn't spend this money in the CR. But we just don't have the numbers here in this regular order fight. We do for the reconciliation fight.
Your point, you get to the where we don't need 60 votes. We only need 51 votes. Real reform is going to implement the spending reduction of this nonsense in the fight. We don't need a single you know, also, the he didn't do creation freedom. He get reconciliation on that one. Stop at that to do real reform, but then getting back to a normal creation process where you can offer allow conservatives to kind of have their say as opposed to these bills that are unveiled at midnight. We got to get away from that. It allows us to get into the next stage of this thing and allow farmers to get to work in reconciliation. So I think you've explained it right. We have a lower threshold in the Senate in 51. By the way, that's the Super Bowl. The reconciliation thing, that's the World Series, the Super Bowl, the Masters, everything wrapped into one. Right. And I think that we're committed to delivering, and President Trump is committed to delivering. And that's where we're going to have permitting reform to be energy dominant. It's where we're going to, make sure we have the funds necessary for the deportations. All those things that are our priorities that we don't need Democrats for, we can get with 51 votes.
We're talking to Senator Schmidt. I just got a minute left, but I just want to wrap it up by saying here, I know you understand the frustration of Republican voters. They've been told 1,000 times, oh, we're going to cut spending, and the can does get kicked down the road. You know that. I know that. I understand their skepticism. All I'm suggesting to you is the difference here is that there's an actual plan we've taken votes on. The House has already started the reconciliation process. So it's not like they're saying, kick the can down the road for X, it's a variable. We know the variable. It's already started. There is an actual plan this time. We hope they enact. Yeah, no, he does. I mean, Elon's over there looking through the books, and they're outing every single day massive amounts of fraud and waste. Senator, thanks so much for your fight for free speech. It's something I'm personally and professionally passionate about. We can't have a country without it, and I know you've been at the tip of the spear on this. So thanks for coming on the show. Thanks for your time, and thank you for the kind words. Won't let you guys down over there. Appreciate your support. Thank you. Senator Eric Schmidt from Missouri. You look up that case, folks. I kid you not, Missouri v. Biden. And look up some of the White House emails that went to some of these social media companies. You'll be stunned at what happened in your name. In your name, you finance this government to censor you. More coming up next. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax, revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to newsmaxplus.com and start your free trial. That's newsmaxplus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Then on to go. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
Every time I feel my baby kick, I sing. You don't understand. I never sing. I'm not good at singing. I'm the only person I know who's been booed off a karaoke stage. But that was before I was pregnant. Today, I'm a singer with a captive audience of one. She doesn't boo me. She never will.
We know how it feels. We're the March of Dimes. Find out how we can help you have a healthier baby at marchofdimesbaby.org.
The second half of the basketball season is here, and the race to the playoffs continues on Prize Picks, the best place to cash in on your favorite sports. The app is so simple. Just pick more or less on at least two players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Download the Prize Picks app today, use the code ROAM, and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in bonus credit just for playing, and it's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
If liberal policies work, why don't liberal policies work? The Dan Bongino Show.
So I was just reading Left Wing Bible Afternoon Edition, Politico Playbook, and they're saying that Democrats are now basically strategizing on how to block the CR, which would effectively shut down the government. I don't know what to tell you, folks. The Democrats have told us government shutdowns, grandma's going to die, dogs and cats are going to die, your pool's going to drain, hurricanes are going to start, a tornado's going to hit in the Sahara if this happens. We've been told all of that, are now openly advocating for a shutdown of government they say you can't live without. This is the Trump effect, where he has the Democrats so knocked off their center line that they just don't even know how to get back to it because they're not sure where the center line even is anymore. Imagine that, the Democrats arguing for a government shutdown. This is just, man, the times we're in. Hey, want to lose weight? Look and feel 10 years younger with no side effects? Get into the new Be Healthy movement with PhD weight loss today, like producer Jim did. How'd you like it, Jim?
I thought it was absolutely fantastic, man. It was life-changing. I had a weight shutdown, man. I shut it down. I shut down my weight gain. Wow. I lost 45 pounds, and it was fantastic. They gave me my own plan, which is what I asked for when I went to PhD weight loss. They told me what to eat, when to eat it. No yo-yos, no pills, no gym, no side effects. Listen to this. Mention Bongino. Get 2 free weeks added to your weight loss program. When you fully commit, you'll receive 15% off your weight loss program and 15% off your energy supplement bundle.
And the program's backed by PhDs. Get results or get your money back guaranteed. Give PhD Weight Loss a call at 864-644-1900. That's 864-644-1900. Or go to myphdweightloss.com. That's myphdweightloss.com. Weight loss results vary per individual. Consult with a medical professional.
WMAL, making sense of education, because what's happening in your kid's school matters. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
We do. We live in the craziest of times. And nothing makes, if you're a Republican, conservative, libertarian, member of the MAGA movement, this makes perfect sense to you. Lean out government, close down the border, bolster our national defense. Nothing's really surprising. However, if you were a member of the left wing of the left wing, I don't understand the arguments you're making right now. Your entire party, correct me if I'm wrong, I know you're in my chat and Rumble and Facebook, I see you. Your entire party, the bedrock principle you guide your policymaking on is that government is a force for good. That is the left wing of the left wing, correct? We love government. It's fantastic. So I'm confused. The Democrats in the Senate are now arguing to shut down this unbelievably benevolent force in our lives. I'm obviously being sarcastic. This is what victory in politics looks like. This is what it looks like. You've got Democrats now arguing against a tax, the tariffs. I thought they loved taxes. Acknowledging, of course, that taxes can have an effect, which they don't want you to do. They think everything's positive. Amazing.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
Oh, it's awful, huh?
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Construction causing delays on the Beltway inner loop between the toll road and the Georgetown Pike in the right lane. Traffic is jammed from 123. That's also on the outer loop between the Georgetown Pike and the toll road in the right lane. Outer loop delays begin at River Road. Couple more work zones on the inner loop at the Legion Bridge. The right lane is blocked with roadwork and traffic is slow from the GW Parkway. And on the inner loop after reaching Marlborough Road, there is construction in the left lane causing jam up all the way back to River Road. Still some accident activity in Greenbelt on the southbound BW Parkway, the Good Luck Road overpass. Traffic is slow from Greenbelt Road. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com to WMAL Store Watch and Forecast.
Tonight, increasing clouds, lows in the lower 40s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, highs in the upper 50s to lower 60s.
Want to get some good discounted food and dining options, reliable roadside assistance, preferred credit card offers, or fraud protection? You need to check out AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. No matter what your age is, you can take advantage of the services they provide for either yourself or your family, and have confidence that their partners stand behind the vision our nation's founders had to enrich the lives of all Americans through goods and services offered by like-minded companies. But joining AMAC isn't just about the benefits. It's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. Regardless of your age, you can enroll in a 5-year AMAC membership for 47% off. Visit amac.us/SRS today to take advantage of this special offer. AMAC's membership is made up of Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom. We're over 2 million members strong and growing. Their mission is simple: protect the interests of all freedom-loving Americans and offer incredible member benefits. From exclusive discounts on travel insurance and everyday services to supporting strong representation in Washington, D.C., AMAC's here to make a difference in your life and our nation. Visit amac.us/SRS today to join millions of Americans who believe in backing their mission. That's amac.us/SRS. Join AMAC and become a part of a movement that stands for you, your family, and your future.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
I was choosing alcohol over my family. That's when I made the call. Now I'm finding better ways to cope.
Mental health care works when you make the call. Visit mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
Expert entrepreneur Ed Milet is on a mission to max out your life.
So many of you have dreams in your life and you don't go touch them. You've got to begin to touch your dreams.
It's time to get laser focused on peak performance.
I'm going to give you very unique habits that I do on a daily basis. Say no. Deadlines in your life to work
and become the best version of you.
Take a day and serve that mission.
The Ed Milet Show.
Max out.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The Putting on Airs podcast is half redneck Bosh. Ain't you fancy for being a fan? Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Let's see, something different for dinner. Searching restaurants near me.
Right here, ma'am. How can we help?
Gee, same old, same old.
Wait, we're right here, ma'am. Our restaurant's just a few blocks from you. Why is she not seeing us?
Back to the usual, I guess.
Ma'am, can you not see us?
Nope, they can't see you because you're buried deep in the list of local restaurants. You are invisible online. Introducing Cumulus Boost. Get a boost, get found, get on the map. Learn more at cumulusboost.com.
WMAL, making sense of the forecast. Because you never know what Mother Nature has in store. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
You have an opinion and a phone. Call 844-484-3872 and let us know what you think. The Dan Bongino Show.
We have this door in the studio if you're watching on Rumble. By the way, yes, I know it's very shiny. I just washed all that stuff off. They put this stuff on my face shiny during the podcast. I hate it. I don't like any of it. I just prefer the natural look, even if it is shiny. I don't care. So, but there's a door in the studio. We have these 2 glass doors right there, and they are really heavy. And Justin was just coming in. It's like doing a chest fly, open a door, and the handle, right, Justin? It's not even a handle, Mike. There's like a divot in the door, and about 1/4 of an inch of your finger gets in there. So you may be laughing like, you guys are a bunch of wusses. Justin's a big dude. He's a big guy, and you really got to. Yeah, Jim better be careful with that back is right. Yeah, go out that door. We have, right? I know. I should have done that. Luckily, the divot is a brown color, so you can see kind of thing, but it is easy to walk into. There's another door right back there, Jim. You should use that one. Man, you got to get into that thing. It is like, they did a great job on the studio, but that's something that's heavy. All right, let me get back to some serious stuff I cover. It's been a pretty loaded show so far. Hey, Jim, who's coming up at 2:00 again? Oh, yeah, Senator Rand Paul. Awesome. We'll get a different perspective from him. I know he's going to vote against the CR. But, listen, I'm all about presenting both sides to an argument. And that's what we do on the show because we don't believe in this crazy thing called censorship and disinformation. The leftist buzz term for ideas they don't like. If you would, Mike, cue up for me different cut sheets here. Okay, 4. Folks, President Trump is working towards a ceasefire, a peace deal in the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Can we all agree we want that? But can we all agree as well that what I said in the beginning of the show, this is why the show flows the way it does, it's easy to talk, but you need what, Mike? A plan. You need a plan. President Trump has a plan. You don't have to like the plan, but it's a plan. And if you don't like the plan, what do we ask? We ask that you present a different plan. Not that you just go, hey, that plan sucks. President Trump's plan has been to squeeze both sides of this conflict, to get them to the table, to threaten sanctions. The rare earth minerals, we need them for our economy and for the weapons we need to send to you. We need you to help us out there, or there's going to be consequences to that too. And at least in the early stages, it appears to be working. How do we know that? Here's Secretary Rubio. At least one side, Ukraine, has now accepted the 4 corners of what appears to be a ceasefire deal. Now, you may say, well, Dan, fair enough, but what's Russia doing? Yeah, exactly. That's the point. The Trump team now has Vladimir Putin in this corner where he's not going to be able to say, oh, my gosh, look at me. We were just looking for a calm resolution. No, you're not. You're not at this point because we're giving it to you. Now, do you want it or do you not? Check this out.
Today, we made an offer that the Ukrainians have accepted, which is to enter into a ceasefire and into immediate negotiations to end this conflict in a way that's enduring and sustainable and it counts for their interests, their security, their ability to prosper as a nation. I want to personally we both want to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Majesty, for hosting us, for making this possible. They've been instrumental in this process, and we're very grateful to them for hosting us here today. And hopefully we'll take this offer now to the Russians, and we hope that they'll say yes, to peace. The ball is now in their court. And but again, the president's objective here is number one, above everything else. He wants the war to end, and I think today Ukraine has taken a concrete step in that regard. We hope the Russians will reciprocate.
Now, this is the template for, we don't need a fancy, but we'll call it the Trump doctrine, okay? Everybody get Mike, everybody love buzz terms in politics. The Bush doctrine, the Truman doctrine. Everybody loves a buzz term because it makes you sound smart. People love jargon. Personally, I hate jargon, but I've let a few people know that already. People try to lose you with jargon. The doctrine's not jargon. However, people like to sound smart. What's the Trump doctrine? The Trump doctrine applies. You're starting to see a pattern here, whether it's economics, foreign policy, ceasefire deals, the Middle East. His policy appears to be, I have no problem escalating to de-escalate. And he really doesn't care what you think. I'll explain to you what I mean in a second with regards to the economy with a 3-book chapter that sums up exactly what I'm talking about. But he's doing the same thing with Vladimir Putin right now. He's saying, I acknowledge that Joe Biden, Vladimir Putin, and others handed me a sandwich here. A war I don't want, nobody wants, people are dying, Russia has nuclear weapons. These are just facts. They're not opinions. Your opinions about facts matter, but those are just facts. People are dying, correct, fact. Vladimir Putin and Russia have nuclear weapons, fact. So it's not an easy exit ramp off this highway. So Donald Trump has told both sides, Ukraine and Russia, things you don't like, I will escalate and do more of unless you get to things I do like, which are things like a ceasefire deal. Correct? He has escalated the pressure. And for those people saying, oh, Putin's huge. Really? Do you read his True Social post? He's been pretty clear with Vladimir Putin that, hey, listen, this war isn't working for you either. For your economy, for your people, your military equipment's been wiped out. Producer Mike, he's telling people over in Russia and the Russian citizens, too, through his True Social post, you guys really want this? You want your 18 to 24-year-olds coming back in more body bags? Because this hasn't been great for you either. You really want us supporting the Ukrainian war effort with the American military machine? You're not talking about boots on the ground. He's talking about equipment in the sky, in the air, on the ground, and in the Black Sea. Do you really want that? Our military equipment their Russian equipment is far inferior to ours. So even though Ukraine, their military is outmanned, if President Trump really wanted to make this painful for the Russians, folks, I'm telling you, at the flip of a switch, he could do it. All he has to do is turn on the United States war machine, the industrial capacity, and the Russians are going to have a real problem on it. He applies this same principle because he's very transactional. You know what I noticed? Hey, Jim, you know what I noticed, man? Ever since we started using transactional spreadsheets, Donald Trump, you notice everyone else is picking that up now? Even you saw that? Like you read all these articles like, oh, he's transacting. Yeah, we've been saying that. I'm glad to know you guys just picked up on it. But he applies the same principles to the economy. Here it is laid out in 3 chapters of a very short. Here is the Ontario Premier, Doug Ford, who for some bizarre reason thinks it's a good idea to chest pump with Donald Trump. Listen, I get it, okay? Producer Jim, fair enough. Like the guy's going to defend Canadian citizens in Ontario. That's what he does. I don't get mad. I'm not mad at him. But Dan, you should. Why would I? That's what he's going to do. I'm a spreadsheets guy. What is Canada going to do for us? This is a -1. He's going to defend Ontario and Canada. However, as a matter of pure tactics, I highly recommend Doug Ford do what I do in reverse. This seems like he's doing this out of emotion and not out of smarts. Here he is yesterday threatening to shut off the electricity to portions of the United States serviced by Ontario, Canada. Folks, this is a really bad idea. Jim, are we trying to help this guy or not? We are. Thank you. Producer Jim is in studio today. We're trying to, puffing with Donald Trump, chest puffing and peacocking is a terrible idea. Do not let your emotions get the better of you like you did here. Here's chapter 1 of the Escalate to De-Escalate. Check this out.
Let me be clear. I will not hesitate to increase this charge. If necessary, if the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely. Believe me when I say I do not want to do this. I feel terrible for the American people because it's not the American people who started this trade war. It's one person who's responsible. That's President Trump. I'd rather be working together. I want to sell the U.S. more energy, more electricity, more critical minerals. I want to make Canada and the United States the richest, most successful, safest, most secure 2 countries on the planet. But as Premier, my number one job is to protect the people of Ontario and in hand protect the people of Canada. I will do whatever it takes. I will fight like I've never fought before to protect Ontario.
Jim, you got to eat that mic in there, or else you sound like Charlie Brown. All I hear is, rah, 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 rah. You got to get on that sucker. So, of course, because threatening President Trump and the United States, I understand. I'm just telling you, you got emotional. Just admit you got emotional. You didn't think spreadsheets. Should have thought spreadsheets. You got emotional threatening to cut off the electricity. That is not going to go over well in the administration at all with anyone. So Donald Trump, of course, did what he's going to do and what was predictable if you're transactional and not emotional, which is what? He responded on True Social and said, really? You're going to cut off the electricity? We are going to increase the tariffs on steel and aluminum from Canada to 50%, which would pretty much crush their industry. Not telling you it wouldn't hurt us too, but would crush their steel and aluminum industry. That's chapter 2. If you didn't get emotional and you stay transactional, you could have avoided what happened next, which is chapter 3 and the final chapter of like the original Star Wars. This is Revenge of the Jedi. Dan, it was Return of the Jedi. It wasn't. It was Revenge of the Jedi till they changed it, right? Justin, am I right? I'm right. It was Revenge of the Jedi. And they changed. Here is the same Ontario Premier, Doug Ford, saying, hey, I spoke to Commerce Secretary Lutnick, and we're thinking about dialing that back. Smart move. Smart move. It's not going to end well for anyone. Check this out.
Well, things change, don't they? Ontario Premier Doug Ford, up in Canada, has decided he's not going to tax the United States residents and electrical users 25%. He had a conversation with our Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and they both decided it would be in the best interest of both countries not for Ford to do that.
I was looking around for a seat. Look who's here. You guys see this? Come on, Rumble. Vince, come over. He said, wait to the audience here, Rumble. Look who made it in. You know who this is, guys? This is your new host at 10 a.m. and for the radio show. There you go. Vince Colonnese, he made it. Pull his seat up. We're going to have Vince on. Maybe we'll have him on in the next segment. You know what? I'm going to get out of this one a little early so Vince can sit down, relax a little bit. But there it was, folks, a 3-chapter book showing you the Trump doctrine. Escalate to de-escalate. If you're transactional, you would have realized that. If you're emotional, you got burned. We'll be right back.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220, 800-859-3220, or biglou.com. Dan Bongino. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook, because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at donorshoes.org.
Making sense of your world.
This is no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. Here it is.
Mark Levin, weekdays 6 to 9 p.m.
Listen to this, would you?
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Wonder why your business doesn't show up on online search maps, but your competitors do? It's hundreds of things. Things that Cumulus Boost can identify and fix. And that's how we boost your findability. CumulusBoost.com. CUMULUS Boost.com.
Expert entrepreneur Ed Milet is on a mission to max out your life.
So many of you have dreams in your life and you don't go touch them. You've got to begin to touch your dreams.
It's time to get laser focused on peak performance.
I'm going to give you very unique habits that I do on a daily basis. Say no. Deadlines in your life will work.
And become the best version of you.
Take a day and serve that mission.
The Ed Milet Show.
Max out.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with all service members and their families. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
75 years of research, 75 years of policy,
75 years of opportunity.
75 years of freedom.
This is 75 years of the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Join us at mda75.org.
Making sense of the media.
The news media is attacking him because this is what happens when you're a Republican.
Chris Plant, weekdays 9 to noon.
Yeah, our news media. Billy.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Making sense of your money.
The state of the economy, the ability to afford your life. That's what people want.
Vince Colonnese, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
The kind of thing I pay attention to. I'm looking at.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
A better life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Strokes are something that I see just about every week in my practice as a trauma neurosurgeon. Any kind of brain bleed is scary stuff, not to mention that stroke is a leading cause of death in the United States and around the world. Now, there's lots of things you can do to lower your risk of having a stroke, but according to this new study out of Ireland that collected data from 142 centers in 32 countries, there are 3 risk factors in particular that'll put you at increased risk for severe stroke. They are high blood pressure, smoking, and atrial fibrillation, or AFib. In other words, if you have any of these risk factors, you really do need to take them seriously. Also, remember the acronym FAST, F-A-S-T, to spot the warning signs of a stroke: face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty, time to call 911. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
On number 2, we think Liz had a bad idea. This thing here, baddest thing. But then on now.
You know, I was just kind of feeling around the desk here in the new studio, and I was like, "It's real." And Vince Colonnese was sitting next to me. He's like, "Yeah, I heard you already addressed it." And Jasmine said it's got some epoxy on it, but it really is nice. Vince, welcome to the studio, my brother. It is so good to see you. Thanks for coming down.
I can't believe how nice it is down in Florida right
You like that? It's about a cool 77, 80 degrees. Yeah, just eat that mic a little bit. So yeah, get on it a little bit more. I'm gonna get done with this, and then we're gonna get back to Vince. Vince just walked in the studio. He will be taking over the show nationally for us on radio and on podcast. We got a big announcement who the first guest is going to be next week, Monday. It's going to be fantastic. Stay tuned. Hey, you don't go out and buy a life jacket when the boat's already sinking, right? You don't buy gold when the economy's already collapsed. Clearly, others are heeding this advice as gold hits all-time highs the first part of 2025. It's not too late for you too. The company I trust to help you diversify into physical gold is Birch Gold. I buy my gold from Birch Gold. They specialize in helping you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA and physical gold for no money out of pocket. Check out this 5-star review. Knowledgeable, helpful, no pressure. That's what you get with Birch Gold. That's why they've been with us for a long time. Get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Bongino to the number 989898. There's no obligation, just useful information. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews. Text Bongino to 989898. Let the experts at Birch Gold help you secure your future today with gold, message, and data rates apply.
WMAL, making sense of the road, because traffic doesn't always follow the pattern. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
So, folks, no need to relitigate the obvious, but you know I've accepted the position starting Monday as Deputy Director of the FBI. Therefore, I will not be with you on radio or podcast. I have we worked out a battle plan with Westwood One when I'm separating from the business, but I did not want to leave you with any second-rate talent. I thought, who's the best guy out there? And the best guy out there, without question, is a guy you've heard filling in for my show, Vince Colonnese. Vince, welcome to the show in studio. Good to have you.
It's so completely cool to be here, and all the nice praise and everything's been awesome. I was listening to you with Mark Levin yesterday, and I was loving it. I was really appreciative. Levin said some nice things. I'm just super excited.
If Mark likes you, and it's Mark was extremely complimentary. We love Mark. I wouldn't be here without him. So you will be starting your podcast on Monday on the Rumble channel. I will be leaving at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and you have a guest format on Monday. So we are announcing this year for the first time. Who's your first guest?
We're going to have Tucker Carlson in studio.
He's coming over here.
Right here at this studio in Florida. He'll be joining me right away, which is going to be great. And we'll have a long conversation with him. In fact, he's so excited to do it. He allotted, I think, 90 minutes for us. And we don't have 90 minutes. We're gonna start at 10. We're gonna end at 11, which means we're gonna record bonus content, and we're gonna be able to deliver a whole nother conversation with Tucker. So we're gonna get 2 for 1 out of him.
Hey, you're
starting
kidding.
Yeah,
you're going for all the ringers, right?
He's going big. Yeah, he's going big. We're gonna have so many good people next week. I'll wait. I'm gonna talk to Paula about some of the other ones. But if you think that's a big guest, just wait until you hear what we have.
This is a smart man. You hear what he just said? I'm gonna talk to Paula about it. He's a smart guy. Smart guy. Paula definitely has a plan. I'm going to tell you this. I've been let in because I'm still here for a couple more days on some of the additional guests. And I just said to Vince I said, Vince, you really burned up that Rolodex for the first week, didn't
I'm
you?
wearing out the phone tree, but I just, I want to get everybody in here. And I want people to realize, they do realize this is a big show. And I want to make sure that we have a big launch week that really accentuates that.
By the way, how is the crew up at WMAL? Larry, Bill Hess. I got my start up there. I mean, WMAL gave me the start.
They're all great. It's Larry. Larry, he's just lost his father. He's going through a hard time.
I saw that on Twitter. Sorry, Larry. Very sorry to hear.
Our prayers have been up for him. But these are great guys. It's just the best people to work with. So I'm glad I get to keep doing that.
I had the weekend show there. Yeah, it was on, was it Sunday or Saturday or something like that? And one of the best memories I have in radio, my daughter used to come with me. She's now in college, but she was just a kid back then, 13, maybe 12, 13 years old. And she came with us on the weekend. I'm sitting there in the studio with her, and she's watching me, taking pictures of me. Look, my dad's on the radio. It was Sunday at 6 o'clock. I'm like, let's be honest, so many people listen to Sundays. But the WMAL garage, you leave the garage and it opens up. We got in, the weather was nice. My daughter to this day calls it the snurricane. There was like a snow hurricane. We almost died going home. We slipped off the road on 495 and the Beltway. And my daughter still tells that story of the infamous snurricane. Vince, we got until wait for my 45. Right, there we go. See, I'm getting good at this. I got about 15 seconds left, but this is the golden age of politics. I'm sure you're going to have a lot to talk about with the
It's going to be
audience.
amazing. I can't even wait to get started. I'm so glad I could even do this right now with you.
Folks, I'm telling you, man, I am very, very careful about my audience, the product we put out there. If I was going to divorce myself from this business, I was not going to leave it with someone like Greg. We're going to be really, really happy. Vince, rumble.com/Bungino. Check him out. On Monday, he will be the new host right next week, right here.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Jim Rome takes on sports.
I've been doing this show for decades and decades and decades.
With rapid fire takes.
Learn how to stop it, learn how to run it, or at least make a good argument. I don't even like to play. I've never fought so hard to defend something I don't like.
Scorching debates.
You can beef about anything you want. Why are you pushing me?
He's the spitfire of sports smack.
Just so you all know, this is no one-off. This is what we're going to get every single day.
Let's go, John!
Let's go!
The Jim Rome Show podcast. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Wonder why your business doesn't show up on online search maps, but your competitors do? It's hundreds of things. Things that Cumulus Boost can identify and fix. And that's how we boost your findability. CumulusBoost.com. CUMULUS Boost.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano. You feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof. While massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Making sense of the news. 5.9. News now.
Now News at 2, I'm Heather Curtis. Leaders from D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are bracing for the impacts of federal layoffs.
There are groups that are projecting what the unemployment rate will look like at varying intervals. The DOGE committee, the only number that they have put out publicly is a goal of 75% reduction.
Clark Mercer, executive director of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Government, says if that goal is achieved, the unemployment rate would spike to 9.6% in our region.
And I will note that 9.6% that comes from the Urban Institute, that is higher than the unemployment rate at the height of COVID.
Mercer adding that does not include federal contractors. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
Inflation cooled slightly last month for the first time since September, up 2.8% compared to February of last year. That's a smaller increase than economists expected, but the news doesn't mean we're paying less for groceries. Grocery prices were the same as they were last month, but still 25% higher than 4 years ago. And the cost of eggs hit a record high $5.90 a dozen, up almost 60% from last February, in part due to avian flu. President Trump insisting.
So a little thing like the cost of eggs, little to you, but big to people out there, down almost 30% in the last few days. We got it down. We did a lot of things. We have a
Economists warn the president's tariffs could increase prices. Going out to eat could cost more in Fairfax County soon. The wheels are in motion for a county meals tax to help close a $300 million budget gap.
Voters have said no before. While the meals tax is very common across Northern Virginia, Fairfax County is looking to implement one and expects to hear from the business owners and the paying public. Board of Supervisors Chair Jeff McKay.
There is no activity this board engages in that engenders more community input than the budget process every year.
State allows for a max of 6%, but Fairfax County is focused on 3 to 4, bringing at least $48 million in projected revenue. But worries include...
I still have some concern about the lower income residents.
Supervisor Rodney Lusk. Public hearings could start the third week of April. Scotland on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Montgomery County Police are expanding the use of drones as first responders to crime scenes.
This is probably one of the smartest investments that we've made in technologies.
County Executive Mark Elrich announcing the addition of a drone in the Bethesda district, joining coverage in Silver Spring, Wheaton, and Gaithersburg. Their purpose?
It really does get eyes on the street faster than if you dispatched an officer, and it's been effective apprehending suspects.
So successful, 2 more drones are now in the budget. The head of the drone program says,
we have flown over 2,000 missions. We have 4 sites. Is certainly makes us one of the largest programs in the country.
John Matthews on WMAL and WMAL.com.
The National Cathedral is raising money to preserve and maintain the cathedral one brick at a time, one Lego brick at a time. Its gift shop is selling Lego bricks that visitors can then donate to build a 13-foot-long, 8-foot-tall replica of the cathedral. It will take 500,000 bricks to get the job done. Checking your money, the Dow down 21 points, the Nasdaq up 184. Traffic and weather next.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Hey, y'all. As a growing family, my husband and I love game night, especially when it's Wayfair edition.
Let's do it. You got to name as many Wayfair furniture and decor categories as you can. Ready? Go.
Sofas, bar stools, beds, ottomans, outdoor seating, bookshelves, kitchen tables, garden sheds, mid-century modern lamps.
Time. Nice. You got 9 out of a lot. Not too bad. Keep practicing by visiting Wayfair.com, where you can shop every style for every home.
Every home. Here's Michelle Murray in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Still going traffic through the work zone on the Beltway inner and outer loop between the Dulles Toll Road and the Georgetown Pike. And also it is slow on the inner loop at the Legion Bridge where the work zone in the right lane with traffic jam from the GW Parkway. Look out for delays in Riverdale on eastbound Riverdale Road at the BW Parkway with the work zone in the right lane. And that is also on the westbound side, also causing delays there. And in Fairfax, southbound on the Fairfax County Parkway near Pokes Head Road, the right lane is blocked with construction and traffic is jammed from Braddock Road. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Plenty of sunshine for the remainder of the afternoon. Comfortable temperatures in the 60s to around 70. May see a bit of patchy fog later tonight into early tomorrow morning. Other than that, mostly cloudy tomorrow. Cooler day, upper 50s to lower 60s. Mid 50s to around 60 on Friday. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin in the First Alert Weather Center.
64 degrees in Oakton, 63 in Wheaton, and 63 degrees under partly cloudy skies here in Washington. I'm Heather Curtis on News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Dan Bongino.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service, behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
Gentlemen, ladies, it is always important because we are not the censorship party. We are the party of ideas. The challenge ideas, and I like to give you a wide variety of opinions on things that matter to you. Government spending, our pending national bankruptcy, the Elon Doge approach and Donald Trump approach to leaning out government. So I wanted to have Senator Rand Paul. He's been a friend to me, a friend to the show, and a friend to Liberty and Freedom for a long time on the show. Senator, as one of our last guests, as I wrap up the show this week, I appreciate you coming on today and spending some time. Thanks for being here. Not possible. Not possible. I appreciate your support throughout the years. You've always been amazing to me. Before we get to the CR and some other things going on, you have been. I had Senator Eric Schmidt on before. You have been a passionate warrior for the ability to speak out in defense of our vital First Amendment and against censorship and the disinformation euphemisms. I want to take this from a different angle. One of the things we've seen with the Doge, kind of that you've been on for a long time, but the rock has been overturned, is the use of these NGOs as kind of government middlemen to be kind of deputies to censor for what the government can't do. I think that's a big piece of why the panic has broken out over Elon Musk and this Doge department.
Yeah, I think you're right. The State Department was giving money to the Global Engagement Center. There were different virality centers talking about COVID at Stanford and other places. Its job was basically to classify anybody like myself who was arguing that the virus came from a lab in Wuhan, that this was disinformation or misinformation, or if I said cloth masks don't work, they would take me down from YouTube. But not just YouTube would take me down. The government was behind closed doors going to YouTube and going to Google and going to Facebook and saying, take this down. For over a year and a half, Facebook belittled and lowered the algorithm for the spread of any stories about the laboratory origin of the virus. This is very, very dangerous. We have legislation I have with Jim Jordan in the House and my bill in the Senate that would make this illegal. The government would not be allowed to meet with anybody from any kind of media if it was about discussion of removing, taking down, or limiting constitutionally protected speech. And can't get a Democrat to support it, which is outrageous.
Yeah, that's a real testament to their values, or lack thereof. Senator, there are, of course, videos out there people can still watch where you confronted Dr. Fauci about facts, and he just didn't like it. He was constantly attacking you. I'm sure nobody's apologized to you for being right. But I had Senator Schmidt on before, and something I brought up to him. You know, you're a doctor. You're an actual doctor. If you were giving people advice during the pandemic to go and wear a surgical mask, and then you were immunocompromised, then that was violating the Hippocratic Oath because you were exposing people to risk without a proper prophylactic mechanism to protect them. You know, it's incredible that we turned out in the beginning, well, the good guys now, but we were portrayed as the bad guys for just speaking common sense at the time.
You know, and there's one like 6 people away from that. Well, as you get COVID in from that, and we did find that the more people are thinking and talking in the small room, the better, the worse chance you're going to get. And once again, he told you bad advice that caused you to enter into risky behavior, being in a small room with a lot of people singing when you're at risk for the virus. But then he did the opposite for the healthy people. The healthy people who got COVID and had recovered, such as most of the meat processing workers in our country, he told them to still live in fear and to wear 4 masks and to do voodoo and stay 6 feet apart. Instead, he should have said, congratulations. You can throw away all your masks. You can do whatever you want. You can go out to dinner. You can go to parties. You can do whatever you want because you're already immune. So he lied on every front.
I just wish someone would issue you a public apology. I go back and watch those videos. It's just stunning how right you were. We're talking to Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky. Senator, let's get to the CR. I owe my audience a balanced perspective on this so they can make an informed opinion. I mean, we're not leftists. We don't hide information here. You're not a fan, obviously. I agree with you on that. The bill is, the CR is a turkey. It does very little to cut government spending. I'm with you 100%. My only issue with this, we just don't have the votes. And I know that doesn't sound great, but we just don't. The math doesn't work for us. And it sounds like they're trying to pin on us, the Republican Party, a chaotic government shutdown. You know what they're going to do? They're going to show footage of Yellowstone and some grandma trying to get in. Oh my gosh, the world's coming to an end. Grandma's going to die. So yeah.
These are to go into, we're not going to $800 from the town. People going around 2019 was 1.2 billion. That's 400 billion. 400 billion. That's why we can't get a company that will be 200. I don't know why they didn't sign on to it for a $200 billion decrease, but it can't be for the same amount of money because, look, I don't like what the president's doing. I like what Elon Musk is doing. I like what Bezos is doing. But all those cuts in foreign aid, Marco Rubio has set 83% on top of that. But there was no cut in foreign aid in this bill. They left it exactly the same. So I'm going to be on the floor either today or tomorrow, and I'm going to have an amendment to this continuing resolution to take the cuts that Marco Rubio did to the foreign aid grants, and we're going to cut it by 83%, what's left in there. And let's see which Republicans will support that. And what you'll see is the separation of the wheat from the chaff. You're going to see is about 20 to 25 Republicans will be with me, and about 25 to 30 will be against me. But those against me is really the problem we have in our country. It's not people like me that are too conservative. You've got too many Republicans without the will to actually vote to cut spending.
We're talking to Senator Rand Paul. Senator, do you think there is a path using the reconciliation tool process to get back to, I mean, we have to actually go lower than pre-pandemic levels of spending. I know you know that, but I'll take that for now. Do you think there's even a path to do that, the will to do that using the reconciliation process where we don't have the filibuster obstacle?
You have to have all Republicans do it. And I can tell you, I've been going around the Senate and asking Republicans, would you accept on Medicaid shifting some of the burden to the states, which states have to be more responsible because they don't have a printing press, they don't have a Federal Reserve. And I think there's at least 5 Republican senators who won't vote for any changes to Medicaid. If you're unwilling to do that, it doesn't even cut Medicaid, just shifts the burden to the states. If you have 5 Republicans in the Senate, it's been reported there's 20 in the House. So that essentially means you've taken Medicare off the table, you've taken Medicaid off the table. I'm assuming food stamps is taken off the table. You've taken trillions of dollars off the table. There just isn't, frankly, the money to cut. So yeah, I'm a pessimist on this. They're going to put forward a reconciliation package that is going to be weak sauce. Now, I could still vote for it if it makes the tax cuts permanent, but if they make me vote to raise the debt ceiling by $4 trillion, I am not going to be their imprimatur for their deficit spending. The debt ceiling is the day of shame, and the day of shame people responsible are Democrats and big government Republicans. That's the way they always raise it, and it's a day of shame for them, and they hate doing it. Now they want to spread the shame around to those of us who don't vote for the spending. I won't vote for it, even if they stick it on the tax cuts. But if they give me the tax cuts permanent, I'll vote to make them permanent. I'm just not going to do their work for them to vote to increase the debt when I'm not for that.
Talking to Senator Rand Paul, has been a good friend to me and the show for a long time. Senator, I have 2 more questions for you, and generous comment. You know, the Medicaid has to be cut. It was designed as a program for the poor, and the adage in D.C. is a program for the poor is a poor program. The Democrats don't want that. They say they want a program for the poor, but that's not what they really want. They want a program so wide and breadth that they have a bunch of constituents who will fight for it if they lose it, which will expand the role of government in people's lives, and in the zero-sum game of liberty, take away their liberty. So it's insane that we're actually making this argument that seems so obvious, but is my analysis there accurate? They would prefer everybody get Medicaid and there was no private insurance.
Yeah, and this is then what should be a requirement, not punishment, but overall work. We work in life to gain self-esteem, something necessary for the human existence. If we don't work, you know, we go to rot and ruin, and it's originates the drug problem and the alcohol problem, everything else we've been involved with culture. People, you know, working. So we've got to get people who are working, but there is a real problem here. Not enough Republicans. Republicans on the Senate who want to spend it. It's a real problem about what you think. But people people like Thomas Massey who has encouraged to vote against this spending plan. I think that's a good idea. Look, I support President Trump. I support his president. He's doing a good job. I love what Elon Musk is doing. I love others. But They're wanting us to vote for a spending plan that denies DOGE, that denies Elon Musk, and funds foreign aid at the same level as Biden funded it. That's insane, and they never should have done it. So we've got to cut spending. I'm not giving up on it. I'm just letting people know that there's work for your audience to do. You've got to call your people and berate and verbally tell them they have to do better or you're going to replace them.
I understand. It's certainly not personal, my perspective at all on the Congress. It's simply a math problem. I know it sucks. I'm with you ideologically 1,000%. Last question. I got about a minute left, but Ukraine. President Zelensky blew it in the Oval Office. That was really, it was horrible. It was one of those, everybody lost in that scenario. What a disaster. This rare earth minerals deal was fantastic for him. It involved us economically in an area, and it benefited our economy. It gave us a vested interest in that area. I mean, he really screwed that up. Apparently, he's had a change of heart on that now. Your thoughts on that? The possibility that the would have been true. Now, the Russian in 2014, they also if you're going to rebuild Ukraine, Ukraine can rebuild. But we rarely get any money on a government deal. Deal, you know, that's what for a balanced perspective. Senator Rand Paul, you've been a great friend to me, a great friend to Liberty. So deeply appreciate your time today. Thanks for coming on. Got it. Senator Rand Paul. We'll be right back.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry. You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But what if you could get both? Why not? Especially when it comes to healthcare, and that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge, but it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied too. We know this from research of members. There's a lot they like about MediShare, but especially they love being part of something they believe in. And MediShare works too. It has for more than 30 years. There are hundreds of thousands of members who love having telehealth if they need it. They love the huge PPO network. So yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or you're part of the gig economy or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Then, News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Hey y'all, as a growing family, my husband and I love game night, especially when it's Wayfair edition.
Let's do it. You got to name as many Wayfair furniture and decor categories as you can. Ready? Go.
Sofas, bar stools, beds, ottomans, outdoor seating, bookshelves, kitchen tables, garden sheds, mid-century modern lamps.
Time. Nice. You got 9 out of a lot. Not too bad. Keep practicing by visiting wayfair.com, where you can shop every style for every home.
Every home.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
A better life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta. I've said this before and I'll say it again. What is good for the heart is good for the brain. We see more and more evidence of this. In fact, there's this new study out of Sweden which found that people who were aerobically fit in middle and old age had a lower risk of Alzheimer's and other dementias. Now, cardiorespiratory fitness, that's something you need to work at because it declines as you age. According to a statement by the American Heart Association, it declines at a rate of 3 to 6% during people's 20s and 30s. And then it decreases more than 20% per decade for people in their 70s and beyond. Dr. Richard Isaacson is one of the leading experts in the field, and he told us this. Use a car analogy. Here's how it goes. The more fit a person is, the more effectively they can shift into a higher mental gear, and the faster they can go overall. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The second half of the basketball season this year, and the race to the playoffs continues on PrizePicks, the best place to cash in on your favorite sports. The app is so simple. Just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Download the PrizePicks app today, use the code ROAM, and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on PrizePicks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in bonus credit just for playing, and that's guaranteed. PrizePicks, run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Or the news now, the Dan Bongino Show.
You know, we practice what we preach, right, Producer Mike? I'm not here to tell you how to think. I'm not. I'm here to provide an opinion and facts and tools so that you guys can do this crazy thing called formulate your own opinion. I'm not here to tell you. I'm here to give you one, but I'm not telling you everything I say is right and correct all the time on an opinion. You may say, I don't like that. I think that's dumb. Okay. The only thing I ask for is what? A plan. Just tell me if you think my plan sucks, that's fair. Tell me why, and then tell me what your plan is. So I can then, right? I can then gauge what your plan is. Hey, I got this note from our friends at Brickhouse Nutrition. They've been with me forever. It hit me kind of hard. Miles was my first sponsor at Brickhouse Nutrition, and I really love their products. Been using them forever. Some of these things where the hostess says, "Hey, use their products," and they don't. We really do. I love it. I am into life hacks, health and nutrition. My staple products are Field of Greens. They're fruit and vegetable supplement. I take 2 scoops a day, and I used lean. I needed to lose about 25 pounds in the product lean. I did it. That's why I look leaner, because I used the product called Lean. It was great. So for this week only, they're giving you guys the biggest discount they've ever offered. 40% off Lean, Field of Greens, and all of their top-of-the-line nutrition products. It's a way of saying thank you for being part of this now 10-year Bongino Brickhouse family. It's just for you guys, only for this week. So go to brickhousenutrition.com/Dan. Use code Dan to get 40% off. They've had our backs. They're showing our appreciation in a big way. So even if you bought from them before, go with this 40% off deal at brickhousenutrition.com/Dan. Use my promo code Dan for 40% off. Again, it's their biggest offer ever. brickhousenutrition.com/Dan. Code Dan.
Dan Bongino. First thing each morning, O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor. Weekday mornings from 5 to 9 on WMAL.
So this is why when you hear Senator Paul and you hear members of the Freedom Caucus and you hear Tom Massey, whether you love these guys or don't like them, again, you know where I stand on the plan. You got to show me a plan. But this is why what they're saying in principle is absolutely accurate. This just came out, and so I can't be accused of right-wing bias. It's from CNBC. U.S. budget deficit surged in February, passing $1 trillion. For the first this year to date, this is a new record. $1 trillion. We're not even close to the end of the fiscal year. We're not even close. And we're already at $1 trillion. Now, this isn't Donald Trump's fault. We're still dealing with layovers from the Biden administration. But this is a serious problem. We don't get a curb on this quick. We are.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
It's awful, huh?
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Dan Bongino. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
On the Beltway in McLean, there is still a work zone on the inner loop between the Dulles Toll Road and the Georgetown Pike, affecting the right lane, and traffic is jammed from 123. But the other work zones, one at the Legion Bridge and on the outer loop in McLean, those work zones have been cleared from the roadway. In the district, be aware of a closure of 13th Street. That is closed in northwest in both directions between Ingraham Street and Jefferson Street for gas service repair work. And in northwest, there is an accident on George Avenue at Jefferson Street. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Storm Watch Sun forecast.
Tonight, increasing clouds, lows in the lower 40s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, highs in the upper 50s to lower 60s.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Want to get some good discounted food and dining options, reliable roadside assistance, preferred credit card offers, or fraud protection? You need to check out AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. No matter what your age is, you can take advantage of the services they provide for either yourself or your family, and have confidence that their partners stand behind the vision our nation's founders had to enrich the lives of all Americans through goods and services offered by like-minded companies. But joining AMAC isn't just about the benefits. It's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. Regardless of your age, you can enroll in a 5-year AMAC membership for 47% off. Visit amac.us/SRS today to take advantage of this special offer. AMAC's membership is made up of Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom. We're over 2 million members strong and growing. Their mission is simple: protect the interests of all freedom-loving Americans and offer incredible member benefits. From exclusive discounts on travel insurance and everyday services to supporting strong representation in Washington, D.C., AMAC's here to make a difference in your life and our nation. Visit amac.us/SRS today to join millions of Americans who believe in backing their mission. That's amac.us/SRS. Join AMAC and become a part of a movement that stands for you, your family, and your future.
Making sense of the media. The news media is attacking him because this is what happens when you're a Republican. Let's plan. 8, 9 to 2. Yeah, our news media. Billy.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
I was choosing alcohol over my family. That's when I made the call. Now I'm finding better ways to cope.
Mental health care works when you make the call. Visit mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
Making sense of your money, the state of the economy, the ability to afford your life. That's what people want. Vince Colonnese, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m. The kind of thing I pay attention to, I'm looking at. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headline, perspective from the voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know. All without having to remember yet another password.
Yeah, I would.
Stream your favorite shows, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archives, all with the new WMAL app.
Thank you.
The WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with all service members and their families. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Jim Rome takes on sports.
I've been doing this show for decades and decades and decades.
With rapid fire takes.
Learn how to stop it, learn how to run it, or at least make a good argument. I don't even like the play. I've never fought so hard to defend something I don't like.
Scorching debates.
You can beef about anything you want. Why are you pushing me?
He's the spitfire of sports smack.
Just so you all know, this is no one-off. This is what we're going to get every single day.
Let's go, John!
Let's go!
The Jim Rome Show podcast. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
On top of first-class care, you will never receive a bill. The only thing we had to worry about was just keeping Azalea comfortable. St. Jude saved her life.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
WMAL, making sense of social media, because big tech can't be trusted. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Have to get something off your mind? Call 844-4-THE-USA and let Dan know. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
844-484-3872 is the number. 844-4-THE-USA. If you want to give us a call, get out of the segment a little early today. So again, we can take some of your calls as we wrap up my last week on the air. Each show gets harder to do. Friday will be my last time with you. I don't know what the future brings, folks. I just know what the future brings as of Monday. I'll be taking on a new role, and I can't say it enough. I love you guys, man. You've done so much for me and enhanced my life so much. It is really hard to describe in words. So while I'm still with you, let's not waste any time. Just during the break, folks, the winning continues. Did you guys hear this story? What story? Jim's like, I haven't. Jim's like, what are you talking about? We're going to want to put this on the podcast tomorrow, fellas. Democrat Senator, is it Shaheen, has now said she's not going to run for re-election from New Hampshire. This is now the third swingy state, or kind of swingy state, Democrat senator who is now bailed. Michigan and Minnesota as well. This creates a real problem, folks. The Democrats were looking at, I love political tactics. In 2026, the midterms, 2 years from now, this is why I always say, President Trump does not have a 4-year term. Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. He has two 2-year terms. Well, it's the same thing. Mathematically, politically, it's not. If we lose in the midterms and lose the House and the Senate, yeah, you have a Republican president, but they can't do anything. So it's not the same thing. The Democrats, not to do a Charlie Brown Encyclopedia politics lesson here, because most of you already know this. The House of Representatives they're up for election every 2 years. You know that. The Senate is not. They have classes because there are 6-year terms. Only a third of them are up every 2 years. So different classes benefit different parties because they're not all up. You can have a whole bunch of blue states with a class up at the same time, where it's a great Senate map, as they say. Excuse me. 2026 was supposed to be a banner year for the Democrats because they had so many swing state Republicans up for election. And now what's happening? A bunch of swing state Democrats are now bailing. And an open seat is far, far easier to win than running against an incumbent who's sold their soul 1,000 times over to 100 different constituents and lobbyist groups. This is huge news, folks, and showing you again how freaked out they are. I told you the CR bill. I get it. I get it. It's a turkey. I understand. But it's a turkey we had to eat. We just didn't have the votes in the Senate side. Hopefully we will in the reconciliation process. I'm never going to be a fraud to you. Always measure the impact of what you're doing by the response of your opponents. The same Wall Street Journal article, James Freeman's article, talking about how the Senate map is now starting to look really good for Republicans in 2026, which nobody saw on their bingo card, right? I hate that term. I use that way too often. Can we scrap that? Mike saying scrap what? You only got 2 more shots. No, I hate that. I gotta think of a different way to say that. Only this show, right, Mike? In the same article by Freeman, they give Angus King, who's an independent, but he really is just Democrat. He caucuses with the Democrats. Angus King's talking about this is why the tactics of the CR, not the spending levels, but the tactics work for Republicans. Speaker Johnson whipped enough votes to kick it out of the House over to the Senate. The Senate is now dealing with this turkey, but they've got a problem, Mike. The problem is this. There are enough Republican votes to get it through. If the Democrats shut the government down, it's totally on them. So Angus King, who's effectively a Democrat, said, and I quote, listen to this. A shutdown is uncharted territory when you've got an administration that, at least in some ways, probably would welcome a shutdown. Oh, why? Because that would give the President Trump, almost unlimited power in deciding who's essential and who's non-essential, holding up the agencies. Guys, I only do tactics, okay? That's all I do. I do tactics and political battle plans, okay? I am a spreadsheets guy, period. I can't say it enough. I do not fall in love with politicians. I fall in love with outcomes. We do not have the votes to cut spending in the CO. We just don't. That's just a math fact. I wish we did. We don't. So if we don't have the votes, how can we put the Democrats in a strategically disadvantageous corner by leveraging what we do have, majorities, but not enough to overcome a filibuster to get them to make poor decisions? And that's exactly what's happening. You ever go to business school or take a business course in undergrad? I mention it all the time. They have SWOT analysis. No, that's SWOT like, no, not that kind of SWOT. It's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Yeah, it's kind of like a goofy matrix, but I'm telling you, it works. It helps you think strategically about a problem. There are times you have a weakness. That's the W in SWOT analysis. So if it's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, how can you mitigate a weakness as one of the matrix cube components? How can you mitigate a weakness by taking advantage of an opportunity? Because it's your weakness. What is the Republicans? A simple SWOT analysis. I don't want to hear any. Put the ideology aside. You're right. We have to cut spending. I get it. Plans. We're talking plans. We have a weakness right now. Producer Jim, what's the weakness? Pop quiz. He's not paying attention. Big shame. I got you. I got him not paying attention. What's he doing? Yeah, I'm messing with you. This guy. Flip over the camera. But poor Jim's trying to work. I'm just going to bust his chops. This poor guy, he has no idea what you're talking about. He had weakness, I don't know, bicep curls. There he is. He's like, totally, I'm kidding. Whatever you were doing over there, watching SpongeBob episodes or something, just take care of that. We got you. The weakness, folks, is we don't have a number of Republican senators to overcome a filibuster. How do we mitigate that weakness? By leveraging an opportunity. Well, there is an opportunity here because the Democrats have told us for years, have they not, Producer Mike, who's paying attention? I just want that on the record. They have told us for years that government shutdowns are catastrophic. Everybody's essential. We need to spend, Mike, $7 trillion on government. Matter of fact, I take that back. We need more, right, Mike? We need 10 trillion, maybe 20, because government is the source of your prosperity. Am I getting way too business school here? I'm sorry if I am, but this is so important. When you think of the world like that little matrix, what's a strength? What's a weakness? What's an opportunity? What's a threat? You will start to see openings. And in politics, which is the projection of power, everything is creating openings. You mitigate the weakness of the filibuster by leveraging an opportunity to get the Democrats to look like absolute frauds here. And that's exactly what's happening. They don't know what to do, folks. If they vote for the CR that the Republicans supported, even though the bill's a turkey, then they look like they're helping Donald Trump get to his reconciliation package later on. If they don't vote for the CR, the government shuts down. We all know, I know it's a fake shutdown, but you get that's the media's portrayal of it. But it's going to be owned exclusively by the Democrats who told us government can't shut down. We'll all die. That sounds to me like a dilemma. Otherwise known as a dilemma. But we'll call it a dilemma right here. Sounds to me like somebody's finally getting strategic on the Republican side. I'm not telling you the ideology is wrong. People again, they are absolutely right. We have to cut spending. I just told you before the break, it's the first time we've ever hit $1 trillion in debt in February. I'm just telling you that the world is SWOT analysis. The world is SWOT analysis. Do it right now. Draw a little cross or a little cube, a little square around it. Put SW at the top, OT. How do I take advantage of a strength by taking advantage of an opportunity? There's your first bubble. How do I mitigate a weakness by taking advantage of a strength? How do I mitigate a threat by taking advantage of a strength? And how do I mitigate a weakness by mitigating a threat? Pretty simple, right? I'm not trying to be some professor of some ridiculous theoretical business course. But that's what when I say I'm a spreadsheets guy, that's what I'm talking about. That's how you get to a plan. I would be remiss, Producer Mike, if we did not play Cut 7. This has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm talking about now. But Vince, as you know well, there are times in radio where there is just no transition. So you know how I handle it? I just say, this has absolutely nothing to do with what I was talking about. At all. I don't try to be cute or funny about it. Let me tell you a strength analysis. You know who's really strong, Mike? Doug Collins. Very strong. I don't try. I just tell you I like this, and I throw it in there. Because I can. Because for 3 more days, this is the Dan Bongino Show. 3. This is VA Secretary Doug Collins. I love this guy. I've loved him for a long time. Here he is with a reporter. Okay, so, Mike, this is worth it, right? Tell me, it's definitely worth it. He's with this reporter. I want you to listen to the reporter's response as Secretary Collins reads to her one of her headlines. That's just a fabrication. And he just doesn't let her off the hook. And she just doesn't know how to respond because she got totally busted. This is glorious. Check this out.
Okay. Well, just think about what it says here. Elon Musk aide is now working at VA accessing computer systems. Ooh. I mean, that's all of this. Because we don't make a government employee, which is funny because they're VA employees, a liaison. We don't also give them a.
I was not told that.
We don't give.
I was not told.
But you wrote the article.
Liaison.
You wrote the article.
Who's employee? One goes employee.
As we look at this, Patricia, I want you to know something. When you look at this headline and you access the computer system, I want to work with you a lot as we go forward. We'll have a lot of time together.
That's fair.
But I'm not going to have any reporter scaring my employees and scaring the veterans. That's what this is doing. Let's get it right. I'm the most transparent VA secretary we've had yet. I'm on video. I'm on interviews. I do everything I possibly can to push back against everything I'm hearing. So we got a team that'll help you, but I need your team to help me too. Okay?
Now do you see why I had to engage in not an unnatural, uncomfortable segue? Not a segue at all. Nothing to do with my prior story. I just cannot leave responsibly without letting you hear that. Thank you, Secretary Collins. You hear how uncomfortable she is? That's what happens when you ask them about their own bylines. Yeah, exactly. I'll take your calls coming up next, 844 for the USA.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220.
Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
When your business information is missing or inconsistent across the internet, search engines won't find you, and customers won't either. Help ensure customers see you and not your competitors. Boost your findability. Cumulusboost.com. CUMULUS Boost.com.
Making sense of your morning.
Lots of coverage here on that developing story.
O'Connor and Company, weekday mornings from 5 to 9.
Larry O'Connor here getting you through your morning.
Making sense of Washington.
Asking some very specific questions, some legitimate questions.
Making sense of the double standard.
Then here's the latest example.
Making sense of the headlines.
Let me break it down for you, because there's plenty to break down here.
O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor. Mornings from 5 to 9. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
75 years of research, 75 years of policy,
75 years of opportunity.
75 years of freedom.
This is 75 years of the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Join us at nda75.org.
No Contest Wrestling. Jay Jackson Jr. and TJ Jefferson with the biggest names in the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, X-Pac. Get suspended in school. That's the number one thing people, when they meet me, they tell me.
Generally, no fun, TJ. Good luck.
I rarely do see you anymore, but I was really looking forward to that. No Contest Wrestling Podcast, part of the Rich Eisen Podcast Network. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook, because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
This is my new best friend, Esther. She might look like any normal, playful puppy, but Esther's being raised to become a canine companions for independence assistance dog for a person with a disability. To get there, she needs lots of loving care and attention, plenty of exercise, and good eating habits so that she can live a long and healthy life for her future family. Visit cci.org or call
There you have it. Dan Bongino, this is his last week broadcasting. So Friday, he is his last day. So who knows what will come at noon next Monday. We'll find out. JC, I hope you're listening. Canada can never win a trade war against the United States. You guys are been telling you all this time, JC. And your little friends like Ramona and them want to do 3-4 days ago. Oh, Trump did, we're gonna raise tariffs on you, and you're gonna lose your benefits and all this fucking crap. Yes, Charlie, you need to quit associating me with Wiggin and what you're doing. It's getting a little annoying, Charlie. Just a bit. Jarl and Billy will save us. He fucking goes live just to complain because you guys are begging him to go live. I don't do that shit. I just go live. If you want to come into my chat, fine. You know what the fucking rules are here. They ain't hard to follow. Yeah. JC wants to talk about me not having courtesy. Are you fucking kidding? You know how many hate streams you've done on me, JC? Fuck you. Wiggin thinks he's getting me to go to your panel. This whole time, he's I make Hayden do what he does. DA, you did the same fucking shit. You're a chicken shit, DA. At least Gotti come up here a couple of times. He doesn't want to hang because he doesn't, because I'm going to fucking hit the right string. Geraldine. You see, Charlie, Gotti blocks me. So that means I disrupt his chat when he's fucking playing with his friends. I'm not really part of their circle, okay? And we're out here just to have some fun. Now, I got to cut JT a little bit of slack because I looked at his channel again and I don't see my mother's image. Long as he doesn't use my mother, right? And I wouldn't let anybody use I wouldn't let him do that on my panel. I'll let you guys show whatever you fucking got. Well, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to let you come up here and show JC's family's been with her. She wants to say that I doxed her daughter and all that and blame me for what somebody else does. Fuck you, JC. That's what Wiggin does too. Seriously, Charlie. You need to get off my fucking back, Charlie, before you do piss me off, because I'm about that close to getting mad at you. It's serious. You need to knock the fucking shit off. I'll have anything to do with Jarl. He doesn't want anything to do with me. Him and his girlfriend would watch when I go live, I do shit, and he takes screenshots and all that, and they sit there and giggle. Who wants to watch that fucking shit? Duh, I make you mad. That fucking Paul Beach life, that fat fuck. And I'm telling you right now, Will Durant, Ziggy's he did it on JT's panel. He's using my mother's picture to come after me. He's another Randy because he has nothing. He's a fucking malcontent. A fucking devil worshiper. Duh, I'm a Satanist. Religion bad. Duh, but I'm a Satanist. Duh. That is a religion. Fucking stupid bastard. You and that Rob Noxious. How about it, VB? I'm still waiting for you. JC wants, I'm a strong woman, JC says. Yeah, Billy doesn't like strong women. No, I don't like stupid women. You guys are fucking stupid. They don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. All you get is logical and his fucked up friends out here. I get DA called me fatso. You're the only one calls me fatso. I look like I'm fat. You're an idiot, Dwayne. You're a coward on top of it. But when that question was asked, yes, Gotti has a better sense of humor and he ad libs a lot better. He's not always quoting Seinfeld or something. Holy fuck! When did you have time to sit and watch TV like that all the time? So even though Gotti may not like me or want to, doesn't really want to talk to me or whatever, he blocks me. That way I don't disrupt his chat. But we still see each other. Everybody doing the same fucking thing. We can jump on the bandwagon when it's too late. Not long ago, he fucking denounced Trump. Oh, your vote doesn't count. Oh, yeah, he got all over me about it. Matter than a fucker. You know what you're talking about, Billy. I mean, you're fucking stupid. Come on up, Wiggin. You're not worried about views? I'm not really worried about views. I'm not buying them, I can tell you that. And I'm not buying subscribers either. I ate a Mars bar, or not a Mars bar, but it is a Mars bar, but it's a Snickers with almonds. I ate one of them candy bars, Gotti. They're fucking hard to find. There was only 6 left when I went in the store. Oh, geez. That and the Zagnut candy bars. Who blocked all your accounts, CB? Time is it? Yes, right on 3 o'clock. I like this one. They got some music to it. Fucking phone don't want to work right.
The Department of Education, which really should be renamed the Department of Brainwashing the Youth, is closed today. Staff got a memo yesterday telling them don't even bother coming in because half of them aren't even going to have a job anymore after yesterday anyway. There is no need for a Department of Education, especially when the United States ranks so low on the list of test scores compared to other countries around the world. And the decisions about what should be taught in the schools should really be with the states, actually rather with the local communities. Here's neocon Bill Kristol, who pretends to be a Republican, even though he just complains about everything that Donald Trump does. Many years ago, saying that the Department of Education was completely worthless and should be shut down. But of course, he is crying about this as being more fascism. He was the chief of staff at the Department of Education and admits that it is useless. So hopefully by the end of the week, President Trump will lay off the other 50% of the bureaucrats there. The liberal lunatics are so upset at waste, fraud, and abuse being identified and cut that they are vandalizing Tesla cars, Cybertrucks at dealerships, just parked along the side of the road, in people's driveways across the country. Every few days now, we're seeing headlines like this. Colorado Tesla dealership vandalized with offensive graffiti, broken glass, and third attack in 2 weeks. Tesla Cybertruck vandalized in Redwood City. Multiple Cybertrucks vandalized outside of Tesla store. This was just yesterday. Cybertrucks vandalized with anti-Musk messages at Linwood Tesla dealership. And before the Democrat Party became infected with wokeness and they transitioned from caring about the working class to catering to the non-American illegal criminal invaders who they've welcomed here, they actually did care about cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Here's Chuck Schumer back in 2010.
If we're going to eliminate the waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicare, it does mean we're going to cut some of that out. And when I hear my friend Dave Camp say, you cannot cut money out of Medicare, well, we don't want to cut the good stuff that you point out. 1/3 of Medicare
Look at that lizard.
go to patient care and say, we don't want to cut anything out of Medicare. We want to cut the bad stuff and keep the good stuff.
So these days, when the Democrats accuse President Trump and Elon Musk of trying to cut Medicare, they're talking about the waste, fraud, and abuse, the payments that are going to hospitals, doctors, and other pharmaceutical companies, not actually to the people, to the patients themselves.
We cannot keep our promises on Medicare. We simply must make the cuts of waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicare so that the benefits and premiums are untouched.
No, that's a witch.
We owe it to our seniors. We owe it to our country.
What say you, Crazy Bernie?
There is no question that there is an enormous amount of waste and fraud and abuse in this government. There is no question to my mind that Congress has not been vigilant enough in rooting out that waste and fraud to the tune of billions and billions of dollars.
Even the Cloud News Network admits that the majority of Americans are happy with Doge discovering and cutting the waste, fraud, and abuse.
About when we're talking about the cuts that Doge is bringing about. How are they feeling?
Yeah, this to me was one of the more shocking figures that I saw. Maybe go, wait a minute, hold on 1 second. Whoa, Americans on Trump and Joe's efforts. Musk and Doge should influence government spending and operations. Look at this. 54%. The majority say that he and they should. How about approve of Trump trying to cut staff at government agencies? Again, you get a majority here. 51%. So yeah, Elon Musk might not be that popular, but these cuts and the idea of spending cuts, at least within the federal government and cutting at government agencies, that actually has majority support. I was truly surprised by this, Kate, but the numbers are the numbers.
I was surprised too because we know how moronic Democrats are, but it turns out that some of them even don't want their tax dollars being wasted. And now the U.S. debt clock that tracks not just the total national debt, but how much per citizen. That means any newborn baby that was just born 2 seconds ago owes over $107,000. Debt per taxpayer now over $323,000. They've also included now the Doge clock showing how much money Doge has saved, not just in total, but also per taxpayer. When now we're up to almost $1,700 a person. But despite polls and common sense revealing that the vast majority of Americans oppose allowing transgender women to compete in women's sports, many leftist lunatics still are standing their ground, especially over at Lunatic Central, ABC's The View, which had Dylan Mulvaney as a guest.
When you come in and you say, oh, you know, these men, these are men, you know, competing against women, you're assuming that the women are weak and just can't do anything yourself. Have you seen female athletes? They know what they're doing.
Oh, we've seen them all right. I mean, how could you forget the clips of the WNBA that have been going viral now that the liberal media is trying to make that into a mainstream sport? Yes, there you go. Oh, whoopsie. Maybe this time? No. Let's do a quick comparison to the NBA, shall we? A real sport. There he goes. Yeah, Michael Jordan. This Family Guy segment perfectly summed up the WNBA. To explain the obvious to them.
Tennis and women's tennis are completely almost two separate sports. So I'm like, if I were to play Andy Murray, I would lose 6-0, 6-0 in 5 to 6 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. Because no, it's true. It's a completely different sport. The men are a lot faster, and they serve harder, they hit harder. It's just a different game, and I love to play women's tennis. The tour, I wouldn't do Billie Jean any justice. So Andy, stop it.
She doesn't want to be embarrassed, but sadly, it goes far beyond that for the high school and college girls, and even in other professional sports. It puts them at danger. Not to mention, they lose various scholarship opportunities and awards. Such a contrast from the Biden administration. Donald Trump signs an executive order banning trans women from women's sports, doing what the vast majority of the American people want, doing what is in tune with the natural order, doing what is in tune with common sense. But there still is a lot of work to do. We need to shame people like this back in the closet.
Hello, my name is Bridget Bandit, and I'm speaking in opposition to SB 18. I'm a born and raised Texan and full-time drag queen. Previously, I have worked with children throughout my life as a swim instructor.
Call the FBI.
Teaching summer art camps, hosting children's birthday parties, and volunteering in my church as a youth group leader.
The Church of Satan, obviously.
Today, I occasionally host drag queen story times. These kinds of events don't differ much from the kind of work I did before, yet this bill would impact my ability to work with children simply based on a subjective and ill-defined expectation of how I should look.
Keeping you away from children is the point. And speaking of trans people, Jim Acosta has fled the country and moved over to Ireland.
In Ireland, and it's beautiful, and moved here on January 15th, and it's been pretty wonderful, I have to say. People are so loving and so kind, so welcoming, and I'm very grateful.
More celebrities need to follow in Rosie Acosta's footsteps.
Rosie
and actually
Acosta.
do what it is that they said. Remember when they actually declared that they were going to leave the country if President Trump won? Well, you know what? At least this person, whatever their preferred pronouns are, actually followed through.
And that's what's going on, and that's where I've been and what I've been doing. And
well, that's all we needed to know. Leaving us alone. Thank you to my local subscribers. If you haven't joined yet, just click the link in the description below. It's a way to sponsor my page for $5 a month and get access to the private locals blog.
Well, Gotti, you should like this one.
Gabbard, a former Democrat, has been making waves with her recent endorsement of President Trump. But did you know these 3 surprising facts about her? Fact 1. Tulsi was the first ever Hindu member of Congress. She made history when she was elected to the House of Representatives in 2012, representing Hawaii's 2nd congressional district. Fact 2. Tulsi is a dedicated vegetarian and has been for most of her life. Her decision is deeply rooted in her respect for all living beings, a value shaped by her spiritual beliefs. Fact 3. Tulsi is also an avid surfer. Growing up in Hawaii, she's been hitting the waves since she was a kid. Surfing is one of her favorite ways to unwind. So there it is. 3 things you might not have known about Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard, a former Democrat, has been making
Let's see what Ted Nugent has to say.
You don't want war. But if you want war with the United States of America, there's one thing I can promise you, so help me God. Will raise your sons and daughters. They're criminals.
I hear that the music.
I mean, do you feel the groove? Is your life a groove? My life is a groove. You know, there's the rut. You can either be in the rut, which is too deep in the groove that you can't see daylight, you can't see truth, logic, and common sense. And there's the rut where you are driven to breathe. So, welcome to the intellectual physics of spirituality breeding zone with your Uncle Ted, who is so disheveled, who is so uppity, so buoyant, so on fire. It's like life, liberty, and the pursuit of gonzo happiness on this little ditty called Radio Free Europe, Tokyo Rose, Intergalactic, Intercontinental Wi-Fi.
Tokyo Rose!
Real America's Voice podcast. Hi, everybody. Thank you. I love you people. You know, you might want to put on a triple layer of Kevlar today because my love gun is overloaded. Is your love gun overloaded? This is so much fun.
I'll listen to that later.
Are you looking for a great way to get a big buck within bow range this fall? Well, I got a solution for you. I've been building water holes for many years now and shooting some big bucks over them. The deer need 2 to 3 quarts of water per day per 100 pounds. So in our country, the bucks are 200 pounds or better. So they got to drink up to 6 quarts per day. I have built dozens of ponds the hard way, digging them out, putting a liner. But I got a better solution. This is an earth pond. These earth ponds are very simple to install. You just simply dig the hole out, pack dirt around the outer edges of the fiberglass, and deer will start using it as soon as water gets in it. You can either simply fill it yourself or wait for a rainfall. Right now, I have this in front of my blind, and I know any deer that comes out in this big giant field, they're eventually going to end up right in front of me at 20 yards. Water has been a big key for my success over the years, and hopefully this year it can be yours as well. Are you looking for a great way to get a big buck within bow range this?
Before I go, oh, if I had a joint rolled, I'm gonna here in a minute. My pastor doesn't like Frank Zappa. He asked a question about the best guitarist and that. Frank Zappa hated the hippies. He didn't want anything to do with hippies. He hated them fuckers. One of the best guitarists to ever fucking play. All my rowdy friends have settled down. Drinking and dreaming. Yeah, I see what you posted, Patrick. You made an observation about Tiffany. She fucking turned me in. I'm trying to be friendly with her, wanting to stream, maybe have a good few laughs, you know. I could make her some money. But you know, they don't want to do that. They're all selfish fucks. They keep trashing Dougie with me, especially Gotti. I don't know if Gotti's kidding or if he's serious. I don't know why Gotti would. You know, I mean, I don't really know him well enough to. I don't know if he's joking or not. I mean, he come up on the panel when Dougie was here, and I went live. I don't clone Dougie or anything. I say something about Siberian Gal Pal once in a while. Now this thing with Kittles, I watched Kittles on JC's panel. I should play that fucker before I go. I wonder if she took it down. Probably did. I think CB wants to hear it again. She fucking enjoyed that. When I look down the road, don't know how it gets done. Hey. Don't go to Texas, LA, or old Mexico.
There's not one American that crosses over to Canada. It doesn't matter to me. And we're not going to go there anymore being Canadians. We're not going to go and travel to the US these days, especially not me with a French accent. Sacrament, I'm going to be shot in the street. Not going there.
So JC just said because of her French accent, if she comes to Ogdensburg, which is the closest for her to, or actually Alexandria Bay would be closest for her. Alexandria Bay still is 30 miles away from me. It'd probably be better if I were to go to Ottawa, I would go through Alexandria Bay, Thousand Islands Bridge. This fucker just said because of her accent, she come over here, we're going to shoot her because we have so much gun violence. There's no such thing as gun violence. A gun cannot commit a violent act. It's a tool. You're so fucking dumb, JC.
Yeah, and you can get off my stream, Kittles. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, talk with Stray Cat there. I got things to do. But here's something that I was wondering about. Pouring rain, like, how high?
Do I look evil?
All gone.
I'm not evil. It's starting to get long. I shaved the sides off, I don't know, a while ago. Let this grow out first.
I just. And we have some good news. Someone, sometimes good news. Good news. Yeah. That's awesome news.
Oh, that's awesome news. Fucking Bellows. JC Bellows. No, they talk in emails and text messages, so they've already talked about the JC and Stray Cat. That's what JC does. Yeah, she'll talk to one of her guests like Stray Cat, one of her wrenches. He has a wrench. Nothing more powerful than sitting on the panel with a wrench. It allows you to do certain things. That's why Wiggin would complain. Anybody give Hayden a wrench? They're fucking stupid. The Stray Cat has COPT. That's usually caused from smoking cigarettes and drinking. Heavy. This is the funniest part of the whole clip. 11-hour stream, and this is the best part.
Is that desperate? Eh? He goes like, that motherfucker only goes live when I go live. And now you come and advertise in my stream. You're a fucking loser, moron. Now, it's fucking called having no etiquette. It's called being a retard, a hillbilly, backwood trailer trash, because I sure as hell don't do that to nobody. Stream.
Too bad you ain't in the business world. That shit all the time in the business world. You wouldn't make good business world.
Well, you know what, kiddo?
Tell me. What?
It's with your Lego and your wife has to support you at home? Is that good business? Day in your life? Fucking loser? Yeah, that's good business. Yeah. Works, right?
Yeah, I sure do. I was a fool.
Failing a fourth time, you'll never be off the right. Never.
That's right. You
Never. Okay, you feel like you want to do drugs still? Duh. Why don't you come on up on my panel, Stray Cat? Let's talk about your drug use, Stray Cat. Come on up on my panel. Why do you have COPD? I doubt it's from working. He deserves everything's coming her way, Patrick. I can't stand this fucker now. I left her chat and everything, and she did what she did the other night, demanding that I go up there and Wigan. And then she has the gall to say I don't have any etiquette. No, you're the belligerent one, you fat fuck. I got the picture of you there, Stray Cat. You're a big, fat, lazy motherfucker. You're another Spalding. Big, fat, lazy fuck. Another Bud Noble. Unemployable.
I'm not wondering what the fuck you were doing when you were getting sucked up the ass by some dudes in the hotel. That's okay, though. Yeah.
There was.
Lost.
I know your fence post. No, we'll probably start doing drugs, okay? What a fucking sissy ass you are, Stray Cat.
You never stop. He's too old now. He's addicted like.
Listen to your bitch cry, Colin. Listen to this fucking shit. She's a dumb cunt. Fucking dumbest cunt in YouTube.
So anyways.
Hi, Vanguard. Hi, Vanguard.
Switch you. You don't need a house.
Coming from a lady who put her husband in a fucking home. 24 years older than her 7 years ago, and he cheated on her. She took him. She's taking him down, up and down. Here, I'm talking over. You know, Colin, you're just a fucking faggot. You know that, Colin? You're a fucking pansy ass motherfucker. Hey, Colin, why don't you click on my link? Come on up, Colin. I dare you. Bring your fucking dumb ass up here.
That guy.
You have one choice, Colin. Click on my link.
Why?
No, Charlie, I don't want to talk to you. No.
He's not going to be able to.
No, I don't want to talk to you, Charlie. I don't want to talk to you, Charlie.
This kid's and everything, and he's a total loser and a jackass. Nobody cares for him anymore. Himself. Point. You're not on my.
Go try to JC then, Colin.
He's probably fucking every guy's in the region.
That's your friend right there. Listen to her.
So go fuck yourself and die, kiddos.
Wishing death on kiddos. Trashing Linda. Trashing Linda. Your stupid wife. Which I doubt. You want to see what this bitch looks like? I got her Halloween shot. She's fucking huge. One fucking tit's way bigger than the other. She's a fucking heifer.
Well, get you go back to using it.
He doesn't care about the people around him. If he cared about Linda, he would. He doesn't love that woman.
Remember, kiddos, you just have to have willpower.
You just called her stupid, and you're worried about it. That's what I'm talking about. This is one ignorant fucker right here. Yeah, but you got Coffee Man over there. He embezzled money from his mother and spent 12 years in fucking prison. There it is. That's what I was waiting for. I'm not Dougie. I'm not going to kiss your ass. Dougie kiss my ass, or do I kiss Dougie's ass, JC? This ain't going to end well for this bitch, Colin. This isn't going to end well. I don't think she's going to make it to the first day of summer. She's not having a good time. Why does she even care if he gets insurance? She pays for it. It's her money. What business is that of this fucking bitch up in Canada? Listen to this fucking liberal fucking Canadian. Yeah, my fucking stream.
You're with me, Joe? Yeah, I'm tired of the lies he throws at us. And then the pity party, and then he comes on a panel.
Oh, JC always tells the truth, though. JC's never lied about anybody.
Example to anyone. You loser. Go away. Jesus.
You know, Colin, you just look so sissified when you do that. You're so jealous, Billy. Colin, grow the fuck up, boy. Wow, you're fucking stupid. And everyone knows. Oh, everyone. Oh, everyone. Nobody likes you, Billy. I'm Colin. Missing half your fucking teeth. Goofy fuck. God, you're dumber than fucking Charlie is, Colin. Don't care who you mean. You don't know her. Not everyone likes you. All right, Colin, let's do this.
She stepped in and went full on Monica. And then after that, she called Monica at home on her phone to give her shit. Who was that? Mary.
Hey, Colin, I'm looking at your channel right now, okay? I'll let everybody just read it. You've been around since 2011, 166 views or whatever. I don't know what the hell it is. All right? You've been around, you've been doing this since fucking 2011. You joined YouTube. Get a fucking life, boy. I didn't start doing this until 2017. And you were probably around with AOL and all that shit. So that means you've been on Facebook even longer, haven't you, Colin? What a dumb fuck. Dumb fuck. You just like that Paul fucking bitch life. Fucking dumb people. Let's see if I have any more white grape juice left here. A little bit. That was good while it lasted. Colin, you got a serious problem. You need to go fix it. Grow the fuck up. Jesse. Oh, my mother died. Jesse. Oh, my mother. Oh. Sharing all your fucking emotions. What a fucktard you are, Colin. Holy fuck. I'll never forget the day that Candy sang fucking happy birthday to you. And like, oh my God. No, she's doing that. If she's serious or she's doing it just to fuck with your head. Make you feel good, did it, Colin? Huh? You're all about feeling. Fucking shirt. And I'm just going to remove your comment. And I'm going to be able to read that one. It's fucking gone. Colin. You got something to say, Colin? Only I can see your comment. Colin. Colin, why are you in my chat? Not like we're friends. Is there a problem, Colin? Did I break a rule or something? Hi, German lady. Shut up, owls. Don't fucking tell me to chill. Fuck you. You guys are lucky a certain person doesn't come in this chat and blow this fucking place up. Yeah, I'd let her do it too. I'm not going to bring the name up though. Try to stick to the issue. The issue is JC and Jarl. Those are the two issues. Those two people right there. You fuckers need to come up here. Wigan's been blocking me. Gotti's blocked me long, back in the first year in JC and all that. And when he had his wrench, that was the biggest feud right there. Me and Gotti exchanging it back and forth. They need fucking 20 wrenches to battle me. My one wrench you guys can't defeat. What do you mean, Colin? What truth am I hiding behind, Colin? What am I lying about, Colin? Go ahead. You hide behind. What does that fucking mean? I hide behind the truth. What the fuck does that? Colin, what are you drinking today? Let's see. You're at least 5 hours ahead of me, and it's 3:45. 8:45 where you're at. So I'm sure you're fucking snockered by now, aren't you, Colin? You're fucking drunker than a Sioux Indian, aren't you? Huh? You ever see a fucking drunk Sioux Indian? I've seen a drunk Indian, but they weren't Sioux though. They were a different kind of Indian. Who is you, German lady? I don't know who you're talking about. Are you talking to Colin? I hope you're talking to Colin. I got a feeling you're talking to me because I mentioned Jaro and JC. Hayden is always projecting nothing new. Too bad, Colin. Keep going, Colin. I'm just going to keep removing your stupid fucking comments. What about it? You want to come up and talk to me, German lady? Huh? I've heard you on panel. You want to come up and talk? Here. I'll post the link because they're spamming my chat. There. I'm not going to pin it. I'll post it for you right there, German lady. If you want to talk to me, come up here. Other than that, then don't point your finger at me in my side chat. Seriously. No, you come to the wrong person over that. Sorry, owls. Because Angela is welcome in here, and the people that I seen her in her chat the other night when I went there. So where did I see you with another wrench somewhere? So fucking many of you. It's hard to keep track of you all. No, JC kicked me out of her chat. So I quit cloning her. Right? Her people keep fucking trolling me. And she demands that I come back to her chat. I don't go back. Of course, Wiggin wants to take credit for it. So there's your problem right there. All right. They think I'm their puppet and they get to control me. And it's driving them crazy. JC's mad because I won't say she's hot and beautiful and I want to talk dirty to her. See what I mean, German lady? All right, Kyle, he might molest you backstage. How fucking stupid. Just fucking stupid. That's your boy, JC Colin C. He's an idiot, Charlie. Colin, I'd snap you right in fucking half. I'd like to. Fucking stupid Englishman. All right, we'll try this. This is a test. God's testing me right now. Hello. The infamous. What the heck?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
I hear an accent.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. I cannot help it. I cannot help it. To cover up my accent. But hey, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing wonderful. No,
My
question was not an attack. It's just, I'm wondering because, it's hard to keep up around here. Sometimes I lurk in some places and it's hard to keep up. Sometimes people are cool with each other, and then the next day it changes, and then it changes back. So it's hard to keep up. So I'm just
I'm
asking.
not like that. They want to
Okay.
portray that I do that. Okay, they've been trying. JC and them been making me the bad guy forever. Enough about me, German lady. I've heard you a couple times up on panels and that, and yeah, it's a lot to keep up with, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm subscribed to a couple of this kind of area. I'm in a completely different. My my channel is about a whole different. So I'm just a visitor in this area, and I'm lurking, and every now and then I chat in some places. But I watch Jarl every now and then. I enjoy his rants. I enjoy your rants too. I watch the quote unquote new crew. Yeah, I'm impartial.
They changed their name. It's Chat Friends Forever, isn't it
Yeah,
now?
I watch them too. I watch them too every now and
So
then.
you must be holding hands with Rusty then.
No, I have no issue. I know that I kind of know who has problems with who, but I'm staying out of it. I have my own stuff in other places, so I want to stay out of whatever's going on.
You sound a lot like Tanjuska. You know who I'm talking about? She's a woman.
Who?
She says her kids are here in the States. I guess she's living in Buffalo. Some people make
You want me to sound more like this Destiny? You know who I'm a big fan of lately? I
No.
discovered this Destiny.
Destiny. Well, she sounds like Zelensky.
I'm a big fan. You shut up. Let them me talk. Let them me talk.
Why would you be a fan of hers? She
No,
denounces.
she has
Hold
entertaining.
on. She denounces America.
Well, I don't judge people by their political opinions. I don't agree with her.
That's not what I asked you. I said, have you ever heard her trash Americans?
No, I've heard her argue with JT on panels, and it's funny.
Okay. All right. Well, see, I haven't been listening to JT at all. Last time I was there, Ziggy was up there, and Ziggy, he put my mother's picture up there because Ziggy's a fucking idiot. All right, he's a Satanist, and JT let him do it. Didn't ask him to take it down or anything. But JT did. My mother's never ever been in chat. JC doxed my family. I never showed any of my family pictures up on her panel. She claims I did.
What I can try to do.
Hold on, hey German lady, since you've been able to watch me more than I've really seen you. All right. JT and Rain got their start in this chat.
Okay.
Nobody would know them right now without them being introduced to me. Did you know that?
Well, so you are their what is it called? Their
Uncle Billy.
They are your proteges, and you are their mentor, pretty much. Then.
Well, they did come to me first. Gotti brought them in here. Rusty and Gotti brought them two in my chat.
Maybe I can do something for you with Ziggy. I know Ziggy for like 2-3 years.
There's nothing you can do. You can't do anything for me with Ziggy. Ziggy, fuck Ziggy.
I'm gonna
finally crossed the line. He's a moron.
Yeah, but
that's all there is to it.
I'll ask him to stop with that.
That's all there is to it.
I'm gonna ask him to stop with that shenanigans.
Yeah, he needs to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was very cordial to Jan. They tried to, because she come here. I didn't expect her to come up on my panel.
I know her.
And the same with Wiggin. I haven't done anything to either of those two, and they're mad. You know why they're mad? Because of this smile. Now, let me do this because of everything that's going right. And you got that accent, all right?
Okay.
If I'm gonna get porn bombed.
No, I never porn bombed.
Don't show me a dick. Show me a woman's crotch, okay? All right?
I'll try.
Even if it's JC's crotch, I don't want to see no dick. All right.
Okay. I will
All right.
promise you. No, I don't porn bomb people. I don't. I don't. No worries.
That's DA thinks
In
he's
my
funny.
opinion,
You notice I don't quote things from some fucking TV show. You notice that, right? All the time.
Mhm. Yeah. So, yeah, is it, that certain people show pictures, the new crew, they show, they change their avatar sometimes to very interesting pictures. Do you think that one picture is the person that you just mentioned, that naked picture that they sometimes JT shows lately?
I'm not sure they had one. I had Gotti make me a couple of pictures.
Okay.
All right. Let's see if I got it on this phone. I think I do. Because I give them ideas. Might take, because I have a very extensive library on this one. Some pictures I've lost on my other phones that went out of business. So have you witnessed the return of Queen T Royal?
No, I heard her on I think it was JT's, like I think a day ago, and her audio was a little bad. It was hard to understand her.
Listen,
Yeah,
I have influence over God.
Okay. Oh, you have issues with her too?
Let me see if I can. Yeah, I turned
But
the
she
light.
can, to be fair, she can be.
So I got Gotti to make this picture for me.
Okay.
Glaring on my screen.
Cute couple.
That's me and that's Tammy and me. That's Photoshop. That's if we were able to take a selfie together.
Yeah.
Right, but there you are, Tammy. Gotti made that picture for me. Let me do this.
She can be entertaining on panels, I gotta say.
No, she has ceased to be entertaining. She's not funny.
One time,
she's
like
ignorant.
I used to go on JC's panel like a year ago, and one time I came up and she was starting fighting with me. It was actually kind of funny, yeah. I mean,
They're mad at me. Look at my side chat. Fucking hilarious. I might have seen that German lady, because I have seen you around quite a bit.
Yeah, but it's been a while. I don't really go that much on other people's panels, honestly. Because then you
do you know who Glenda is?
Yes, from Shannon. She's funny.
Gotti made that picture.
Is that Vader? Is that Vader on the right?
Oh, that's Randy and Glenda. They both were in the hospital. That's an actual screenshot of Randy with tubes up his nose.
Oh my God.
He had a urinary tract infection. And Glenda ended up in the hospital with the same thing.
Well, God bless her, sedated.
Fell down the stairs or some shit. Now I forgot what picture I was looking for. Oh, you must know Mississippi, right?
The state?
Huh?
The state or
The woman who calls herself Miss Is Hippie?
No.
SW?
No.
There. That's Mary Bernie's bestie.
See, you do the same stuff that the new crew is doing. So you are the old crew, and they're the new crew. So
Yeah, I'm doing this before they were. Only I
you
don't manufacture pictures. I
yeah.
just take screenshots. I don't edit avatars. I don't do all the fancy stuff they're doing. I'm just doing the basic. All right, like this fucking thing.
That is, I heard of her and I saw some pictures. That's the Lady Venom, right? Yeah, I've never spoken to her.
Wrinkles. I started
Yeah.
calling her Wrinkles way back in Wolfie and Zenny's chat.
Well, we all.
I come into their chat with that clone Wrinkle. I did it, and it's fucking stuck ever since. She's going crazy. That Lady Venom. She's fucking out there.
That is.
That's the picture that they have that Lactator. Somebody's got me cloned as Lactator.
You know what clip about you is very funny? The one with the banana.
That's Jaro and
Yeah.
Daughter Truth doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is funny. You gotta admit, it is funny. Yeah, I like.
Oh, we got a bald-headed guy coming up.
Who is it? Will Durant.
He's got a new channel. I searched it, but it wasn't up.
Oh no, that's not Will Durant.
No,
I'm
that's
on
not
an
Will.
exercise bike.
That's Paul Shepard.
I'm on an exercise bike.
Well,
I'm not bald headed. I
as
got
long
hair,
as
dude. Look.
it's just
That's
the
hair.
bike that you're exercising there, yeah.
Randy, Randall, you're not coming on my panel. Get the fuck out of here with your stupid video games. Get the fuck out of here, Randall.
Andy, I want to see your spider collection.
No, he ain't coming up here. Fuck Randy. The fat fucking slob. JC dated this guy.
Who is that?
It was JC's last date. Her husband cheated on her, and so she found this guy.
No comment. I have no problems with her, so I'm not gonna. Like I said, I'm impartial.
You don't have to. No, I'm not trying to drag you into it.
Yeah,
but I'm not lying about her.
She gets
Except for
around.
this.
She gets
Except for this, they used that against me like 5 years ago.
Who else is on your shit list?
All right, I'm gonna go see who else is on. See you guys.
Okay, thanks for stopping by.
This guy right here.
He looks familiar.
That's Vanguard.
Oh, really? He has been on my panels.
That's Vanguard.
But you know, I like him, but the problem is he talks too much about like Nazi Germany, and that could actually get me in trouble. He wants to engage with me about Nazi Germany, and I don't really want to talk about that kind of stuff.
And he lives in the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he says he was living in Germany at some point.
He lies. But that's it. He's a Trump hater.
Okay.
He's one of JC's favorites. Yeah. He trolls Americans. we don't know our history and that. Yeah, that's what he does. He likes to twist things, German lady.
Okay.
In fact, I think the first time I seen you was on Dougie's chat.
No, I never was there.
Maybe, I don't know, there. But it's been a while. I had some other phones 3 of them finally shit the bed. Screen was leaking. They weren't working right. And I couldn't use them, so I threw them away. I haven't bought any new ones. I have a laptop. Yes, I know how to open a tab.
You know who I miss seeing around? Is Philly Joe still around?
He won't come in here. He won't come up and talk to me. He fears
I
me.
haven't seen him in a long time.
I thought he shacked up with LD. And did you see LD pee on that woman's jacket?
I heard about it, never seen it, but he did some other stuff. You know, my opinion on LD is not the highest, honestly. And I heard him and that Tom Flash weirdo with the puppets. They're gonna meet up and do some gay shit in some gay bar or something.
Oh, German lady, that's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I heard it. I mean, like I said, I watch.
You know more. You see more than I do, because especially at JT's, I have no idea what's really been going on in his chat. I know what he does. I like to sit there and giggle at pictures and shit.
Yeah, but it is funny sometimes. You know, it is a little bit juvenile. It is a little bit, but it cracks me up.
Well, you know, I could be the most juvenile out here if I want to be.
You know what he did that really made me laugh? He was talking to Destiny, who claims she's a lesbian, and then he was showing all these kind of pictures.
Oh, Destiny's been up on my panel. Yeah, I've had a couple of discussions with her.
Yeah,
she come in here.
He showed her a lot of pictures and asked her, "Would you smash? Would you smash? Would you smash?" And she's like, "No, I'm a lesbian. I'm a lesbian. I like the pussy. I like the pussy."
She sounds like she's from the Ukraine, the way she talks.
Sometimes she sounds Russian. Sometimes she sounds.
That sounds Russian, doesn't it?
It's very. Her accent changes, and
you would know because you live over in that area. I'm not sure what, when I say Germany, you got Czechoslovakia, you got Hungary, you got Austria, Germany, you got the Netherlands. I mean but that's they're all related to the English. They migrated to the British Isles. And the Mayflower, it didn't set sail from England. It set sail from mainland. I'm not sure where, close to Amsterdam in Holland or Finland or wherever it set sail from. I forget now. I have to go research it and refresh my memory. But the Pilgrims, they didn't come from England. They were Dutch. They spoke English. They spoke English, though. They did speak English. But they were still Dutch.
A lot of
Welsh, Scandinavian. You say Scandinavian, it's that whole part of Northern Europe. Why did the Germans and the French fight?
I don't know. I have been in France once, but that was not my favorite place. I have been to Spain and stuff. Spain is cool. Italy is cool. France, they're difficult. They're difficult Europeans.
Snotty. Yeah. Clint Eastwood filmed his movies in Spain. Fistful of Dollars and a couple others. They were filmed in Spain somewhere. Yeah. The terrain in some of that terrain's the same as over here in the States.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you know what I noticed about Destiny? She contradicts herself, and I know she got exposed for being like a catfish, but she also lies about one day she's lesbian, one day she's asexual, one day she's bisexual, then she claims she had 2 kids from 2 men. Like, it changes almost every day, but it is funny. Like, I mean, I'm not taking it serious, but I notice her contradictions, and it's not adding up what she's saying. But
well, you know why she does that?
Why?
Because she's been hanging around with Vader.
Or yeah, could be. Maybe she's trying to tell him, I like to talk to you, but don't creep on me.
Tried to troll me, but it didn't last long. They thought they were gonna come up and take over my panel.
You like Vader?
It's not a question. Do I like him?
Yeah. Are you you get along?
He's not. I'm like more than a generation ahead of him, right? And the way he thinks. No, he went to expose himself on Chinchilla's chat. He has a strap on, but he likes to porn. He likes to talk about his cock all the time, and he thinks everybody wants to see his dick.
Well, if he has a strap on, then maybe he is bisexual.
He doesn't get any sex. That's the thing about Vader. He ain't getting laid. He is not getting that thing wet. He's not. The only way he's getting that wet is when he comes in a sock or whatever he uses. The Vader is not getting laid. He's not taking women home. He lives at home with his dad, whatever. He doesn't have his own pad. Randy's probably gets more lucky than he does. Randy lives in a trailer on a fucking car lot with no running water.
Oh my God.
He has to go into the place of business to take a shower and all that. He's got keys to the place. His mommy's married to a used car dealer. She used to hang around with the sailors and the soldiers, but that got old. Huh, Randall? Have you ever been to Randall's channel?
Mm-hmm.
Has he ever asked you to watch his videos?
No, I don't think I'm subscribed, but I remember him from.
You want to know how to get there to see what, because he's made videos about me again. I had him taken down because he's making gay shit, and it's against YouTube rules to do that stuff. See, I don't make the videos and the shorts and all that, shorts. He does it. He does computer imaging is what he's doing. I'd show you a couple of pictures. Because he made them of me. He does it to everybody, but he made some of me. See if I got him on this one. I think I do. And then he's been begging to go to his channel and see his new videos he's made. All right, here they are right there. He made this one. Now, this is supposed to be me.
Wow, nice knockers.
Right? But that's look at, you can see my beard. That's supposed to be me. Doesn't have that anymore. I got that channel taken down because he's been trying to report me, get me kicked off. Mary Bernie, when she first went, that's the first thing she did in JC's chat. They all came after me. There was the Mary Bernie crime family, and they've been trying to get me to leave YouTube. Silence my voice. Now here's the other one, because he's always say I was on Wiggins' panel one night and I had company. And one of them was a girl named Tiffany. And her sister has babies by my nephew. I ended up giving her $100 to go to a frat party. Okay. So it turned into that she sat on my lap and I gave her the finger, which never happened. Even Wiggin verified it. Then Wiggin changed his mind. And so now they troll me saying that I finger banged my niece. So I got that taken down, but I got his picture.
Oh, so they switched. So they put the two together to make one picture with the breasts.
So you know who Whippermantle is then?
Yeah, I remember him.
Okay, he has a picture. You could tell it's me in the picture. It's a side view. All right, and they got me kissing my mother on the cheek, and they got that from Randy. JC doxed my mother. I never showed any of my family pictures on JC's panel. They went to Facebook. They learned my brother's name, and they found my brother's Facebook page, and in there, my sister's Facebook pages, and that's where JC got the pictures. So fuck you, JC. She's begging me this week to go up on her panel to debate Nem.
You don't want to do that?
I've done it. I buried him a long time ago. Nem has no debate. Why would I go on a foreigner's panel to debate a foreigner about American politics? When I've been up there and done it before, and he's had a wrench and everything, JC protects him. She's trying to get viewers or whatever. She's trying to get some content. I haven't been going there. She kicked me out 2 months ago. She didn't want me coming back. Okay, I won't.
Yeah, but you're good. You are a good panel guest.
Pardon me?
You are a good panel guest.
Not according to JC.
Well, sometimes an antagonizer or someone that has an unpopular opinion or whatnot, you cannot just have kumbaya all the time.
Well, I'm not kissing her ass. That's all there is to it. Because if I do kiss her ass, because I've tried it, I've been nice to her, and her fucking they troll me with the nasty stuff all the time. So then I have to reciprocate, and then they get mad. Wiggin is a fucking buddy fucker. That's all there is to it. And that is what this is all. I got 24 people watching. And I've been live 7 hours and 10 minutes.
Wow! I just saw it. That's 7 hours.
And you know what?
Yeah,
German lady, I probably should start to make dinner here pretty soon.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hello. I mean, yeah,
Thank
I
you
wanted
for coming
to
up.
tell
No,
you.
it's a very
Yeah,
pleasant
no
surprise.
problem.
Yeah.
I stopped by another time, and
You're a voice of reason. I can tell you're not you're not the typical idiot out here. We can be idiots, but we're not the typical idiots.
I mean, we all can be idiots at sometimes. No one here is we're all not saints around here.
Can I call you Zsa Zsa Gabor? Because that's what you sound like.
No, you can call me GL. I don't really like to be called German lady. Honestly, that's just my channel name that I got.
That's your channel name.
Someone slept on me like a couple years ago.
How often do you stream? I know you had a stream, and I know you Rob. But you see, I haven't. I don't know.
The handle that I'm using here on the streamer, the handle here, that's my second channel where I actually go live more often than on the main channel. That's where I do panels. On my main channel, I don't really have people up. I just cover stuff, because if it's like you said with the porn bombing and stuff, I have to protect my main channel. I have over 6,000 subscribers and stuff. I cannot, people coming up saying the N-word, porn bombing and stuff. So I protect my channel. But on my second channel, I'm more like, bullshit, doing. I'm more open for bullshit on my second channel.
Are you
12?
You're making me happy.
Yeah. See, my job is done. If I make one person happy,
Yeah, made me happy.
No, then it's wonderful. Yeah.
Do you know who this is?
Let me.
The guy calls himself Dwayne Allman. That's DA.
No.
That's the guy who thinks he's a comedian. He's always fucking quoting shit from Seinfeld. And look at the acne on that motherfucker's face. There you are, Dwayne Allman. You want to fuck with me, Dwayne? Come on, Dwayne. Come on, Dwayne. Come up and call me fat. So, do I look fat to you, GL? Do I look fat? Do I look fat to you?
No.
I'm not fat, am I?
No.
Oh, here's Randall. Here's DA's buddy. There he is, right there. That's DA. That's him. Look at the fucking acne scars on that mouth. That fucker looks like he could hold a load from 5 men. Well, everybody's got your channel number now, so if they want to check you out, and
I stop by more often. Like I said,
you're welcome here anytime. I appreciate you coming up.
Nice talking to you.
We'll
Have a
see,
great day.
we'll see if we catch any flack for doing this. So yeah.
Oh, I mean, we were not really. we were not really that mean or anything.
But yeah, Destiny West. I got her going. She's been up on my panel. She
Yeah, I
knows.
would love to have a talk with her. Like she it's interesting.
Well, let's see if she's watching. I'll post the link. She's welcome to come up. We'll do that. This definitely would be neutral ground for the two of you. There you go, Destiny. If you dare. GL wants to talk to you, Destiny. She thinks she can help you. She sounds like she's a wise lady. She is a wise lady. And CB, it matters what's in the heart. It's what's in your heart, mind, and soul.
Yeah, I like CB too. I've seen her in chats.
I got him going. She does. She looks like Randy Quaid.
Oh my God! Stop! Stop it!
Google. Everybody knows who Randy Quaid is. He's played in a lot of different movies. They're all a bunch of movie buffs around here. She does.
I've seen one. I'm subscribed to Rusty too, and I've seen like a short clip that she made of her. Yeah.
Well, all roads lead to Rusty. It seems like. Rusty's had she had a wrench in my chat there when I was first open. They're all over here enjoying themselves.
Why not anymore?
When a woman likes a guy, sometimes they'll do mean things to him, even though they want to get in their pants. Do you believe that?
Yeah, but sometimes it's the other way around too. It's not always,
No, maybe she hates me. I
the
don't know.
evil women.
Maybe she just plain hates me. I don't know. She does it not. I get the feeling that she wants it. And since I'm too far away, she can't touch it. It drives her crazy. That's what I'm thinking. Gotti, where the fuck are you, boy? Hey, GL, okay, everybody's got your address, no doubt. Subscribe to her channel. I'm going to go and put my clean dishes away and make me some dinner, and I'll be back probably 6 o'clock.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Nice talking to you. Till the next time.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
Bye.
This is good.
Take care.
I appreciate it. I guess Destiny didn't want to come up. All right, I'll be back. 22 people. I'm hungry. I didn't eat lunch. I eat breakfast. I forget. I ain't had much to eat today.